Mheshimiwa Rais na wananchi wote ambao wamefika hapa, mimi niko na furaha kubwa kuona umati hii. Dalili ya mvua ni nini? Dalili ya mvua ni nini? Hii umati ambaye imefika hapa siku ya leo ni mawingu, na hii yenyewe ni dhihirisho ya kwamba mvua itanyesha. Lakini kama mvua hiyo itanyesha, kuna upepo, ile upepo mkali ambayo Waswahili wanaita dharba au tufani. Hiyo upepo inavuma kutoka kaskazini kuelekea kusini, na hiyo upepo inachukua takataka yote na kupeleka baharini. Mkutano wa leo hii ni historia hapa Kisumu. Mkutano mwingine ambao ulifanywa hapa nikiwa bado niko mtoto, ilifanywa mwaka 1961. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, na kulikuwa hapa Kenneth Kaunda na marehemu Kamuzu Banda, na vile vile kulikuwa hapa na Milton Obote, kulikuwa hapa na marehemu Joe Murumbi, Tom Mboya, wao wote, na Jaramogi ndiye alikuwa anaongoza hiyo mkutano. Mkutano wa leo hii ni sasa baada ya miaka 40 imerudi tena hapa Kisumu. Mkutano hiyo ilitangaza ya kwamba mzee Kenyatta afunguliwe kutoka gerezani mara moja. Mkutano wa leo imeleta sura ya Kenya yote hapa, na mimi nataka niwatambulishe wale. Vile mnajua, chama chetu cha NDP ilikuwa miezi mitano peke yake mwaka wa 1997 tulipokuwa tukienda kwa uchaguzi, lakini tulipoenda kwa uchaguzi tulipambana kivili mpaka tukawa namba 3 baina ya vyama 15. KANU ilipata nidhani ya dhahabu, DP ikipata nidhani ya fedha, NDP ikapata ile bronze medal 0 shaba. Kwa hivyo sisi tulisema hatuwezi kuangalia nyuma, tunaelekea mbele, na sisi tulizunguka Kenya yote. Kwa hivyo chama chetu cha NDP ni chama cha taifa, si chama cha ukabila. Tena tuko na madiwani Kenya yote mzima. Sisi tulisema mtindo ile ya kupigana ile ya nini imekwisha, manake asiyekubali kushindwa asiye nini. Tulisema tutasonga mbele, na ndio sababu sisi tukaja na sera ya siasa ya kushirikiana, yani cooperation. Tulisema ya kwamba mbeleni huko tulikuwa na ile siasa ya confrontation, tulikuwa tunapigana kwa sababu KANU vile vile ilikuwa inapigana. Na tulisema kama wao wataonyesha na sisi vile vile tutaonyesha. Lakini baada ya haya yote tukasema yasiyopita si ndwele, tunaganga yaliyomo na yajayo. Tukasema tushikane pamoja. Mimi najua kuna watu wengi wanauliza, Miriam Matana ameuliza hapo, anasema yeye ni mjamzito, ana utungu, lakini hazaa ya juu yatazaa mtoto mwana wa kike au wa kiume. Wajua ni punda na farasi wakiingiana wanazaa nyumbu, na nyumbu yenyewe akizaliwa yeye ni tasa, hawezi kuzaa tena. Kwa hivyo sisi tumeshirikiana na KANU kwa miaka mitatu, tukiangaliana ili tujuane sawasawa. Tumeangalia vizuri mambo mengi, tumeangalia mwongozo wa KANU na ya AAP, tumefananisha, tumekuta kwamba kuna eneo mingi ambayo tunashikana pamoja. Kama ninasema hii, tunasema hii. Ukiangalia manifesto yao ya kampeni ya Ngina alisema na hii. Lakini kuna upande zingine ambayo bado tofauti kidogo. Kwa upande ya elimu, maana sisi na KANU tunakubaliana, tunapigana na maadui matatu makubwa ya binadamu, ambayo ni ugonjwa, ujinga na umaskini. Sasa hapo hakuna tofauti, tuko pamoja. Kule kuna tofauti hapa kidogo, hapo na pale. Kwa upande ya elimu, KANU imelazimishwa na wabadili kubadili ili msimamiano ya mbele. Sasa wanasema cost sharing. Sisi kama NDP tumeandika tunataka universal primary education kwa Kenya wote. Sasa hapo tutakuja kubaliana na KANU, manake tuna hii ambayo inaitwa hii structural adjustment program ambayo imekuja kutoka kwa wafadhili. Kwa upande ya serikali ya wilaya, local government, sisi tunasema hii local government iwe ni msingi ya maendeleo kabisa, ipewe nguvu ya kuweza kutoza ushuru na kufanya maendeleo, lakini vile vile hali ya ujuzi ya madiwani ilete juu ili wale watu wangawa wanaendelea sasa. Wapawe allowance sawa, lakini wawache mambo hii ya kwenda tu kutafuta blok hapa na pale. Kwa upande ya utawala ya wilaya, ya provincial administration, sisi tunasema sawa, tunataka hii provincial administration ifanywe reform sasa. Kwa upande ya machifu, tunasema wale wawe na nguvu, lakini wachaguliwe mwananchi.
Nilipokuwa niko na shida na chama cha Ford Kenya, nilijiuzulu, nikawacha chama, nikajiuzulu kwa bunge, nikarudi kwa wananchi. Ndio sababu mimi nataka kuambia kwamba mkitaka kuonyesha Wakenya msimamo sawa sawa, mkitaka kuonyesha Wakenya msimamo bora ya demokrasia, basi muwe watu ambao unaongoza na kwa mfano. Uwe mfano. Kama utaki KANU, utaki NDP, toka, rudi kwa wananchi, tafuta maendeleo. Lakini usiwe tu kama vile walikuwa nasema fisi alishindwa na tamaa, sivyo? Na ndugu ya fisi ni mbwa. Ile mbwa ambaye alikuwa amebeba nyama katika kinywa chake, anatembea na mnyama, alipoingia kwenye daraja akaangalia chini kwenye maji, akaona kiwiliwili chake kwenye maji, anafikiri ati ile umbwa imebeba nyama kubwa zaidi kuliko ile ambaye yeye amebeba kwa mdomo yake. Anatupa hii, anakimbia kwenda kung'ang'ana na ile nyingine. Alijikuta wapi? Kwenye maji. Asanteni sana wananchi.
Audio sound.
He doesn't want another camera.
Today we have reached an important stage in post, but the journey is far from over. In fact, it is only beginning. The real challenge now is for President Kibaki and Honorable Raila Odinga to work together to heal and reconcile this nation, working jointly to implement the reform agenda on which they have agreed, and sustaining the effort until the job is done. But the job of national reconciliation and national reconstruction is not for the leaders alone. It must be carried out in every neighborhood, village, hamlet of the nation.
For the last 2 months, Kenyans have known nothing but sadness. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the millions of our people who turned up on the 27th of December last year to cast their votes. I want to thank those who voted for me and those who voted for my other competitors in the elections.
A break, they deserve to be treated better.
This process has reminded us that as a nation, there are more issues that unite than divide us. We have been reminded
in our case,
that we must do all in our power to safeguard our peace. That is the foundation of our national unity, social cohesion, economic growth, and political stability.
Thank you very much.
Raila Odinga.
The signing of the agreement, that's a very big step ahead. Kenyans were really expecting that one. It was late, but though it was late, it was never late than never. We really accepted and we agreed with the work that was done by Kofi Annan. We appreciated, and also to the European Union for whatever job they did. Kenyans were really yearning for change, and the real change has really come in the sweetest way that we really needed it.
Reflect on their performance in the search for these hallowed goals. Such a time has come for Kenya. 54 years into independence, we are challenged to audit our progress towards the ideal for which our fathers fought to establish a free and independent country, and for which many of our compatriots died. We, the leaders, are equally summoned to reflect on our performance towards the achievement of our nation's aspirations. This audit and introspection has been a long time coming. Throughout our independence history, we have had doubts on how we have conducted our affairs in the face of growing divide along ethnic, religious, and political lines. Regrettably, we have responded to our challenges by mostly running away from them. We have moved from year to year, election to election, never pausing to deal with the challenges that our diversity was always going to pose to our efforts to create a prosperous and a united nation. Consequently, the ties that bind us are today under the severest of stress. Our diversity appears destined to be a curse to ourselves today and to our children tomorrow. In the past, we have given a lot of attention to institutional reforms in the hope that this could lift us to the next level of nationhood and make us a blessed land. 7.5 years ago, we gave to ourselves a new constitution. We put our faith in it as the instrument to revolutionize our nation. In this way and many other ways, we created some of the best hardware any country has ever possessed to engineer their affairs. We must be courageous enough to admit that it has not worked. It has failed because we are yet to upgrade our software. We have been pouring new wine into old wineskins. The gospel tells us that new wine needs new wineskins. The time has come for us to confront and resolve our differences. These differences are becoming too entrenched. No two Kenyans agree on the origins of the differences, what they portend. Millions of our children continue to be born and married into these differences. People are dying out of these differences. Many of these differences are already well entrenched in the third generation of Kenyans that are currently leaking the fourth generation in primary and secondary schools. Yet in many instances, Kenyans cannot remember why and where they disagreed in the first place. As we fight ostensibly to save ourselves from each other, the reality is we need to save our children from ourselves. My brother and myself have therefore come together today to say this dissent stops here. We refuse to allow our diversity to kill our nation. We refuse to be the leaders under whose watch Kenya's lead into a failed nation. This is a call to self-reflection. We have to look into ourselves and challenge our readiness to make the changes that will allow our institutional reforms to work. So long as we remain divided, acrimonious, selfish, and corrupt, no amount of institutional reform will better our lives. The reform process will become an exercise in diverting attention from our own failings and taking refuge in the blame game. We therefore seek your partnership in this initiative, fellow Kenyans. We are all sailing in this one ship. We must come together to scoop out the water that has been sipping, or we shall capsize. We have traveled too far to turn back. We would never make it back to the shore. Yet we can't make it to our destination either. Our only option is to come together and scoop out the waters of animosity that we have been pouring into the boat before we all sink. Once again, as Lincoln said, the result is not doubtful. We shall not fail. If we stand firm, we shall not fail. God bless Kenya. So, kwa Kiswahili tumekuja pamoja na ndugu yangu Uhuru Kenyatta. Tumeongea kwa kirefu na tumekubaliana ya kwamba tunataka kuunganisha Kenya iwe taifa moja. Na tumesema mgawanyiko ambayo imekuwako tangu uhuru mpaka leo itakwisha hapa na sisi. Na kutoka hapa tunataka kuunganisha taifa la Kenya ili tutembee pamoja kama watu moja. Hiyo ndio sababu ya sisi kukuja pamoja hapa siku ya leo. And we say that the divide ends here, beginning the process of building the bridge that binds Kenya together. Yes, where we are. Sasa ndugu yangu ataongea. God bless. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, I have taken great pleasure this morning in welcoming my brother Raila to Harambee House, where, as he has clearly indicated, we have had the opportunity for extensive discussions on matters Kenya. And we have come to a common understanding, an understanding that this country of Kenya is greater than any one individual, and that for this country to come together, leaders must come together. Leaders must be able to discuss their differences. Leaders must be able to discuss freely and openly what ails our country, what is the reason and the cause for the ethnic divisions and frictions that we see across the country, that sometimes lead to even intercommunal conflicts, as we have seen in various parts of our country. We have seen up in Wajir, as we have seen in the borders of West Pokot and Marakwet and many other places. So we have a responsibility as leaders to be able to come together to discuss these issues and to find solutions, solutions that will bind our people together, that will unify our country, and that will give us a life cycle that is beyond the 5 years that we have established for ourselves. Elections come and go, but Kenya remains. So as we plan ourselves for the future, our future cannot be dictated by the forthcoming election. Our future must be dictated by the prosperity, stability of our nation and the well-being of our people. Democracy is not, as has often been said, an end in itself. It is just a process by which the will of the people is heard, but the national good, the national interest must always prevail over those elections. And this is what me and my brother have agreed, that starting today, we will begin a process of bringing our people together, that we will begin a process of discussing what ails us and what creates division amongst us. And we look forward to the support of every single leader. We look forward to the support of every single Kenyan, so that we can build together a united, harmonious, stable nation where no individual feels left out or left behind. So to me, this marks a new beginning for our country, a beginning in which we hope that we shall march together as Kenyans and that we can differ in terms of political alignment, but always
vile ndugu yangu former prime minister amesema ananijua sana, na ni kweli. Nasema ananijua, nitapiga kelele alafu nitatuliza. Na mimi pia namjua sana na nimemsoma sana, ndio nilimshinda akiwa na Uhuru. Namjua sana, na kwa sababu mimi namjua sana, najua ataendesha hii mambo yake pia hii yote mpaka na maandamano, lakini mimi najua itaizia wapi. I know that. Si namna hiyo. Vile ndugu yangu former prime minister amesema ananijua sana, na ni kweli. Nasema ananijua, nitapiga kelele alafu nitatuliza. Na mimi pia namjua sana na nimemsoma sana, ndio nilimshinda akiwa na Uhuru. Namjua sana, na kwa sababu mimi namjua sana, najua ataendesha hii mambo yake pia hii yote mpaka na maandamano, lakini mimi najua itaizia wapi. I know that. Si namna hiyo. Vile ndugu yangu former
power is transient, and the people of Kenya will overcome. We will not submit to your threats and blackmail. We will not bow to you. We will not worship you. We worship the living God in heaven. We worship no human being. Power is transient, and the people of Kenya will overcome. We will not submit to your...
All right, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you are. Thank you for joining Afrique 24-hour. This is our open political talk show, a talk show that gives you an opportunity to interact with the African stories and connect you with what is happening within our political sphere. So welcome on board, and kindly, if you're joining me for the first time, start by subscribing to our YouTube channel. Of course, we are live in our YouTube channel, we are live in X, and we also live in our Facebook pages. So just check for Afrique 24-hour TV, and you can keep tweeting at Leo Nyabaya, and you can also follow us on our Facebook and our X accounts. So if you're joining me for the first time, this is Afrique 24-hour TV. This is our open political forum where we get an opportunity to discuss and have a conversation on what is happening within our country. I know a lot has been happening today, being 18th of July 2024, Thursday, and most of you expected that there are going to be some demonstration within the town, but today we didn't have much activities. I don't know why. And also some of the stories that we are going to update you and are going to form part of this conversation today is the Azimio presser that was aborted when some goons, I don't know whether they are hired or they hired themselves, stormed Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Center and disrupted the White Party leader and the Azimio co-principal, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, when he was just about to give his, he was about to read the statement by the Azimio coalition. So the question we're asking, could this be the end of Azimio, as the political parties that came together to form Azimio chart their own ways? It seems that they've not been able to agree on certain issues. To remember that yesterday the ODM party also had their parliamentary group meeting whereby they came up with some of the resolutions, and among the resolutions was that they're not going to take part in the current demonstrations, and they're going to embrace alternative ways of solving conflicts, and this one included having a conversation, what is famously known as dialogue, with the ruling party, with the president, to ensure that they sort out the issues that are affecting the country. So you can join the conversation using the comment section there, of course, from wherever you're joining. Just let me know where you're joining from. Use the comment section, and I've also shared a link on the comment section that you'd use to join the studio and be part of this conversation. So allow me to give you some updates as we proceed with the conversation.
Audio, sound.
He doesn't want another camera.
Today we have reached an important stage in post, but the journey is far from over. In fact, it is only beginning. The real challenge now is for President Kibaki and Honorable Raila Odinga to work together to heal and reconcile this nation, working jointly to implement the reform agenda on which they have agreed, and sustaining the effort until the job is done. But the job of national reconciliation and national reconstruction is not for the leaders alone. It must be carried out in every neighborhood, village, hamlet of the nation.
For the last 2 months, Kenyans have known nothing but sadness. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the millions of our people who turned up on the 27th of December last year to cast their votes. I want to thank those who voted for me and those who voted for my other competitors in the elections.
A break. They deserve to be treated better.
This process has reminded us that as a nation, there are more issues that unite than divide us. We have been reminded that we must do all in our power to safeguard our peace, that is the foundation of our national unity, social cohesion, economic growth, and political stability.
Thank you very much.
Raila Odinga.
Guys, that was a handshake between Raila and Kibaki, the one that was famously known the coalition agreement that was signed in the presence of the then former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. And I know we are going to discuss it, and of course we are going to try to analyze as we look at this history of handshake and how it has always shaped our politics, and some of the benefits and some of the political implications that it already had. And that's why, so it's nice to update you with that. I know there are some people who never witnessed that, or there's some who've forgotten that sometime back in the 2008 February, we had a coalition agreement that created the government, the coalition government, and the position of the Prime Minister, a position that was held by Raila until the end of the 5th year. That is when he had to retire, when people went for fresh elections. So before that, we also had a match between KANU and NDP. That was after the 1997 general elections, when the former premier wanted his party, the NDP, Raila, the one that was known as, he had a symbol of tractor. That is where the name Tinga came from. So he had to wind the Tinga party and join KANU when he was made the Secretary General of KANU at that point. Remember William Ruto also served as the Secretary General of KANU. So also maybe play your reminder on that as we wait for other panelists so that we can kick off this conversation maybe in the next few minutes.
Mheshimiwa Rais na wananchi wote ambao wamefika hapa, mimi niko na furaha kubwa kuona umati hii. Dalili ya mvua ni nini? Dalili ya mvua ni nini? Hii umati ambaye imefika hapa siku ya leo ni mawingu. Na hii yenyewe ni dhihirisho ya kwamba mvua itanyesha. Lakini kama mvua hiyo itanyesha, kuna upepo. Ile upepo mkali ambayo Waswahili wanaita dharba au tufani. Hiyo upepo inavuma kutoka kaskazini kuelekea kusini, na hiyo upepo inachukua takataka yote na kupeleka baharini. Mkutano wa leo hii ni historia hapa Kisumu. Mkutano mwingine ambao ulifanywa hapa nikiwa bado niko mtoto, ilifanywa mwaka 1961. Darius Kinoti. Na kulikuwa hapa Kenyatta Kaunda na marehemu Kamuzu Banda. Na vile vile kulikuwa hapa na Milton Obote. Kulikuwa hapa na marehemu Joe Murumbi, Tom Mboya. Wao wote na Jaramogi ndiye alikuwa anaongoza hiyo mkutano. Mkutano wa leo hii ni sasa baada ya miaka 40 imerudi tena hapa Kisumu. Mkutano hiyo ilitangaza ya kwamba mzee Kenyatta afunguliwe kutoka gerezani mara moja. Mkutano wa leo imeleta sura ya Kenya yote hapa. Na mimi nataka niwatambulishe wale. Vile mnajua chama chetu cha NDP ilikuwa miezi mitano peke yake mwaka wa 1997 tulipokuwa tukienda kwa uchaguzi. Lakini tulipoenda kwa uchaguzi tulipambana kivili mpaka tukawa namba 3 baina ya vyama 15. KANU ilipata nidhani ya dhahabu, DP ikipata nidhani ya fedha, NDP ikapata ile bronze medal 0 shaba. Kwa hivyo sisi tulisema hatuwezi kuangalia nyuma, tunaelekea mbele. Na sisi tulizunguka Kenya yote. Kwa hivyo chama chetu cha NDP ni chama cha taifa, si chama cha ukabila. Tena tuko na madiwani Kenya yote mzima. Sisi tulisema mtindo ile ya kupigana ile ya nini imekwisha, manake asiyekubali kushindwa asiye nini. tulisema tutasonga mbele, na ndio sababu sisi tukaja na sera ya siasa ya kushirikiana, yani cooperation. Tulisema ya kwamba mbeleni huko tulikuwa na ile siasa ya confrontation, tulikuwa tunapigana kwa sababu KANU vile vile ilikuwa inapigana, na tulisema kama wao wataonyesha na sisi vile vile tutaonyesha. Lakini baada ya haya yote tukasema yasiyopita si ndwele, tunaganga yaliyomo na yajayo. Tukasema tushikane pamoja. Mimi najua kuna watu wengi wanauliza, Miriam Matana ameuliza hapo, anasema yeye ni mjamzito, ana utungu, lakini hazaa ya juu atazaa mtoto mwana wa kike au wa kiume. Wajua ni punda na farasi wakiingiana wanazaa nyumbu, na nyumbu yenyewe akizaliwa yeye ni tasa, hawezi kuzaa tena. Kwa hivyo sisi tumeshirikiana na KANU kwa miaka mitatu, tukiangaliana ili tujuane sawasawa. Tumeangalia vizuri mambo mengi, tumeangalia mwongozo wa KANU na ya AAP, tumefananisha, tumekuta kwamba kuna eneo mengi ambayo tunashirikiana pamoja. Kama ninasema hii, tunasema hii. Ukiangalia manifesto yao ya kampeni ya Ngina na hii. Lakini kuna upande zingine ambayo bado tofauti kidogo. Kwa upande ya elimu, maana sisi na KANU tunakubaliana, tunapigana na maadui matatu makubwa ya binadamu, ambayo ni ugonjwa, ujinga na umaskini. Sasa hapo hakuna tofauti, tuko pamoja. Kule kuna
gentlemen, and sorry, I have to start with ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for keeping it here. I'm glad that you are joining me, because you can be able to see Mr. Kimanzi, you can be able to see Kijana ya town. I know a lot of things are happening in this country. Political landscape is changing. People begin to realign themselves. I don't know if I can say people are realigning themselves.
Lakini nilipokuwa niko na shida na chama cha Ford Kenya, nilijiuzulu, nikawacha chama, nikajiuzulu kwa bunge, sio
Boni, am I audible? Can you hear me? Right, I think Boni akona shida ya connection, but he'll get back. So I just want to start with you. What is not going on? I know you have your own political party, but your party is a friend. You are amikai of the Azimio coalition, even though you're not a member of Azimio, but I know your party is a friend of Azimio. So what is not happening in Azimio before tuendelee? I hope sauti yangu sasa inasikika.
Barabara kabisa. Habari gani bwana?
Niko salama, nimeshabamba kabisa.
Many things are happening in a very fast time, in a high speed. Unanisikia?
Things are running. Mbona mnakimbiza syllabus? Nipeleke yeah.
Unanipata?
Nakupata vizuri.
Hello? Hey, lakini
No,
Raila
nakupata
has really
vizuri.
Am I clear? Am I audible?
You're audible. I can hear you. I
Am I
can hear
audible?
you. Just proceed. You're audible.
You know, I read an article today that was saying that Raila one day brought goons to his father.
Okay.
He actually one day arranged goons to come and disrupt his father's meeting. And I think this is a curse he's carrying for generations. So, personally, being a supporter of Raila for many years, I'm so disappointed because at the age of 80, I don't know what, I don't think you should be a father to Ruto to a point whereby he should not be a person who is guiding you, you know. So Mzee to me has outlived his usefulness, and I think he is destroying all the things he has done for this country. Having built a very good career and fought for many things, I've always admired him. In fact, I've always fought for him and said he's an institution. But when he joined, for example, I can tell you, even when he joined Uhuru Kenyatta for handshake, that was the end of his career, because he knew if he could not have joined Uhuru Kenyatta, he could have been very popular by the time his by the 2007 and 2022 had come. So for me, I think Raila will be remaining with those people who worship him, particularly those who think he's a small god. But majority of us and the people who thought he had ideology, I think have just left him, because he seems to be a person who can be bought and a person who lacks a vision. Like when he was asking today, he's asking, Ruto moves or goes, then what? I wondered, is he the same person who was a prime minister in the days of Kibaki and the constitution that had not envisaged a position like that? Because let me ask you, the constitution that Kibaki was using and Moi were very radical and ruthless. It was one-man show. But when an extraordinary thing happened, extraordinary measure was taken to a point that the Bunge was reconstituted and they passed what we call a national accord, and his position was created. So when you ask like that, you make people look stupid. We are saying Ruto must go, not because we want Gachagua, not because we want any Kenya Kwanza stalwart there, even Wetangula, because we want a Kenya that is responsible. We know what the constitution says when the president dies or is killed or resigns. We know it is Gachagua who takes over. But nobody wants Gachagua. Nobody can tolerate Gachagua. It's even worse than Ruto. What we are saying is, can we have a country where we constitute a caretaker government? It is not in the constitution. But when the push comes to the pull, when the pull comes to the push, when the rubber meets the road, then we make decisions by that time. The law is not made for man, you know.
Yeah,
Man
I get you.
is So for me, I think nothing is cast on the stone, and nothing is cast on the stone. And I think we can have a caretaker government. My proposal is to have 2 elders from every county. Then they get to a room, maybe State House, and they produce 1 leader who goes for 7 years. And that is what we want. We don't want a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin. In any case, personally, I'm a person who is anti-Kikuyu leadership, anti-Kalenjin leadership. I think it is very poor. It is. Hapo naona iko maneno hapo nyuma eh.
Sorry.
Yeah, living large bwana. Sisi tunaumia na baridi huku bwana, kumbe wewe.
Proceed. Awesome, you say. Well, I know the political atmosphere currently favoring your thoughts and your friend, Mr. Kamau. That is awesome. That the least we expected was Ruto must go, but it is going to be long before he goes 2032. Do you think that maybe if Raila decides to go the way he decided or something like that, do we still have, do we really need Raila to send Ruto away?
Let me tell you, it is very difficult to stop an idea whose time has come. Let me put it this way so that you understand what I mean. Sometimes a system or a situation might push you out. I don't know where you work, what you do, but sometimes if you cannot fit to where you work, situation pushes you out. They pushes you out. So a time has come that Ruto is not.
Where you are, things are not working. The situation will put you out. That situation will make you circumstance to adapt and do some other things.
Yes. Kuna wakati unaenda unaajiriwa mahali lakini huwezi toshea, my brother. Huwezi toshea kwa sababu your ideas are bigger than that place. And si kwa kupenda. There are things that kuna kitu haiwezi mix kama maji na oil. And if they don't mix, they don't mix. So right now, Ruto cannot mix with the constitution. It is obvious. He is
that's true.
Not inclined to the constitution that we have. In fact, he's a long person to oversee this constitution. And because he's not where the constitution is. He's where the constitution was. Below that is before 2010. So he has that problem, and this constitution is pushing him out. Si kupenda kwake. By the way, I pity him, but naweza kuambia hivi without even blinking an eyelid, without fear of any contradiction, Ruto hafikishi December. This thing is bigger than him. This constitution is pushing him out. And hello?
I hope Awesome is getting information, yes.
Yeah, because he is behind this constitution by 50 years. He is using old tricks to solve current problems. He thinks by hiring goods to infiltrate Gen Z's demonstration is going to help him. But I think the die is cast. The writing is on the wall. Mene tekel. I think Ruto will, if he stays longer, I think it's by December. We're going to have a caretaker government, and that caretaker government will be constituted from the counties. So we are looking forward for his breaking down. You can see physically and of course emotionally and politically and financially things are coinciding, because we are expecting the economy to collapse. We're also expecting his physical health to collapse, because he's overstretching himself, overthinking and thinking that he can manage things through his strength and the instruments of power. But I think the die is cast. So we know by deck we'll have a new government that is going to be formed. A government
how is
for
this
the
government
people.
going to be formed? Maybe SG. How is the government going to be formed? Like which procedure?
I told you, we do not have to follow the constitution, because the people in the government today, and I'll tell you this: the people in the government today don't even recognize this constitution. They only accept to follow it when it suits them. So we are saying this, just like 207, we didn't follow the constitution when we put Baba as the prime minister of Kenya. Yeah, we had the prime minister, we had 2 deputy prime ministers, and we had a vice president.
Yes.
It was a cocktail of leadership. Nobody envisaged that. The constitution did not say that Kibaki should go, and now we have, I mean, it happened. So what we are saying is, we know that the political class is threatened by the Gen Zs. They want things to continue the way they have been bulldozing us. But we are saying this, enough is enough. I think it is the high time we have a new look of a political class, people who are selfless, and they can take this country to the next level. Baba is just trying to cool. And I'll tell you, the Gen Zs don't listen to Baba. Baba has outlived his usefulness. He was good in the 90s and in the 2000s, but now there is a new world order of the Gen Zs who wants accountability, not porojo and vitendawili. We are past that, and we need a new look government that is constituted from the counties, that is a caretaker government that will now lead us to the next election.
I get you. Hata tukikaribisha Kimanzi, also I'm saying that Raila has been on a street fighter since 1982. He knows both dialogue and violence. If you want either of it, try him. Now he's trying to tell us that the least we expected was Ruto to go, but as it stands, it seems Ruto is not going sooner than 2032. So Kimanzi, karibu sana. I don't know what you take of the political happenings, what is happening in the country. I remember yesterday there was an ODM parliamentary group meeting. After that, we also had a joint one for the Azimio. And when Kalonzo Musyoka was just going to read the statement by the Azimio, some goons just stormed the meeting, and that is how everything ended like that. So far, I saw Edwin Sifuna, the Secretary General of ODM, feeling sorry for the happening, what happened in his absence. We also saw Raila Odinga and such kind of people feeling sorry for what happened yesterday. But as it stands, the country feels that there could be handshake between William Ruto and Raila Odinga, and sources have it that already they've signed some memorandum of agreement, and it's likely that we are going to have maybe different faces in the new cabinet that is going to be announced. And people argue that this might not be something that started today. It's something that was done before, and they've just taken advantage of the situation currently and the demonstrations, maybe to help William Ruto to send away the cabinet. Of course, people feel that no, William Ruto maybe all along wanted to send away this cabinet so that he can come up with another one, the one he keeps on talking of, the one that is unifying the country. I don't know what he means. So what is your take on that, Kimanzi?
Yeah, thank you so much. We have been seeing what is happening, and what I can say is that Raila Odinga, you know, there is time that everything goes the way you just want. So it is that time we accept that Raila Odinga has joined the government. Raila has just said, okay, let's do this, let's have dialogue. But now you can see there's a difference between Raila Odinga, Eugene Wamarwa, that is Martha Karua, and those other Azimio leaders, because they are not agreeing with what Raila is doing, joining the Uda government, and of course, you know, they are the greatest opposition in the country. So I've been watching what is happening in the country, and what I can say is that Raila has really betrayed the Gen Z who really believed in him. and also the opposition, also the leaders who are behind him. You know, Raila is the godfather, of course, for many young politicians in the country, the likes of Edwin Sifuna, the likes of Babu Wino, the likes of, you know, everyone else in Western region. Of course, he adores Raila Odinga. Again, I have seen what today was happening in the Senate. I have seen Ledamo Lekina speaking with a lot of pain, and also I've seen some of the leaders speaking with a lot of pain because they really don't believe what Raila did. So they are hurt. This is something that people never expected, that Raila can join the UDA government, and you see a lot of Kenyans are rejecting this government. So I believe Raila has really made a very big mistake by joining this kind of government, because everyone is rejecting the government. But again, a person who people believed, people believed Raila is the president of the people, but now he has just joined the government that is trying to make everything go worse for the common Mwananchi. And the aim is to make sure the cost of living for the common Mwananchi is not that pressing. So what I can say is that Raila, maybe you saw yesterday there was a conference that was happening in Apple, and it was it was dismissed by those goods. I don't know what happened, but what I can tell is that there is some differences between the Azimio leaders, and this one is all caused by acceptance of this dialogue by the government. So I think there is a problem, and this problem is affecting the Azimio leader coalition. So those guys, those people from Azimio, they should come together and solve, because if we don't have opposition in the country, then we are done. Kenya is done. The government will just do whatever it wants. But we have the Gen Z revolution that is coming, that is making sure that the government should do whatever it promised. So my view is that the government has already absorbed Raila. So they are trying to reorganize themselves, the other leaders of Azimio, so that they can see what next. So a lot of things are going to happen, because if Raila joins the dialogue, so what next? That is the question. Thank you.
So much. I think that's the question that people are asking, that if Raila joins maybe the government, what next? Because it's evident. And when Raila said that he's now going to vie for the AU chair, it was evident that he was now leaving the scene, he was now leaving the politics. And people thought that, okay, people like Kalonzo will now take that space and continue with the Raila's politics. So the question is, what next? So do you think, why should Kalonzo and the other members of Azimio also follow Raila? Because Raila might be joining government because he wants to go to AU, and going to AU means he doesn't have to be opposing the government. Yet as the AU chair, he needs to be advocating for stability in this government. So Kalonzo, who is not going to AU, who is not needing any support of the government, should he be joining Raila, or he should remain and take the position of Raila? Do you think that one is going to happen, or we are going to see Kalonzo crying and complaining? Because somebody would think that the person who will be happy when Raila joins government or decides to work with William Ruto for the sake of AU or whatever, the person who will be happy was Kalonzo, because he will now officially inherit Raila and take Raila's position. And they come 2027, there will be no war that who is going to be running mate, who is going to be president. Why would people think that Kalonzo should be like complaining right now or feeling bad? Yet he should be celebrating, because now the line has been left for him. The space has been left for him. Raila has decided finally to permanently leave the space, or officially leave the space.
I think Kalonzo and Mother Karua, Eugene Wamalwa, they are ready. They can take over. It's not compulsory that Raila should always lead the Azimio. So it is that time Kalonzo takes over. I've also seen what Senator Mutula Kalonzo Jr. said. So Azimio is still there, even if Raila joined. Azimio has been having very strong leaders who are following Azimio. So I think Kalonzo and Mother Karua, Eugene Wamalwa, it is now the high time they take off, because they can still stand on their own. Not all the time they depend on Raila Odinga. So I think from my point of view, Kalonzo and Mother Karua, they should take up Azimio. Yeah. Let's prepare for 2027.
I get you. So do you think he will manage to fit in that space, or bado
Yeah, he's
hajatosha
qualified.
boga?
He's qualified.
He's qualified. I get you.
Yeah.
And again, you know, when Raila joins Azimio, in that case, maybe, when Raila joins the side of the government, remember at some point, Rigathi Gachagua told us that he will ensure that Raila doesn't get an opportunity to join hands with Ruto. Ruto also promised Kenyans that not even a single day will he have handshake with Raila, and it is over. So who is smarter now? Osam is also telling us that he thinks Azimio without Raila has got no future. Boniface. Ruto told us, okay, listen to this. Just want to listen to this. I think Ruto also predicted this.
Vile ndugu yangu former prime minister amesema ananijua sana, na ni kweli. Nasema ananijua, nitapiga kelele alafu nitatuliza. Na mimi pia namjua sana na nimemsoma sana, ndio nilimshinda akiwa na Uhuru. Namjua sana, na kwa sababu mimi namjua sana, najua ataendesha hii mambo yake pia hii yote mpaka na maandamano, lakini mimi najua itaizia wapi. I know that. Si namna hiyo.
That was William Ruto. Could it be that he foresaw this?
I tend to agree with him. You know, Raila is one of the leaders who is trusted by a lot of Kenyans. Most of people trust Raila. So if I see him joining this Azimio government, I can still tell how a lot of Kenyans are hurt by this decision. But again, you know, you always tend to agree with the person that you are dealing with, because Raila Odinga dealing with William Ruto. Ruto is very brilliant, you know, and he always gives a permission for everything. So he will give you a permission to rule, but he's trying to control you in a certain way. So he has given Raila a lot of time, but now at the end of the day, he has just accommodated him. Raila has just been absorbed by William Ruto, because Ruto is very bright. So what I can say is that Ruto knew that one day he will just inbox Raila, and Raila will be in the Uda government. You can see what he was saying there. So my opinion is that Raila joined. So we agree, we accept. As your followers should just accept this, because Ruto saw this. You know, he is a prophet. He believes in God. You know, he knew that one day I will just be next to Raila Odinga, and the country will have zero opposition. But I believe Kalonzo, Karua, you know, those loyal Sifuna, loyal Azimio followers, they can form still the opposition. So they should just do ending that Raila used to do. I will not agree with Awasam who is saying without Azimio, without Raila, Azimio has no future. He has a lot of future. We have a lot of young leaders who are very energetic and can still lead this opposition and press the government. We just look forward for 2027. Yeah, because time is just running fast. Time is ahead of us. We are still just not organized, and we have few years for preparation. So we should be ready for 2027, because Kenyans will be ready to see. Kenyans will be ready to have a leader who is going to change this nation. When shall we have a first? For example, when shall we have a leader who is going to change this country? Because we have been a total mess since the 1970, since 1963. Even the Mzee was there, Jomo Kenyatta. Now we have Ruto. out of all 5 presidents, who has done something that Kenya can remember? Only Kibaki. I was not there during Moi era, but still I have read history. I can see what happened here 19. I read history what happened in the year 1980 up to 1992. A lot of events happened there. So we need someone who can. So who is going to lead this as? Because Huda, people believed in Huda. Huda has just failed terribly. Now who is next? Are we going to choose Gladys Wanga to be the president of Kenya? Maybe a woman can try. Maybe a woman can be so good to this country. That is my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me welcome Ochuka. I can see Ochuka is there. Ochuka, karibu sana. I don't know what is your take in what is happening. I've seen today there have been issues over since what happened yesterday. You saw Kalonzo's speech was disrupted when he was about to read the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition statement. And there is a feeling, of course, that but I don't think it's a secret that there is some working relationship between Raila and William Ruto. And you saw people like Martha Karua, Jeremiah Kioni, Eugene Wamalo, and Kalonzo Musyoka are not happy with that. It's like they don't want to embrace it. And the issue of the demonstrations that have been taking place, I don't know what is your take on that. And people today were out like calling Raila as a betrayer. Specifically, if you listen to the bloggers and maybe the opinion shapers from the central part of the country, they are really bitter about what happened. And today, I think in social media, what was trending was Raila Amollo Odinga.
Thank you so much. I just want to say hi to you guys. Muko poa? Kwanza nataka kusema Raila Amollo Odinga is not a betrayer because Raila Amollo Odinga amepigania nchi. Raila Amollo Odinga doesn't think mambo na tumbo yake, pesa yake, jina yake. Raila Amollo Odinga is somebody who ukiona amechukua msimamo, be it good, be it bad, it tells you that amefanya utafiti, amefanya uchunguzi, ameconsult. Yeye mwenyewe pia ako na moyo. Yeye pia si mtu kijana, yeye ni mtu mzee. Anaangalia jirani, the next door, the future, na anajiangalia mahali yuko. Nikiongezea nikisema, wacha watu wakasirike. Raila Amollo Odinga si rais. Raila Amollo Odinga yuko government. Raila Amollo Odinga was a presidential candidate. Alilose, alichukua vizuri, alijaribu kuamsha Wanakenya, hawakusikia. Hii maandamano naona inafanyika. Mimi na support Gen Z because mimi pia ni mtu yangu. Na mimi napenda venye Gen Z wameweka nchi at least imekuwa si nchi ya banana republic. But saizi mahali hii maandamano inaenda, hii maandamano inaingia central, haiendi kwa the other. Actually tulikuja kugundua sisi watu wa Kisumu, Homa Bay, Kisii, Mombasa, Wakamba, hivyo Ukambani, tunafanya demonstration, hatukujua what is happening. Now tumejua game ya watu. Their game is this, na their aim is this one. They want to demonstrate to ban this country, to make sure that William Ruto ameondoka kwa hiyo kiti, waweke Gachagua. Kuna kipengee kwa constitution yenye inasema Ruto once ame step down, aendi na kila mtu. Atawacha speaker, atawacha MCA, atawacha MP, atawacha Senate, women rep na magavana. Ni Ruto ndiye ataenda. Na Ruto pia si mtu mjinga, adissolve inchi yenye hata haina IBC. So tusiwe watu ambaye tunaangalia hii vita si yetu. Hii ni vita ya watu wa Central. Tangu lini wewe umeona Nyandarua, Nanyuki, Karatina, Kitengela, Wayakiwe, Githurai 44, 45 wamegoma? Tangu lini? They always say
even it was when Uhuru Kenyatta was a president, when things were really getting
let me tell you
doesn't have tribe and things. Yes.
Just wait. Hii maandamano si yetu. Hii maandamano iko na watu nyuma yake, na wenye wako nyuma yao tunawajua, tunawaona wamevaa mangozi ya kondoo, wanajifanya wataki Ruto na kumbe wao ndo wanataka wajikukue hapo. Ruto hata nimekuja kumwangalia vizuri sana. Mimi sijaipenda Ruto. I didn't vote for Ruto. Nimekuwa anti Ruto hii time yote. Mimi sijaipenda Ruto. Lakini eri mtu tunajua kwa hiyo position hata kama anadanganya than wale watu watujui. Boss, serikali huwezi chukua na mlango ya nyuma. Serikali huwezi chukua na dirisha. Serikali kuja wananchi wakuchukue. Whatever Charles Sir Jonjo did to Moi cannot happen now. History do repeat itself. Hatutakubali history repeat itself. Kama ni kuweka Gachagua hapo na mtu kutoka mahali, Ruto area kaya hapo mara 100. Hata Ruto 5 tena fresh. Because let me tell you one thing. Baba aliuza baba care. Akauza free education. Akauza sijui women sijui with what. Akauza sijui disability. Aliuza agenda yake yote. Baba aliweka agenda yake yote. People left all that. Wakaendea hasela, mama mboga, boda boda. They thought boda boda atakuwa anafanya delivery state house. They thought mama mboga atakuwa anakata mboga inaenda state house. Let us speak the truth. They left all. Now, Baba amefeel. Baba is moving forward. Let me just think. Baba is moving forward. Baba naona nchi saizi imekuwa nchi ambayo inakuwa banana republic. Hakuna vile tutakuwa na maandamano all the time. Na maduka zinaingiliwa, mavitu zinachomwa. What happened in Kitengela? That Ruby's petrol station ime lose over 38 to 30 million. Tusidanganyane pale. Watu walibeba paka unga ngano ya pizza ile imekandwa. They carried everything. Watu wa bodaboda walikuwa wanajimwagia mafuta kwa petrol station ambayo si yao. Let us be honest. Where we are heading is not right. And that is where Baba naona. Mimi sijaipenda Ruto, lakini when it comes to inchi pia saa zingine lazima iundwe na kuna watu lazima wasilapiwe vizuri. Mount Kenya walitupa Ruto wakasema ni mcha Mungu, si ushawi, ni maobi. Tunatumia maobi. We cannot allow watu wa Mount Kenya tena wachukue inchi warudishe kwa choo. Baba amesema vizuri sana, ana support. Whatever Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua and the rest are doing, it is not right. It is time tuache kuwa selfish. Tuweke inchi mbele. Tuunde inchi kwanza, we blame ourselves later. We only have 3 years. Ruto amalize serikali yake. If hizi 3 years kama tujakuwa very careful, even right now venye tunaongea mimi na wewe sisi watatu hapa na wanatusikiza, tukiendelea venye na hii maandamano hatutakuwa na hii uhuru. Tukiendelea hivi hata hatutakuwa na inchi. Watoto wetu hawataenda shule. Wale wako na ugonjwa wa diabetes hawatapata dawa. Wale wako na ugonjwa za pressure hawatapata dawa. Cabbage itakuwa 1000. Chakula itakuwa ngumu kupata. Tutaanza kujichinja sisi wenyewe tujikule. Let us be honest. Whatever Baba is doing, wewe piga tu kelele sema Baba ni ame to betray. Boss, all of us can only pay. Saizi nchi kichomeka, sisi wote tutalipa hizi marent zetu. 1 year, 6 months, 8 months. Kuna mwenye ako tu na rent ya 2 months. Kuna mwenye hata hana hata moja. So let us be very careful. Whatever we do, whatever we say outside here, tuangalie mbele. Tuko na watoto na tuko na familia. Vita ikitokea hapa nchini, itatumiza sisi na watoto wetu na kila mtu. Tuwe very honest and very careful. However much we don't like Ruto, tusiweke tu ati ni handshake. Baba doesn't need handshake. Ruto doesn't need that shake from Baba. Whatever we are fighting for, it is for the right na inchi iendelee mbele. Hii mambo ati sijui ati Raila akichukua. Raila hakuzaliwa na Kalonzo na Martha Karua na kina Kioni. Alizaliwa yeye mwenyewe. And it's high time I make decision yeye mwenyewe.
I get you. And there's a question people are asking. Raila have been calling for demonstration in most of these elections. And whenever he calls for demonstration, people have always said that, demonstrations are bad. It leads to destruction of property, of course. It leads to loss of life. And at some point, they used to say, Raila awache kutumia damu ya Wajaluo na wale ambao wa ODM wafuasi wake ili kujinufaisha mwenyewe. But now, like right now, the demonstrations have been called, but not by Raila, by the people who maybe were abusing Raila and the people who used to follow the demonstrations. And Raila is coming in and saying, no, you guys, we don't need to go on the streets. We don't need to send our sons and daughters on the streets to go and maybe get tear gas and something like that. We can give some dialogue and opportunity so that we sort out these issues without going to the street. Because that is what majorly people have been telling Raila, that look, you don't need to go on the street. People can see it. Why do you have to take people on the streets to be killed by police and such kind of things? Then Raila maybe have gotten that feeling that, okay, streets are not good. Now he's telling people, no, we don't need to go on the street. But the same people are now telling you that, you see, Raila, you are a betrayer. You see, you are a coward. You see, now you want dialogue with us. You don't want dialogue. But when Raila calls for demonstrations, it is evil. So does it mean that Raila's demonstrations are unconstitutional and all sort of things, but other people now get holy demonstrations and safe demonstrations and such kind of things, Achuka?
Let me tell you one thing, eh?
Yeah.
Mimi si mtu mkabila. Na mimi sipendi ukabila na sijawahi penda ukabila. Actually, I have kids and I want my kids to get married to somebody. My kids speak English and Kiswahili. They don't even know Luo. Na wakijua Kijaluo pia shukuru. Lakini I want them out there to get a person, to get married with a person, my son or my daughter, mtu mwenye pia anajua Kiswahili na English. They waendelee na maisha yao, they look for money, waendelee hivyo. If they can whatever, unajua the problem yenye, na mimi nataka kusema venye iko, mimi sitaki kuficha problem yenye iko hapa. Kikuyu people are tribal. They said hapa nyuma ati maandamano ni ya Wajaluo ndio wanatupa mawe, Wajaluo wana demonstrate, wanaharibu biashara. Right now demonstration inafanyika country mzima. Why can't they say whatever they used to say? Hawa vijana wanaharibu mali, hawa vijana ni wabaya. Wamenyamaza kwa sababu wanataka kusukuma Ruto aondoke, wachukue serikali. Number 2, ukiangalia hii ya majenzi, watu wadosi kutoka Mount Kenya wamejificha kwa hao majenzi. Na ni venye tu Ruto ajui, I don't know kama anajua. Raila Odinga is always right, atabaki kuwa right. Raila akikanyaga mahali hata kama kuna giza, kuna mwangaza. Na Raila Odinga is the only person who can slap you na umpe the other side atakuslap na you won't do anything. They are thinking that we are joking. They are thinking man Raila Odinga kanyaga ni mchezo. Wajaribu watapiga kelele wiki mzima. Baba si mjinga. We might look like fools, tuseme sisi ni mang'ombe huwa tunamfuata, ni sawa. But hatuwezi kubali inchi ipelekwe mahali pabaya. Hata saizi tukipewa 5 slots kutoka ODM ingie cabinet. Imeingia na ni sisi tumeingia huko. Let me tell you one thing. It takes only one person to change the country. It takes only 2 people to make sure that changes za maisha inaweza fanyika. Unaelewa? Hii mambo yao wacha watapiga kelele na bado. Hatuwezi kubali inchi irudi kwa venye wanataka inchi irudi. Na hatutawahi kubali. Inchi ni yetu sisi wote. Na William Ruto ni mtu ambaye amefanya makosa. William Ruto amechange. Amesikia maneno, amesikia kilio ya vijana. William Ruto akasema ako tayari kufanya kazi na vijana. Hakuna siku rais mahali amekiloa chini akakuja kwa wananchi, alikuwa case. William Ruto ameacha kusign. Let me tell you one thing. Acha nikwambie leo. Hiki tulianza reject. Hiki tulianza reject the finance bill. Hii kwanza Ruto ilianza reject the finance bill.
Yeah.
Ruto alireject the finance.
Did exactly the way they said.
Yeah, just wait. Ilianza Ruto reject the finance bill. Ruto akareject, akusign. Ikaanza Ruto change the cabinet, reshuffle. Actually, baadaye ikakuja ikachange, fukuza cabinet yote iende nyumbani. Ruto akafukuza cabinet nyumbani. IG resign, fire IG aliresign mwenyewe. Saa hizi imetoka from reject the finance bill to Ruto must go. who is pushing this Ruto must go? That is the most important question we are supposed to ask ourselves. Ilianza reject finance bill, imetoka kwa reject, imekuja kwa Ruto must go. We want to know how many people are this Ruto must go behind hapa nyuma. One of them ni deputy president, tycoons kutoka Mount Kenya, business people. Hata hapa PS tunataka ikuwe reshuffled. Hatutaki ofisi ikuwe kwa kabila moja, kwa mwenye anafagia mpaka mwenye anaunda roof. They know we want to change this country. That's why wanafanya manyuanda mingi, so that we don't clinch na kuclean whatever tunataka. Baba ameingia hapo. Now they know baba ni mchapakazi. They know baba huwa anakuwa na team. They know when you meet baba, things do happen. Now they are scared. Why is it that people from Mount Kenya ndo wako scared kuliko the rest of the people? Why is it wao ndo nataka kuka iende kwa mtaro ati Gen Z? Why is it that hata wenye wanatoka saizi wana demonstrate, they are not saying hao vijana wanaharibu biashara, wanafanya vibaya. Wewe mwana Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, niambie biashara ile imeharibiwa. Nowadays people in Kisumu we demonstrate paka kwa presidential lodge, state house, ile lodge ya serikali. We don't even destroy anything. Tunafika pale, polisi anakuwa friendly, wanatuhug, wanatupa maziwa na maji, tunaruka tunarudi nyumbani. Why is it nowadays hawasemi ati Kisumu kuna maneno yanafanyika? It means serikali huwa inatumia watu kutupa mawe, alafu watu waseme laws are bad. Why is it now laws are not bad? Why is it now that other countries, Nyandarua, Nanyuki, Baringo, other places imekuwa worse kuliko wenye huu wanafanya maandamano? Tunajua game yao na tuko game yenyu.
I get you. On the comment section, I can see Awesome is saying Ochuka and Elde is speaking. Gypsy Kone is asking if we are being tasked for putting on the name tags. Of course, we are not being taxed. Put it there. Finance bill was rejected. Anything Raila does, he puts common sense. First, he's not an hyena like other politicians. Eli Omondi Odhiambo, you're enjoying some good beer at your local village. Eli, karibu nyumbani, karibu Kenya. I'm sending you the till number. You know the brand. So, Kimazi, before I bring you, let me bring the world has issues. Gaddafi, karibu. What is your take on what is happening? Raila amesha ondoka. Is this on the end of Azimio? It seems Kalonzo, Karua, Jeremiah Kioni, and Wamalwa are trying to say they are not part of this. They are not bodying. Okay? What is it that Raila has seen that is making him say that, no, we don't need to continue demonstrating? Yet, he's the one who's been calling for demonstration all along. Ameokoka ama nini?
Umesema mengi, watu umesema mingi. Nasalia watu wote wako kwa panel hapa. Nimewamisi sana wazee wa nguvu hapa.
Nimechukua
mzalendo naona hapo na Uchuka mwenyewe jina mzito kabisa.
Thank you.
Kitu hiko Raila ODM ukitoka Azimio wawache wao wengine, kwa sababu nimesikia news nyingine, sio kana ukweli, sio kumepitia hiyo news kuna news nimesikia sio Ruto amepea Azimio kiti cabinet 7, sio kana ukweli ni uongo. So
ODM, but the cabinet to be restructured. What we know is that we want to be competent people. So whether Azimio ama wana support nani,
kwa sababu hiyo ndio nasikia umekosana, kwa sababu nasikia hiyo ndio umekosana juu ya hiyo kugawa. Nasikia ODM wamepewa 7, ODM watakikana chukue 4.
Dunia wacha nikusaidia kidogo.
The majority, not Kenya doesn't have even an elected leader. So you are having a circle. And in this circle there are 10 buses. Mtu akona basi 7, mwingine akona basi 2, mwingine basi 1, mwingine hana basi. Mnataka kuchagua chairman wa circle. Mtachagua mwenye hana basi akue chairman wa circle? Seriously?
Let me tell you something before I go. Let me tell you something, Hapa tuko na team. Tuko na team Gachagua, Kalonzo, Koning.
Okay.
Tuko na team Ruto Raila, looking for the future. Na hapa tuko na team wenye wana pesa na wenye walikuwa kwa former government na saa hizi hata hao ministers wamejishika kupiga Ruto. Tuko na team 3, Ruto anapigwa na team 2. Timu ya Gachagua na Kalonzo na the rest, na timu ya wenye pesa na wenye wataki inchi songe. So mkuwe very careful.
You get you? Dunia, endelea.
Haya. So sijui kama hiyo news ni ukweli au uongo, acha niwachie hapo. Alafu kitu kingine, ama agency people, unajua mimi nimekuwa kwa platform yao sana kwa TikTok hapa. Sijui kama nyinyi pia mmekaa nao kwa platform yoyote. Ikweni kwa Twitter,
tuko nao. Sisi ndio tuko wengi kwa hizo platforms, usidanganywe. The millennials are the majority. Even look at the streets and look at the faces of people. Even the ones who call themselves Gen Z like Boniface Mwangi, they're the millennials are the ones who are majority. Though when you are with them, you pick the name. Yes.
Yeah. Sijui kama nyinyi mmenotice kitu kwa hao agency kitu. Mimi nimenotice kitu kwa hapa. Hawa wataki kusikiza mtu. Wanataka hao ndio wasikizwe. Sijui kama nyinyi mmenotice hiyo kitu. Wataki opinion ya watu wengine, wanataka tu opinion yao ndio ikue mbele. Hawa wako tu na one way. Ni yao.
Na wanataka ifanywe na itimizwe. Ifanywe na itimizwe. Na hata itimizwe hawatosheki. They keep on demanding. They keep on demanding.
Yes. Kama huko their way, wewe huko nao. Kama huko their way, wewe ni msaliti. Kama huko their way, wewe uko this and this. Halafu kitu kingine jamani nimeona. Ndio maana mimi nawalitanga less kwa sababu wako planless, leaderless, tribeless, kila kitu yao ni less, hakuna kitu iko full. Why I say this? Any comment Raila Odinga make inakuwa the topic of the day kwao. Inakuwa the topic of the year kwao. Na this Raila Odinga si leader yao, si kiongozi yao, si mambo yao. So sijui kwa nini wanafuatilia tana statement Raila Odinga. Niliwaambia watu kwa platform zingine, unajua agency people walikuwa wanategemea Raila na government pia Ruto pia alikuwa anategemea Raila. So Ruto akawawahi mbele. Sasa wako na hasira ile kuwaiwa mbele. So kila kitu Raila anasema inakuanga tu wana comment negative. Na watu wengine wakiongea kama kina Gachagua, akina nani wachukuli heavy kama bila ya Raila inachukuliwa heavy. I don't know why. Kitu gani inaendelea? Alafu blanda walifanya. Wale ambao wanasikiza wakati wameweka platform yao wanasikiza kwa Twitter huko, wale ambao wanasikiza. So unasikiza mtu kama Mguna. Unasikiza mtu kama Jimmy Wanjigi. Alafu ukisasikiza alafu unakuja sasa unapiga ma statement Raila. So unataka kufuata. Kwa sababu gani? You need booster, unataka watu akusupport au unataka watu akue na nyinyi. Hii mambo ya kusema Raila anasaliti Ruto, mambo ya Raila anasaliti Kalonzo, anasaliti timu yake. Mtu wangu, kitu mimi iko hapo naona, unajua siasa ni mtu kubenefit, unaangalia benefit yako before ufike kwa watu wengine. When Raila Odinga need wanajiita Gen Z people. So walivotia Ruto. Unajua vijana ni jina tu imekuja mpya lakini ni wale tu walivotia Ruto. Sio ndio walikuwa natuimbia wimbo zingine hapa atupangwangi. Wale walikuwa naimba tupangwangi.
Turnout yao kwa last election ilikuwa 15%. Turnout ya watu adult ilikuwa 35%. Turnout yao ilikuwa 15%. They used to say, mimi si, I don't care about Raila and the rest. I don't care about politics. Why are they caring about politics right now? Where were they?
Yeah. Na kitu kingine pia, mimi pia always nawaambianga kila siku. Kila kitu ambao iko na hai iko na kiongozi. Hata madudu, nawaambianga hata dudu iko na kiongozi, hata ndege iko na kiongozi, hata wanyama iko na kiongozi. Hii group ya binadamu ambao wako na akili yao timamu na wanasema wamesoma, wanatuambia hawana kiongozi, ni tribeless na leaderless. Kuna kitu hapa. Alafu basi wanasema tuendelee na maandamano. Walikuwa na maandamano ya finance bill. Haya, Ruto amewachana nayo. Cabinet zimeenda. Sasa hiyo ukiulizwa swali, kwa nini unaenda maandamano? Utasema unaandamana juu nini? Hatupe jibu. Haya, wanasema government mzima iende home. wakaulizwa swali kwa Citizen, ilikuwa ni Citizen Mo ni NTV, wakaulizwa swali, government mzima ikienda home, so what next? Nini itafanyika? Na bila Kenya tuko na kabila hivi, si tutanyoroshana mtu wangu hata kuliko Libya? Sasa government imeenda, Ruto amesign, ameenda, Gachagua wote ameenda, kila mtu ameenda, si tutanyoroshana hapa Kenya bila tuko na kabila hii ya kiongozi? So Gen Z people, kujeni na plan, hata waandamane December to December, kitu muhimu bado watu wakaa chini wataongea. Najipange nyinyi pia, ukuja na watu wenyu uongee. Ndio kama hiyo keki na share, nyinyi pia useme, nyinyi pia ushare, kwa sababu watu wenyu pia wamekufa, vijana wamekufa, so watakufa tu bure. Hata wewe mwenyewe ukikosana bibi yako sasa, ndugu yangu, tuongee ukweli, wewe mwenyewe umekosana bibi yako, umekosana ndugu yako, umekosana familia yako, kitu ya kwanza inafanywa na nini? Tini dialogue. Watu wakae chini waongee, hata kama hautaelewana, lakini watu nakaa chini wanafanya nini? Wanaongea, ndio tupate solution. Nyinyi utaki dialogue, unataka maandamano. Kivipi? Nchi itaendelea? Unajua hii maandamano pia pale imesafika, hata sisi pia tuko ground tumeanza kuchoka nayo. Wale ambao bado wanapenda hii maandamano ni wale ambao wako kwa TikTok, wako kwa Instagram, wako kwa FB, ambao wako Kenya, wako kwa nchi ya nje, kazi yao ni kuchat tu kwa social media. Hao ndio bado maandamano ni tamu kwao. Lakini sasa wale ambao kwa ground kama sisi, hii maandamano imeanza tukubo. Kwa sababu hatutakuwa tunafanya maandamano na kuna solution. Siona Good Life 45 Good Life 47 leo wamesema wacha nimalize.
Saizi wameunda group, wakapea group mashati na mafimbo na marungu ati wanalinda biashara. Alafu the same people wanalipa biashara wanasema tuna support maandamano lakini tunalinda biashara yetu. Police today kuanzia leo maandamano kila town, hao watu wote pia wapelekwe, wapigwe tiaga sawa, wenye wako na mafimbo. Huwezi kuwa na fimbo una support maandamano, una protect business, wote wapigwe tiaga waende.
Tunakuja kwa hiyo mambo ya demonstration na how it is handled. Hata dunia shikilia tu hapo kidogo tu. Wacha tumkaribishe Clinton naye pia aweze kupeana opening remarks, alafu uweze kuendelea na conversation. So Clinton, karibu sana Africa. I hope you are good. So na wewe pia uweze kutupatia maoni yako, like how do you take it? The politics is changing. It seems Azimio inaisha. So what will happen next?
Azo, unasikika kweli?
Unasikika.
Okay, asante. Bwana Leo, asante kwa kunipa fursa hii. Nami pia niweze kuchangia yale matukio ambayo ninayaona katika nchi yetu tukufu la Kenya. Mimi niko na shida moja tu na wana Gen Z, kwa sababu walikuwa very genuine group walipokuwa wakianzisha maandamano yao.
Okay.
Lakini after rais kusalimu amri na kuwafukuza wale mawaziri, kutupilia mbali finance bill, wakachukulia advantage eti huyu jamaa hatuwezi kuwa na yeye side moja. Akishafanya venye tunataka, sasa ni yeye tunataka aende nyumbani. So it means hawakuwa wanafanya maandamano kwa ajili ya hizo ama kwa ajili ya hayo matakwa ambayo walikuwa wakiambia rais. Lengo lao kuu lilikuwa ni kwamba rais atoke mamlakani na aende nyumbani. Lakini Kenya kuna sheria, tukitaka kumpeleka rais nyumbani tunajua ni nini na nini tunatakiwa kufanya. So my main problem with this Kikuyu Gen Zs ni kwamba ni watu ambao hawana utulivu. Rais huchaguliwa kwa miaka 5, awamu ya kwanza, ikiwezekana kwa miaka 10 ukijumuisha na awamu ya pili. So if they can't manage, wavumilie kwa hii miaka 2, washaanza kumsumbua rais, mara atoke aende nyumbani afanye nini na nini, na wanataka mtu wao ndiye aingie pale. Nitakupa mfano. Kwa hii siku walivamia parliament, alafu Gachagua pia alikuwa huko Mombasa, sijui alikuwa State House ama hiyo Deputy President Residence ya Coast. Alafu rais anaongea, anajitokelezea na madharau, anaongea after rais ameongea. That was indiscipline of the highest order. Na mimi naomba tukishatengeza hii serikali ya muungano, jamaa tumuimpeach aende nyumbani, kwa sababu they were trying to create a scenario whereby wavamie parliament, waende wavamie state house, ikiwezekana rais atokelezee, maybe apigwe risasi akufe, ndio wa take over.
Na
So these were
wachome nchi.
people that were out. Na wachome nchi. These were people that were out to make sure that they terrorize William Ruto and they get back to power within 20 months of William Ruto's rule. So mimi ni Mjaluo. Na Wajaluo hatupigiangi watu kura kwa sababu our candidate is ever there. But on this, we stand with Ruto 100%. Walimwambia miaka 10. Washampea 5, wanataka wachukue zile zingine 3, afanye 2. So sisi wengine pia tunasema tutamsaidia afikishe 5 za kwanza, na ikiwezekana wamnyime zile 5, lakini sisi tumpe hizo 5 pia amalizie. But Kikuyu's getting back to state house using the back door is unacceptable. History yao ya Gen Z tushajua, kwa sababu William Ruto pia amecheza chini. Kama ni finance bill hamtaki, nimeacha. Kama ni mawaziri, nimewatoa. Sasa bado mnataka nini? Hata kupigwa hawajapigwa. So ndio maana wanaona rais hana mamlaka. Hata sisi wengine tutamuuliza William, mbona hao watu wachafue Nairobi? Kwani wewe ni president aina gani? Hauna mamlaka bana. Washughulikiwe hata siku moja on a Tuesday. Hii human rights wapige kelele, waseme kila kitu. Lakini tunataka kuona rais aki-act kama rais. Hata kwa siku moja tu on a Tuesday. How can, alafu wakipewa microphone in the city, unasikia tu mimi ni nani Waithera, Ruto must go. Mimi ni sijui Kamau, Ruto must go. Washughulikiwe bwana. Kwani Ruto hana sword? Anadharauliwa hadi na sijui kina nini. Finally, my party leader Baba amesema ni dialogue. Alafu wale wengine bado wanamvuta nyuma. I'm happy with the step we took yesterday ya kuambia kwamba mkutano imekwisha, kila mtu aende nyumbani. Nasikia tumepewa slot 7, Baba amechukua 4, wamepewa 3, wajisort. Na bado wanapiga kelele. Na kitu ambacho kimenifurahisha ama kimenishangaza, kina Peter Munya wametokelezea wapi? Kwa sababu kwa hii meeting ya leo walikuwa.
No, but Peter Munya, I don't know, we'll get back to that. People like Peter Munya, Mwangi Wairia, they will hide.
Charity Ngilu, wametokelezea bana na slots ni 3.
Immediate elections, they went into hiding. Wakati kulikuja NADCO, we saw them coming in. Yes. Tena baadaye NADCO ikapotea kwa parliament, imekanyagiwa. These guys went hiding. And again, now when they were hearing, kuna hii Ruto must go, they're now coming in the scene. Today I even saw Ngilu. Okay, we'll get back to that. Wacha tumkaribishe Themba pia naweza kusema kitu.
Kiasi tunamalizia kwa dakika 1. Ngilu kwanza amesikia ni slots 3, akatokelezea. Sasa Kalonzo ajui afanye nini. Juu hata na yeye anataka slot kama ni 1, wale wengine na kina Peter Munya pia washavaa koti. Analala na koti na viatu juu Ruto anaweza itisha press anytime. So mimi nilikuwa napendelea hata Baba achukue hizo 7 zote kwa sababu he deserves them. Ni yeye, watu wamemdharau, wakamfanyia kila kitu, lakini mwisho the president needs to act decisively. Wakikuyu waambiwe election ni baada ya miaka 5, waache hii ushenzi wanafanyia rais na order irudi Kenya, sana sana Nairobi. Nairobi si yao. Alafu waache kufanyia rais madharau, eti Ruto must go. Go where? They have to wait for the next election. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Themba, unaweza chukua mic.
Leo nipatie dakika kama 10 hivi.
Okay, amna shida, wacha basi kama unachukua dakika 5, wacha niende kwa Cornell alafu ndio tuende round hivyo. Cornell, you can proceed.
Mimi nataka kusupport Okoth. Na wacha nikwambie, rais, hakuna venye tutaenda vita. Unaninyang'anya na kunyang'anya. Na wacha. Umeinua flag huko, nimeinua flag huko. Lakini wewe anytime nimeinua flag ya white, nyinyi muinui flag ya white. Anytime nimewacha kutupa bomb, nyinyi mwache kutupa bomb. Anytime nimeacha kupiga hospitali shule, nyinyi mwache kupiga hospitali na shule. Hatutakubali hiyo upuuzi. Gen Z lazima wajue inchi wameigeuza, inchi imekuwa sawa, hakuna corruption, hakuna ukabila. Asanteni sana. Lakini hii kuendelea yenye wanaendelea nayo kupokpok na kuchimba pork ni kama wanataka kuidunga mafuta yake itoke na bado haijachinjwa, haijafika kwa sufuria. Hatutakubali. Hakuna venye polisi kuanzia leo watakuwa wanapiga wananchi, alafu wale watu ambao wako na mafimbo na mapanga na manguo wanawachwa Kenya mzima tu wanalinda biashara. I wish polisi walete lori washike pia watuambie ni nini wanajua nye sisi hatujui. Hauwezi enda kwa demonstration inchi ambayo inachomeka, inchi ambayo watu wanagoma, lakini nyinyi mmevaa uniform green, brown, pink na mko na fimbo na panga na mnachukua oath at you guys are ready to die for you to protect your own properties. Watu kuna kitu wanajua yenye if police anataka ku arrest anybody leo, ashike wale watu ambao wanalinda biashara zao. Ni nini wanajua? Because watu hakuna venye utalinda biashara ukijua tunakuja. Ulijua aje tunakuja? Ulijua aje ni leo? Umefunga kwa nini? There is something this watu wa biashara wanajua yenye watu wa Kenya wengine wajui. They used nyakati ya maandamano ya Raila Amollo Odinga biashara zilikuwa zinafunguliwa. Kweli ama rongo? Kenya mzima tuongee ukweli. Tuongee ukweli. Walikuwa wanafunga biashara na tukipita hivi ni kuimba tu na wanarudisha mageti chini, tukipita wakimaliza wanafungua. Lakini saa hii wanafunga biashara mpaka hata wewe mwenyewe unaingiza baridi town. Yawa. Watu wanajua nini yenye sisi hatujui. Nataka police IG waanze na wana biashara Kenya mzima. Wachunguzwe, washikwe, wawekwe ndani, watuambie ni nini wanajua na hizo fimbo na uniform. Kwa sababu mimi kama Cornell saizi nikishona uniform na nitembea na fimbo nitaitwa criminal. Nitapelekwa mbio hata kuliko hata drug dealer hii Kenya. Nikishika tu wanaume 10 ati tunatembea town tukilinda sijui ni nini wanajaribu kutuambia. Hakuna venye mtakuwa wanabiashara, mnaunda timu yenu kikundi ati mnachunga biashara. Hiyo ni wizi na ujinga mtupu. Hakuna kama ni maandamano town ibaki clean. Na kama ni maandamano watu waandamane venye tunaona, lakini wanabiashara tujiulize ni nini wanajua nye sisi hatujui. Number 2, ukiona venye polisi ambayo watu wameua, wengi wao, let me tell you the truth, it is in nature. Luos wanapenda ukweli na uhaki. Nataka uniambie wale wako city mortuary, tangu hii maandamano yanze, nataka unipe orodha ya majina. You will see Luos we are leading bado kwa kukufa. We want the best for this country, but these people hawaoni. Unapata Mashari anaenda maandamano, Mashari ama katikati ama ako kando, akiona tu pua Mashari amepotea. Lakini we Luos and the other tribes, Luya and what, tunakaa kifua mbele, tunakufia this country, tunafaitia hii country. Tukisha kufa tukiuliwa, wanasema you have killed. Nataka leo mtafute orodha ya watu wameuliwa tangu hii maandamano yaanze, hata wale wametupwa pale pipeline. Nipe orodha uniambie how many people wana lead kwa kukufa. Na hatuongei na tumenyamaza. Alafu leo mtu anakuja kutuchokoza ati baba is always right. Baba will do anything he wants. Baba will go anywhere. Baba will meet everybody, hata kiwete watasalimiana na yeye.
I get you. Shikilia hapo. Niliona Kenyan maandamano ni kama akona shida ya connection kidogo, but I know Namwona pale Brother Benson, karibu sana. Greetings to Clinton and Themba. Brother Ben, of course ni siku mingi hata wewe uonekani. Gypsy Corner
Leo,
is
can I
also
add
there.
one thing on Cornell's submission?
All right, okay.
Okay, on the issue of Raila Odinga joining hands with William Ruto, that one I also support 100%. Kwa sababu Kikuyus were banking on Raila to join the so-called useless revolution at some point, maybe later this month or early next month. Ndio sasa waone ukweli Ruto must go. But Raila is in a very hard place. The guy is fighting to be the AU chairman, the leading peacemaker in Africa. And then here you come and tell him, help us remove this person. We ukienda AU, sisi tubaki hapa chini tushachukua uongozi. So baba akisema, let us help William Ruto out of this nonsense. And then Ruto akasema, kama umenisaidia kwa hii, mi pia nakupigia shukrani kwa kukupea a certain portion of my government. Where is the problem? Baba akiwasaidia wachukue uongozi watoe Ruto, wangetupea nini? So baba ashikilie pale pale, apeki na Kalonzo mpaka kesho saa 7. Wasipoamua hizo 3 slots pia baba achukue. Kwani Munya anaenda kukaa kwa kabineti ya nani na hakuwa anaonekana? Charity Ngilu ametokelezea wapi? They either take the 3 or leave it all for ODM. But Baba should not apologize for any person for joining hands with William Ruto. Watu wa Mount Kenya bwana si watu wa kuaminiwa bwana. That we made him president, we can remove him. You can't. But what I'm saying, kitu ambacho kinanikasirisha sana na William ni lack of action. Since last year kwa maandamano, saizi anafanyiwa ujinga, nao walevi pia ametulia. But I want to see actions bana. Kenyatta alituua Kisumu, sijui alirushiwa tu mayai, akaua kila kitu hadi kuku. Si mtoto wake alikuja akaongoza hapo. Sasa Wakikuyu waende State House, waende Parliament wafanye ujinga, eti wasipigwe risasi hata moja. Bana hapana bana. Tuesday wadanganywa hata watembee kidogo waende State House, kidogo tu. They have to be taught a lesson. Otherwise watasumbua mpaka after 2027 the next president pia watasumbua. William Ruto should settle them and put them in their own place once and for all. And then Kenya moves on. Thank you.
Kitu pia nataka kusema bila hao wamesema vizuri sana. Ukiangalia maandamano ya last year, nyinyi ulikuwa kwa maandamano ya last year, si ni kweli?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, uliona vile polisi alikuwa hard kwetu. Kwa hiyo maandamano. Hii maandamano ya jinsi polisi imekuwa soft bwana. Polisi imekuwa soft, wanakaa kama traffic police. Wamekuwa soft. Hapa siona watu kitolewa kwa manyumba. Hapa siona watu kitolewa kwa manyumba kuchapwa. Hapa siona watu kitolewa kwa nyumba kuuliwa. Polisi imekuwa soft sana. Kwa ile maandamano yetu yalikuwa hard. Sijui kwa sababu gani. Kwa sababu mkubwa ya polisi ilikuwa ni yao, mdogo ya polisi ilikuwa ni yao, na polisi pia ni wengi ni yao. Wao ni kwa sababu gani? Atuelewe hapa. Hapa pia tunamwambia. Kwani polisi imekuwa soft?
Kila siku body 10 kila siku 10.
Na alafu wanasema Ruto ni mkabila, na Uhuru alikuwa na Chief Justice Mount Kenya, Speaker National Assembly Mount Kenya, Chief of Police Mount Kenya, Speaker Senate Mount Kenya, Kangata wa Barua hiyo position yake Senate Mount Kenya, Majority Leader Amos Kimunya Mount Kenya. Gasia bana taka Ruto ashughulike bana toe sword. Ruto anamaliza zake 5 zenye alipewa na Mount Kenya, ndio Wajaluo tunamweka kwa uongozi, ile deni yake ya 207. Hatutaki mchezo.
Mmefika hapo?
hata mtu wa Pokot pia anataka kutest government. Mtu wa Baringo pia anataka kutest government. Mtu wa si ati tu watu wawili. hata hawana haya, wakitaka kupigania bado kuingia, na wamekaa 30 years. Hawa watu wanakaa saizi how many years? 30 years. Hawana aibu. Kwani kabila wengine, hakuna mtu kutoka Vihiga, hakuna mtu kutoka hapa Gusii, hakuna mtu kutoka mahali pengine. They still want wao ndio waongozi. Ai bwana, wacheni bwana. Hii nchi ni ya kila mtu. Hatuwezi itwa 52 ama 55 million for nothing, just in numbers, but in action, position, job wise, richness, we only count 2 people. But when Kenya, how many numbers mko wangapi? Tuko 55 million in numbers. Don't count us in numbers, count us in every slots zenye ziko Kenya, every positions zenye ziko Kenya.
Yes.
Tuweke mahali.
Alafu Cornell pia huwa wanatishia watu eti tuko na 8 million votes, sijui tuko na 9 million votes. Ikifika referendum wanaongeza numbers zao, zinakuwa crazy na hawana hizo numbers. Ruto kaba hajamaliza 2027, watu wahesabiwe upya bana, tujue hii 8 million votes iko wapi, na hii one man one vote eti wako wengi pia iko wapi.
I just beg to read this.
These people should be counted again, bwana. We need fairness in Kenya. These people should be recounted. They have to be recounted.
Na Raila aende PS na parastatals as clean vizuri. That Raila can do. Na ngoja 1 week is enough. Tupate reshuffle mzuri za kwa chini.
I just beg to read this as maybe we proceed. This is by Opio, Levin Opio, who says, when Kibaki, Raila, Ngilu, Wamalwa formed NAC, they signed an MOU which was to create the position of a prime minister to be occupied by Raila. So during the campaign, Kibaki got injured and could not even stay on the campaign trail. So Dr. Gikonyo, that is Kibaki's doctor, in an interview said the process of airlifting Kibaki to London made him have a great respect for Raila. He narrated how Raila mobilized some young men who lifted Kibaki onto the plane. Nevertheless, with Kibaki away, Raila stepped in tirelessly, rallying his colleagues to campaign for NAC. He always used the analogy that the injury of a captain doesn't affect the team. After all, he understood the terrain of opposition politics much better than most of his colleagues who had just come from Kanu, where they had spent most of their political lives. They literally new to the opposition politics. So NAC went on to win the elections with a huge majority, but it didn't take long before the mafias turned against Raila. The then State House Comptroller Matere Kerere proudly narrated in his book how they immediately stopped Raila from accessing State House because they believed he was a bad man who could confuse Kibaki into honoring the MOU. These mafias believed that implementing the MOU could threaten their new grip of power. David Musila narrates how Raila, then serving as a cabinet minister, was turned away at State House gate alongside other LDP members when they tried to see Kibaki. Raila took to his own stride, accepted his isolation, but opposition politics that led to the formation of ODM. He defeated the mafias, but they stole his victory openly without shame. But still, Raila compromised for the stability of the country, which was already in flames. So my point is, Raila has seen it all, from helping the thankless to carrying along joyriders who later turned back to betray him. Even civil rights activists who should be operating away from politicians are now accusing him of betrayal because they wanted to ride on his back to cause anarchy while pocketing the dollars. Raila is an old man who knows what is bad and good for the country. I'm not even half his age, so why would I question his wisdom? Kenya is a democratic country. If you don't agree with another person's political stand, you are free to pursue another political path. Guys, so people are just giving their views on what is happening. So what do you take of that?
With me, I support that 100%.
Okay.
Because Baba has a lot of wisdom and Raila consults also a lot.
Okay.
He has advisors everywhere. So I think that is the best decision so far for the country. Wajua, tunafaa kuona examples. Kitu kama Sudan, Libya, those are countries in Africa that doesn't have peace. Na kitambo they were really enjoying the peace. So haijaandikwa popote kwamba Mkikuyu lazima awe rais ndio kuwe na peace. Other tribes will. And we trust in William Ruto that akimaliza haitarudi pale. Itakuwa inatembea kwa Wakenya wengine. So we trust the process. Venye umesema Raila ingie kwa parastatals pia. Ruto ampe tu nafasi aseme. Hata hiyo AU sasa waachane nayo. Wanyoroshe Kenya ikifika 2027 pia tuende kwa uchaguzi pamoja. Turudi tena tunyoroshe Kenya bana. We want to have better lives in Kenya. And this one, the former ODM Pentagon. I miss the late John Nyaga though. Wanaweza hii kazi. Mwenye ataki akae kando. Nasikia governor Wenyeri akisema we respect his opinion, Ruto's opinion, but sisi tunataka slots zetu 8. Aendeshe kaunti yake, afukuze other tribes zenye ameandika, aandike wa Kikuyu. Aachane na William Ruto kabisa. Huyo walimchagua lakini sasa ni yetu. We have to defend him like one of us. Kwanza ni Nailot, bana tuchoki bana. Asipo act tunampea pressure a act. Ndio watu wa feel. Bana, leo those
Themba?
people are tribalists.
Yes.
Uhuru akitoka
Themba,
alisema hataki tribe ingine, anataka tribe ingine ndio ichukue. Lakini Kibaki alikuwa akitoka, alijua Kibaki ni Mkisii, yeye akaingia. Tribalists wa kujifanya. Wakwende.
Wacha tumsikize Themba. Black anasema wacha akule njugu pole pole. Black, good evening.
Leo, unajua, for me, I've been vindicated. I was here 3 days ago.
3 days ago, I remember. And actually, we spoke on that that day. Obviously, it's just coming to be true.
You see, what I said, I gave this indication. I was trying to tell some people here that eventually there will be talks. Eventually there will be talks. And the problem with this narrative that the Gen Z, the so-called Gen Zs, they keep saying that we don't need a leader, we just need a uniting idea. And then when you ask them, okay, fine, you have a uniting idea, which is this uniting idea? Oh, we need governance, we need accountability. Does it happen in a vacuum? Because if you keep always getting out there and making noise and you say we need accountability, is it happening in a vacuum? It happens because you have leaders. So who are these leaders that Leo, assuming you are in the house and I say I'm constantly making noise at you and I tell you I want accountability. You are not clear of what you want. You need
to even in that accountability, I need to explain it. Maybe it is just a matter of misunderstanding. I need to tell you that, you see, this is what happened, this is how it happened, and like that. So through that, you'll be able to get the accountability, but you can't get an accountability in a chaotic environment.
Exactly. I mean, it ought not to happen in a vacuum. And secondly, if you guys cannot agree on even a leader, you cannot agree on a leader. You're saying we are leaderless. You cannot agree on a leader. Then how can you convince anyone that you can actually lead? Is it therefore meaning you want Kenya to be leaderless because that's what you guys want? Do you want Kenya to go the way of now, we meet like in a market and anybody can talk what they want? That's point number 2. Point number 3, are these so-called Gen Zs assuming that they are the only ones who are in Kenya? You could be moving from one dictatorship, you move to another dictatorship. If you say, I want it my way, what is the other explanation of dictatorship?
You want it your way, you don't want to listen to other people's, Yeah,
I mean, that's dictatorship already. And as they say, you cannot solve a problem with the same kind of mentality that created it. So if your argument is that you are not being listened to, then you ought to listen so that we can see the difference. If you're coming in and saying that we don't have to hear anything, you guys have to go, all these people have to go. Kenya is bigger than the so-called Gen Zs. Kenya has all the way from 1-year-old to 100-plus-year-olds. And all those people need to be listened to. I mean, it didn't happen that all of a sudden it is this era that we have young people. There has always been young people in the life of the country. And there will always be another younger generation that is going to come. So accommodation, yes, the idea about accountability, the idea about corruption, fighting corruption, the idea about fighting nepotism, those are great ideas that can be actually bought by across generations. Those ideas that other people have fought for them. Raila has fought for those ideas: governance, accountability, lack of corruption. I mean, look at the many things that have happened across the time. There was a period where, when we had the young tax, they fought for multipartyism. That was governance they were fighting for, and accountability. Many years later, they fought for other things that came in, So all these ideas, it's not like they have fallen from heaven. All of a sudden, we have great ideas that have just shown up. They say the more things change, the more they remain the same. Nothing is new under the sun. The only thing that is different is the people who are fighting for those things. So imagining that just because they have come in, now the world needs to stop. Kenya needs to stop. Everybody else should close shop and go home because the so-called Gen-Zs have arrived. No, Kenya is for everybody. Kenya is for the old, the young, and the infants. Kenya is for everybody that is in Kenya. And therefore, if they do have a need to push for what they stand for, then they need to make it accommodated across the population. They need to convince the population that these are the ways we want to. You don't force people to vote your way. I heard that in some places they're saying, come 2027, we will go and we tie all the old people at a certain place, and you are the ones who are going to vote. That is unconstitutional. Constitutionally, people should have the free will to make a choice that they want. That means what? If come 2027, everybody, the young, the old, they will go and make a choice of whom they want to vote for. And they should have that freedom to express their choice, not being coerced by either the young person or whatever person, because that is what you're trying to fight for right now, accountability and governance. If they had a leader, they would have thought on a strategy. That is what I'm trying to say. They would have thought, okay, fine, let us first of all mobilize from grassroots mobilization. Have all the young people. Yes.
If I can add something, kuna kitu ambao pia wanashtua nayo watu ati wao ndio wanajua kuvuta pia bangi, pombe, they are rude, they are careless, they are fearless. Let me tell you one thing, hata sisi tumetoka huko, hata kama tujui hizo sijui godha, tutajua hizo godha. Mahali tumetoka pia sisi tumetoka mahali. If you guys think that Gen Zs wanaweza kuja waongee lugha yao ya Kisheng ati so that tuogope, tuingize maji, I'm very sorry. Wamefikiria vibaya. We are just walianza vizuri, lakini saa hii I'm very sorry for them. Wasidhani hao ndio wako na kila kitu. They will give birth and they will get ati wameogopa marriage. Wacha waogope marriage, but things will catch up with them.
Thank you for that addition. And again, what we are saying is they need to make the community there. I want to give Leo, I like comparative cases. When Obama was looking forward to being a president at some point, Obama first started with the grassroots mobilization. And if you read his story of the rise up to the time he became the president, he started way back, mobilizing, community mobilization, helping out in the social community, targeted population and people that he knew would bring out his political strength. Then he became a senator. And then, of course, there was a speech that he made when he introduced, I think, John Kerry by that time. And, he landed. And after that time, of course, now people started noticing who he was. If these people really were keen on even changing the way of leadership, he's not waking up and telling the president will not go because you have called him at X space and then we have woken up and you have said we are changing the country, the revolution. Nah, that doesn't happen. The thing is, you need to start changing the system slowly. Mobilize young people whichever way you want in the grassroots. Let them vote. Occupy the county assemblies by having many of the young people voted into those spaces. Then you occupy parliament by having most of the young people voted into parliament. Then it is only then you can also have a voice and say, okay, fine, now that you have amassed enough capital, human capital, now we can at least front our president and we can have our person going up there. But you see, this idea, I think even some of the older generation are misguiding them. You know, we come up and we say, oh, you know, those people are leaderless, they are tribeless, and they don't care. And you think that is something to celebrate. I do have a Gen Z in my house, but constantly you go to guide the energy. If you don't guide the energy, you just sit. Leo, assuming you're in the house and you have a Gen Z, then she comes to your house and she tells you, you know, I'm leaderless and today I want to sleep in your bedroom. Will you leave? Let them
to sleep? I'm your parent. I'm your first leader. That's the question we've been asking. There's no way, there's nobody who can claim to be leaderless. Leaderless simply means you don't subject to any authority, and even religiously, we can't claim to be leaderless. We need to have to subject ourselves to specific rules and maybe certain levels of authority.
And if you are leaderless, and if you are leaderless the way they are saying they are leaderless, wangejipeleka shule, hawangelipiwa fee, wangejipeleka shule. Na kama yeye ni fearless, sijui leaderless, sijui akiana ngoa, pia angejizalisha yeye mwenyewe. Alizaliwa na mtu. They must have respect. We don't care mali wametoka, watoke kwa shimo la tewa, watoke sijui kwa shimo gani, lazima wawe na heshima.
Bwana Leo.
So Leo, yes. Ngoja Clinton, ngoja wewe umeongea.
Aya.
So Leo, what I'm trying to say is this. Yes. We don't need to celebrate the idea that they are leaderless, they are tribeless, they are fearless. You can be all that, all right? You can be all that, but you need guide. You need to be guided. You need to be guided with that kind of, okay, assuming now you give a leaderless group to lead a country, are they going still to remain leaderless? You know? That's the kind of, you are not convincing the bigger population that this is the philosophy we believe in. These are the things you want to do. If you cannot agree on such a small thing like who is going to carry forward, you know, ants, the wanyama, wanna agree to follow one of them. And even birds, if you see them flying, they don't necessarily talk, but you see them following a certain kind of you know, one of them that gives them direction. Even animals, you know. So this thing of leaderless, and then some of the adults are celebrating that and clapping for them. Yet with those Gen Zs in your house, if they come and tell you that from today, move out of this house because we are tribeless and leaderless, will you move out of your house and say that, you know, because now they are Gen Zs, now we have to give them room? You have to guide. The earlier generation guides the next generation. You make the next generation avoid the previous mistake you did by giving them a guide. You know, if you guide them, they're likely to, yes, direct their energy. We need to tell them, yes, the president can go, can resign, but it requires parliament. So have you considered that? Have you considered that if he goes, there'll be the deputy will take over? You don't just come, we don't care. You go even if we ban the country. You know, that's the countries are banned. You have the benefit of age. You have seen other countries that have banned, that have gone through turmoil. You have seen how people have lost their lives. They may not have the benefit of having seen that. But do you want them to see that and experience it? Is that something that now we want to celebrate? I don't think so. So as I land, Leo, for me, I'm very much like, it's like things are happening the way I had actually predicted. It's a prediction I had made. First of all, I said this Gen Z stuff without leaderless, fearless, it's going nowhere. It's gonna just end in the X space. I, however, fault the president, Ruto, for agreeing to go to that X space. First of all, he shouldn't have gone there. There's a team that had been appointed to handle some of those things. He should be the last line of defense. He should have all those people, first of all, to take care of those things before exposing himself. So for me, that is not, was not what I agree with.
who is pushing and funding this boy who mwenye anavaa suti mzuri, ana nywele mingi na amechapa kati ingine refu? Who is sponsoring that guy?
Hold on there, Cornell.
Anaonekana
wewe umevaa koti mzuri.
Dakika moja, Cornel. I can see we having Richie Makiadi here. I'll also give him an opportunity to give his view. Gypsy Connor is saying, I thought Leo is a Gen Z. Gypsy, I'm a millennial, so I don't know what you mean. Kenya Revolutionary, karibu sana. I've shared the link there. You can join and also make your views understood. Of course, Kenya Revolutionary is our Migona. I had Migona also advising people that he addresses himself, he introduces himself as the general of all the revolutions. So the general is just giving instructions from Toronto. So Richie, Karibu, I don't know what is happening in the country.
A revolution is not a revolution until it's success. So otherwise, it's just Nyambuliko wa punda. So revolutions are not.
Maybe Richie can give us his view and maybe what is the future of the Gen Z movement, because it seemed what happened yesterday, or if our prediction is true that there is a handshake or a working MOU between President William Ruto and Raila Odinga, then it means it's also going to affect the current movement, because the Gen Z movement, as a matter of fact, was also fueled by the opposition leaders. You will see people like Babu Wino, people like Sifuna. So such kind of words would also fuel and give them courage, specifically when we saw the members of Azimio voting against the finance bill 2024. So this was a motivation, and they knew that these people are having their back. But now it seems that things are changing. Richie?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Salama sana. Thank you, Leo, for this opportunity. Wacha niwasalimie wote. Themba, good to see you here.
Good to see you, bro. Tunaenda tukifuatana polepole tu.
Long time no here. Naona pia kuna nani hapa, Ochuka.
Jambo, siku mingi.
Kama nimepotea. Yangu itakuwa machache. Hata nimeona Kenyaria amekuja, so nilikuwa narusha comments huko kwa comment section. I think nimewasikiza sana hapa, na kuna vitu nilikuwa na furahia sana kama ninaweza changia. Jambo langu la kwanza ni kusema namna hii. Themba, nimesikia ukisema hapa mambo ya leaders. Leaders, Gen Z hawana leaders, they should come up with leaders and all that. I think if you've been following what the Gen Zs have been doing for a long time now, or for the short time that they have been protesting, they have had a list of demands. Now, these demands are the demands they forwarded to the current government. From my understanding is the Gen Zs have an agenda, and they have laid their agenda on the table. They have put it in writing, they have forwarded their agenda to the government. If you go through the list of the demands that Gen Zs made to the president, so far, and we are counting, almost 3 out of the initial 8 have been fulfilled, including dropping the finance bill, firing the ministers, and others. So I think, and this is my opinion, I think even without a leader, we must agree that the Gen Zs have been able to do what they have done so far successfully. We always try to say here that they need a leader so that the government can sit down with a leader, and all these things that they have achieved so far, they have achieved without the so-called leaders. And we know what we learn from history in our country. We can tell from history how leaders of certain movements have been able to be compromised by the government of the day. So I do not know why the idea of leadership is so important, if at all the demands they made to the government are being fulfilled so far. That's number one. Number two, you want people to discuss with Ruto. Sit down, discuss with Ruto. Of course, he is the president right now. Now, Ruto is a leader who is overseeing the murder of our kids, our brothers, our sisters.
Richie, Leo, can you pause your thing so that we listen to Richie? Kuna echo inakuja kama hujaweka mute your mic.
Yeah, so, okay, thanks, Brother Themba. So, Ruto is a murderer. Simple. There's no glossing about that. Ruto has overseen the murder of, so far, I think the numbers are even higher than we are being told right now. The government of the day has not taken responsibility. Ruto has not come out to condemn the murder of the youth on the streets of Nairobi and other parts of the country. He has not taken, called out the police for shooting people in broad daylight in front of cameras, innocent protesters. And now you want us to sit down and have a discussion with Ruto. From where I sit, I believe the first thing Ruto should be doing right now is prepare to go to Hague. Kama kunawezekana, anytime, this guy should be prosecuted as soon as possible. We should not even think about discussing where we want to take our country with somebody who does not care about the lives of other people's children. He does not care about accountability of the police force. So this government, Leo, and I insist, we should not even be talking about sitting down with William Ruto in the first place. Number three, the fact of the matter is that we would not have been having this discussion we are having right now about where our country is going if it was not for the Gen Zs. That one we should agree. Let us give Gen Z the benefit of doubt, because they have made us as a country come to the realization that we can hold the political class accountable without our political affiliation, without our tribes, and I insist, without our tribal cocoons, because every politics that have been played in Kenya for the past over 60 years has been about politics of tribes and tribal affiliations. The Gen Zs have made their impact work without leaning to political affiliations and without leaning to tribal affiliations. So, Themba, when you say here that when Ruto leaves, the DP will take over, I don't know where you're reading that. Probably the Constitution says that in the event that the president is not able to act in his capacity as president, the DP will. But we are talking about dissolving his government. We are talking about Ruto firing his government. When I say government, I mean including his deputy president. Then we can discuss where we want to take our country from past Ruto. Past Ruto firing Deputy Rigathi Gachagua and the other guy who is occupying an illegal office in the name of Musalia Mudavadi. We are not talking about...
Does the Constitution allow the president to fire the
Let me ask you, yes. He is dissolving his government. Nani Ochuka, Mali nilisoma is not your business. You can counter my argument with your argument. Usiniulize Mali nilisoma. So that's not your business. Let me say this, Leo. The Constitution says in case the president is not able to act in his official capacity as president, then the deputy president will take over. Now, when the president dissolves his government, the deputy president is still part of that government. And what we are saying is he should dissolve his government, including the deputy president going home. Wote waende nyumbani. And then we can discuss, hold on, Themba. Ngoja, I'll give you an opportunity. And then we can discuss about the future of a country minus this political party called UDA. That is what we are saying. And finally, because I know you have whatever to counter, I want to say this. You guys are so happy that Raila Odinga is going to discuss with William Ruto about the future Sijumnaita coalition government. Let me say this. We are going to have a situation like we had when Uhuru Kenyatta had a handshake with Raila Odinga, whereby the opposition and the government of the day were in bed together. So if we talk about accountability and changing the direction of our country, this thing that you are calling handshake will be the worst thing ever our country will experience. Thank you.
Makiadi, my question was only one.
I'll give you time to respond.
Leo, just one question. Yes. One question to Makiadi. I won't respond to Makiadi. I mean, it's a discussion we'll keep having. Makiadi, which part of the constitution indicates that Ruto can dissolve and fire Rigathi?
I will ask you another question. As I answer your question, hold on. As I answer your question, I'll ask you. Let me ask you, Themba. Do you know something called martial law? And do you know when martial law comes into effect?
Yes, of course, Makiadi, you are from the military. You know the martial law. Now, listen, Makiadi. What I'm trying to ask you, when if the military is gonna take over, then the constitution as it is will be suspended. But if the constitution has not been suspended yet, it is still in effect, then you need to take us to the constitution where it says, I know in Article 146, is it 146, Leo, that talks about president resigning? And there's the idea that
it talks about circumstances under which the office of the president can be vacant, of which one of it is a natural cause like death, president resigning.
Part 2 is resigning. No, stick on the resigning.
And there's an article that revolutionaries talk of this parliament, and the deputy president is not part of parliament. Okay, maybe you can just proceed. We'll get clarification on that.
So on the resigning part, the first one is death, the second one is the resigning. So if Ruto is to go, then he has to resign by writing to parliament. Now, Ruto resigning and going, he does not go with Rigathi. That is one thing that probably these people need to get clear. Ruto cannot fire Rigathi. It was corrected in Constitution 2010. He cannot fire Rigathi. He cannot do anything to Rigathi. That's why Ruto remained. That's why Ruto remained. Ruto remained with Uhuru up to the end, when Uhuru could not do anything. So I think yes, we are agitated, but we need also to, when you say, okay, fine, Ruto to fire himself and to fire, which part of the constitution is that, Makiadi? I know you are a very factual person. You always argue from a point of fact. So can you give us the constitution part that says that? And is it a possibility?
Okay, good. Let me ask you, Themba, and I think we should have a clear direction on this. So when the president decides that the country is ungovernable and cedes power to the military through resignation, where does Rigathi Gachagua stand?
Now, Makiadi, the president does not cede the power to the military.
Man.
There's nowhere in the constitution the president cedes power to the military. The president resigns by writing to parliament, to the speaker of parliament.
Yes, he resigns by writing to parliament, not the military.
There's a circumstance in them, but there's a circumstance whereby the president will do so by resigning, right? Yes. So I'm giving you an extraordinary circumstance whereby the riots on the streets have made the country ungovernable. That is my point. Now, when the president sees that the country now has turned chaotic and there's no way that we can live in civility, we cannot apply the rule of law, the president decides now, let me cede the leadership of the country to the military.
No,
that is my argument.
That's why you're getting it wrong. The president does not cede to the military. Normally what happens when the military takes over, remember, president, he's the commander-in-chief of the military. So when the president decides that, okay, fine, the military will realize that, okay, fine, according to what is happening, this country is ungovernable. So what the military does, it suspends the constitution. It suspends.
Let me correct you.
But the military is suspending the constitution after the president has left office. That is what we are talking about here.
Themba.
Kama unatoka kwa military, hamtapata power.
Just a minute. Kenyatta revolutionary I saw on the comment section Let us get to hear from him. Then we can, as we try to get a clear maybe interpretation of that. So, Kenya Revolutionary,
thank you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I can tell you are a legal expert. So, able to tuonyeshe hii sheria yako ulisomea.
Okay. Listen, Leo. Listen, can you hear me? Am I audible?
You are audible, but just move next to your microphone so that you be better.
Okay. Article 261, 62, 63. If you read it, it explains.
It talks about the parliament, dissolving parliament.
Yes, listen to me. Please listen to me.
Okay.
If the parliament fails to pass a law, like they have failed, like the gender rule, whatever, in the specific time that they're supposed to pass it, you can petition in the High Court, and if it has been ascertained that they did not pass it on time, Koome can will advise the president Ruto to dissolve parliament.
And remember, Maraga also did that one, advice to Uhuru Kenyatta to dissolve the parliament.
Please listen. You know what? I'd like we have a decent discussion.
Right.
When I finish, then
proceed.
Okay, I'm saying Koome will advise, that's the word that's been used there, you can read it, the president to dissolve the parliament. When the parliament is dissolved, that means everyone goes home, including Ruto, Gachagua, and his whole cabinet, and we have fresh elections, okay? That is the which can happen. In fact, there's a petition that has been filed right now. I don't know who filed it, but I read it last week. That's the same thing that happened under Maraga. He asked Uhuru to file it, and Uhuru did not want to dissolve the parliament, and he did not want to do it because he wasn't popular. He knew he would not come back if people went to elections. So what I'm trying to say is this notion, yes, I agree the president cannot fire his deputy president, but if he dissolves the parliament, that means his administration will have to cease to he'll cease to be the president, which means him as the executive with Gachagua and the whole executive branch, they have to stop being, they'll not hold their power anymore, and everyone goes back to fresh elections. And that is what the Gen Zs was saying. And lastly, back to this whole idea, and I agree with Richie, it's silly to say that they need a leader. The Constitution is their leader. They're saying the president has lost legitimacy, but there's some things that he needs to fix, which is to respect the Constitution. You don't need a leader. Look at the leader that you had on ODM. He's prostituting himself. He did that the same thing with Kenyatta. He did the same thing with this president. He did the same thing with...
Revolutionary, can you just help our viewers and the panelists to understand what a leader is or what is leadership? Like here right now, we are here, 7 of us. Okay?
Can you say that one more time? I didn't hear you.
Can you just help the panelists and the viewers understand what is leadership or who is a leader? Like here, we are 7 of us. Can we say that we're having some sort of leadership or some sort of guidance?
I don't see any leader here. You are the moderator, but you're not leading anything. You're just
so
moderating the conversation.
So give us a simple definition of a leader and maybe some duties that the leader does. We do see some notices being written. Tomorrow there will be demonstration. Do everybody write them and just share them randomly, or do they get it at a certain point? There's some point of command. You are told if you are arrested, you have to report to this number. Doesn't that one maybe equate to leadership?
No. A leadership in this context is representatives. The people we voted. Now, if you're talking about the Gen Zs, these are people who organize
all leaders voted.
Listen. They have not chosen or voted anyone to represent them, one person to represent them. They organize themselves. They post things how they want to, they want to meet, where they want to protest, but they don't have someone who represents them as their leader.
At home,
that's what I meant.
People have their parents. Like me, when I go home, my dad is not there, but my uncles are leaders there. Do I elect them?
Leo, you're being silly.
Yeah.
Leo.
You're being silly. Listen, this organization, these are people who share the same idea. They have the idea is, we know this country is not working, and this is what we want to put forth through the internet and and our phones to meet up to protest against this president. You do
How
not
are
need
the
one
meetings in X space coordinated? Don't we normally have somebody who is coordinating the meetings in X spaces? Are those ones not leaders?
Leo,
Can I help?
I'll finish.
Okay, please, Black, we can allow you. Help us understand this one.
I'm finishing. If I host
finish.
people to meet in my channel to talk about how we can meet on Sunday and remove Ruto, that doesn't mean I'm the leader of the organization. I just provided a platform for you to come and express yourself, views, how we can do things. That doesn't mean that I'm the leader of the organization, or you're not the leader.
You chaired the meeting, so a chairperson is a leader.
You are moderating.
Okay,
you're providing the platform. You're not a leader. Please.
Okay. Leo, maybe one thing that I wish to point out. Number one, it is not true, as Kenya Revolutionary has said, that if Parliament goes home, Ruto goes home. That is not true. The executive and Parliament, it's just like if you say that if Parliament goes home, then all the other arms of the executive go. So even the judiciary goes home. It doesn't work like that.
Wape tu example kidogo tu governor na MCA. Wape tu hiyo kwanza.
Yeah, so I think it is not true. That is misinterpretation of the.
Read it again.
Hold on, revolutionary. If Parliament is sent home, the executive doesn't go home. That is not true. Secondly, I think also what is coming out, because Leo, you have seen constantly, there's this guy Ochuka has talked about, I think his Kasmuel has been going to different radio stations. They're not bringing 100 of them, so there's one person talking. So this leaderless thing is just a decoy. It's not true that they do not have a leader. They also have several leaders, because when they were called to X-Space, they say, you need to come to what we are the ones who have organized. Then one of them, apparently, I hear as they were organizing that, they are saying that he was compromised and he started a different one. So they went to roast him on how he moved away from what they had agreed. So they have some case of a leader that can be traced. And that is what is happening. They have been isolated. Some of them have come out and they're being, traced to be put as leaders. So this idea of leaderless, or you just need an idea, it is very romantic. It's romanticization of politics, which is good. And some people are buying it. But at the end of the day, if you don't have a structure, if you don't have where you go, these people here, they are the same ones who teach their children. You must have a goal. You must have a way. You must know how you're going to go. They are being asked, okay, fine. What is your end game? They can't answer. What is the end game? Okay, we just want good governance. How do you have good governance in a vacuum? We want Ruto to go where and when and how. Even Makiadi, when you're asking them, okay, you guys just want Ruto to go. How, when, and who takes after that?
We can tell you.
Then last time, Revolutionary came and said, we can meet somewhere in Kamkunji and we agree who is going to lead. If you cannot even agree right now on who can be a leader.
Let me help them.
Give me 2 seconds.
Let me tell you one thing. Revolution.
Give me 2 seconds to deconstruct this Themba guy. Can I go for 1 minute? I just need 1 minute.
Okay, revolutionary.
Okay. Can you stop? Mute
Constitution yetu ya Kenya. Just wait kidogo. Constitution yetu ya Kenya si kama kuuza matunda. I don't like the fact.
Is it my end or is because Themba na katika?
Kidogo tu. I don't like the.
Okay, one person to mute. Cornell, 1 minute. Then Kenya Revolutionary has got, I think, some response to Themba. Then I'll bring in Black. Okay, Cornell, 1 minute. Kenya Revolutionary, you can maybe before you forget what you wanted to tell Themba, then I'll give Cornell 1 minute. Then we go to Black.
Okay, thank you. You know, the last time I was explaining to Themba and there was some other guy, the concept of the people being the sovereign in Kenya. And I'm sorry, I know Kizungu ilikuja na meli, he doesn't get that concept. I was explaining this.
Wacha zako revolutionary bana. Wewe ongea your point yako. Sasa mbona niambia kizungu ilikuja na meli? Just, you know, a point is a point. You can shout it, you can speak it slowly, but speak the point. It's not about kizungu. You can say no point and say it so many times and say it too loud, but it's still no point. Just go to the point that you're trying to say.
I'm going. If you listen,
that's the problem.
The last time I was speaking, this is exactly what he was saying. Okay.
Leo unaharibu hii debate. If you cannot make us mute our mics, mtu mmoja aongee amalize, because kuna feedback na tuelewi.
We give Kenya Revolutionary his time, then after that if you want to respond, you will respond later. So Kenya Revolutionary, can you proceed?
Thank you. This is what they were doing last time, so I left. In the article 1, 2, hapo subsection 2, soma hapo. The people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. And this is what I was saying. The people have lost faith in all arms of government, the executive, the parliament, and the judiciary, right? No one can look at me with a straight face and say they have confidence in the parliament or the executive or the judiciary. So this is what I was saying. Themba and his friend, they were saying that you have to follow the constitution. That it is, if you want to remove Ruto, it is written how you have to do. You have to impeach him or whatever. And I was saying this: if the people, the process involves the very arms of government that we have, which have already been compromised by Ruto, then we, the people, the sovereign people that we have, and please go look at the word sovereign. We withdraw the power that we gave them to represent us, to exercise our name, the power that they gave them. And we can decide and say, we are going to choose our interim government that will move us to the next election so we can choose new representative. Currently, we can't do that because the first step of that is to show Ruto that you cannot govern because we are the people who the power is vested in us. It is our authority that we gave you to sit in that office. You are working for us. So we are protesting to show the world that he's illegitimately holding that office because we don't have confidence in him. That's why we went to the parliament, and that's why we want to go to the state house and even judiciary if we have to. So I was saying this: we can choose if we feel that we don't, this judiciary cannot, parliament cannot have a vote of no confidence to remove Ruto. We are going to ask him nicely, dissolve the parliament so we can go Ninio. If he refuses, then we the people can choose our own interim government, even if it means the military to hold the space for 3 months as we prepare for the next election. We can do that because the power lies with us. Understand the concept of the sovereign authority that the people have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya Revolution. I'll not ask you a question and allow maybe. I wanted to bring in Black. Cornell, unless you're taking a minute, I'll allow you for a minute.
Mimi napendaga Revolution, hata anajua mimi nampenda akiingia hapa, because kuna kitu moja napenda na watu ambao walichagua serikali. Wako na mdomo tamu tamu. Wanafikiria constitution ni kama kupeleka tissue paper kwa choo. Constitution unafaa kuisoma vizuri. Why, unajua uwezi soma constitution ile wewe unataka ikufeve wewe. That is the only problem yao. They elected the president. Kenya Revolution alipigania Ruto, na kumbuka for the past 2 years mimi na yeye kwa hii debate alipigania Ruto kukufa na kupona. Right now anakuja kutuambia constitutions ambao ni kombo. Ni kama mwenye anasoma Biblia, anaanza na nyuma akikuja mbele. Tuongee ukweli. Ruto is the president, na hakuna mali anaenda na hakuna mali anatoka, na army iwezi chukua. Tuongeeni ukweli. Kama ni changes mnataka, Ruto ashafanya. Kama ni cabinet, hizo vitu zinashafanya. Ruto is going nowhere. Musome constitution vizuri. Makiadi, rudini tu vizuri, muisome. Ati tutoe Ruto, alafu turudi tuzungumze venye tunataka kuendesha nchi. Hiyo ni constitution gani? Unatoa mtu alafu tuzungumze. Tunazungumza wapi? Kwa kanisa, kwa soko? tunazungumza wapi? Tunazungumza wapi? Na constitution iko hapo clear ya 2010, tumepigania, tumeleta constitution mpya ambaye kila mtu ana understand, kiwete, kiziwi, kipofu. Hizo article mnasema sijui we can dissolve sijui parliament, we can go to sijui judiciary. What did Maraga do? Maraga aliambia Uhuru dissolve parliament, dissolve, hata akaongeza tano fresh, dissolve. What are you guys saying? When you're in power, you are in power. Ruto is in power. Nyinyi ndio mliweka Ruto kwa power, na mtaweka hii nchi iende venye mnataka. Ati msipopenda right mnaivuta left, msipopenda left mnavuta right. Hizo constitution mnasoma hizo, mwende mzisome vizuri. Hizo vitu ni movie, hizo ni kama hizo ni movie, hizo si reality hapa.
Leo, can you allow me to read just one part of the constitution? That is what revolutionary has been. This is Themba. Let me just read the constitution provision.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. You read it, no response. Then I'll bring.
No. I'm not even responding to revolutionary. No, I'm not. I'm just reading this.
Okay.
1:1. All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya, and shall be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. Okay, in accordance with this constitution, the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Then it goes through down. Then part 3 says, sovereign power under this constitution is delegated to the following state organs, which shall perform their functions in accordance with this constitution. So, Leo, what I'm trying to say is, whatever it is that happens, at the end of the day, it has to happen according to this constitution. You can't say that we are going to withdraw. Then which document will you use to sit? Because the moment you are saying we're withdrawing, you suspend the constitution, give to military. You have suspended this constitution. So what are you using to sit and agree? That's all I wanted to say. Maybe you can give Black.
Thank you. Let me bring in Black, then we'll have to proceed. The Black, Karibu, I know it's been hot, and you also have to give your view.
Yes.
This revolution.
Yes.
The future of Azimio and Kalonzo. Yeah, and maybe what is going to happen? What are Raila supporters going to say? Are they going to embrace William?
Yes.
All right, proceed. We can hear.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. Glad to. Yeah, can you hear me? First of all,
Yes,
Santeni, glad to meet Themba, Makiadi, Kenya Revolution, Cornelia. It's been a long while since we met. The same, let me say, the same table at the same time. I think it's been the last time we had this. We shared a platform together like this was, I think, during the elections. So yeah, it's interesting. For the viewers, asanteni pia. I hope you're all doing fine. Now straight into it. Unajua sasa ile unaingia kama sub, maana nimepata mkiendelea sub anaingianga kama ameanza mbio kuingia ndani kwa game. So getting into it directly, Themba, yes, as you have said, the constitution says what when you umesoma. Now when you talk about what next, the constitution is very straightforward. When they say that the people may exercise their power, directly or indirectly. So in this case, you're talking about directly. So directly, in the sense, now they have decided to remove the president. We have 3 arms of government. Serikali si executive wenye unafikirianga watu ufikiria ni president tu. We have the speaker, that is also a head of government. We have chief justice, that is also part of government. That's also a head. So when the constitution talks about in line with the constitution, that's what it means. They may choose to remove whoever it is that they believe is not functional. In this case, since wanasema president must go, then what does the constitution say if the president is not there? That is the thing. The speaker takes over, isn't it? If we don't have a president and a vice president, then the speaker takes over, isn't it? If the speaker is not there, we have the chief justice, isn't it? And the constitution also talks about in the absence of the presidency or in the absence of whoever, then within how many days we should have elections held again to people when, where, how. It's just trying to act smart, kujaribu kusukuma watu kukuta, not like, sort of like to intimidate them, to feel like they don't have a say or they don't know what they're talking about. The constitution is when they exercise their sovereign right, which is by taking power kwa mikono yao. Wameshaondoa president. What does the constitution say? Now that tumeshatoa president, what does it say? What can we do? Or what should we do? It's clear. Speaker takes over. Okay, now the speaker has taken off. What does the constitution say? There is some re-election that has to be done. Okay, so how should it be organized? So everything is clear. Now, in the aspect of, I heard Makiadi talk about the president can fire the cabinet as well as the deputy. I think, I hope we all address that he cannot do that. He can only maybe by the fact that he controls the parliament, the way people say he controls the National Assembly, he can initiate a motion of impeachment for the deputy president against those grounds which are clearly mentioned about gross violation or misconduct, so on and so forth. So he can initiate a motion of impeachment through the National Assembly. We all know that at least 1/3 has to pass the motion for it to be brought to Parliament. I mean, for it to be discussed, and then 2/3 of the Parliament have to vote for either the president to be impeached. If he is impeached, then the report is passed on to Senate. Senate again sits down. They start questioning him so that he may get an opportunity to defend himself, just like the way we usually have the case of governors on Itwanga for Senate. Then it's taken, and upon which, if
Black, you are lost. Black, I think I cannot be able to get your voice. What's happening with you?
Leo, can I do 1 minute just to?
No, I need to go to Richie Makiadi. So unless you ask an intervention, then I can allow you.
It was just 1 minute, less than 1 minute before Makiadi. What, less than 1 minute?
Okay.
Okay. Again, let me help my friend Themba.
But Leo, this guy submitted that didn't respond. How can he add more?
Okay, can you just listen? That's the problem, Themba. You like.
No, you made a
just
submission.
Listen. I know you are scared. Just listen.
No.
I'm about to teach you. Please.
You made a submission. I should have been the one responding to your submission. Now you want to add again.
I'm making one sentence so Makiadi can go. I'm just making one submission, then Makiadi can go.
Guys.
Yeah, I want to finish so Makiadi can get in. It's his turn, actually.
Okay.
All right. Article 1, it says, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only according with this constitution. Sovereign power. Themba, go look at the meaning of sovereign. You'll understand what it is. Then let's come back to this. The people, again, may exercise this sovereign power either directly or elected. So what I'm saying again, if all levels of government has failed us and we feel like there's nothing more we can do, what we do is this. We'll take it back and decide how we go forward. Ask yourself this question. Why when we have a referendum, why does everyone has to go and vote again? Because everyone has a say. The people, the majority, demos, okay? We get to decide how we want to govern ourselves. So if this representative, including Ruto and the parliament and judiciary, especially Ruto, don't do what we need, then we take that power back and vote for the people that we want. How do we do that? We can do it several ways. The Miguna school of thought says we can, the parliament can be dissolved and we let the Ninio Koome oversee the transitional government transition time, where she sets up a Ninio for next election. Some people are saying they can have the Ninio, what's his name, the speaker Wetangula, to do that, or the people can actually vote to choose a transitional government which can last 3 months, 2 days, 5 days, whatever the case is, to the next general election, because they have that sovereign. Go look at the word sovereign. So if these people don't want to follow the constitution, the people can choose, because they have the sovereign power, as it says. No, go look at the meaning of sovereign. If you understand that concept, that the people have the power and they have the sovereign power, they can do that, choose their own transitional government to the next election part. That's what I mean. But anyway, go ahead. Thank you. Give it to somebody else.
Not Themba, Kedi, I was to come to you, but just with due respect, I want to request, if you allow me, to bring in Mama Mary. She tried joining, but I think she was having some connection problems. So finally, I can see she's now configured. So, Kenyan Madam, you can just proceed.
Thank you, Leo. Nasalimia kila mtu, but I'm in a place where there is a little bit of noise. Please just bear with me. I will not talk much. Yeah. What Kenyan Revolution has said actually was in my mind, and I will concur with him just a little bit. Kenya yetu hakuna constitution inatumika kwa wakati huu. Watu wanafanya kienyeji tu. Ile mambo yote watu wameendelea kufanya the whole time for these 2 years since this government came in. Ni kienyeji. Hakuna constitution. Constitution wanahitaji saa ile tu wanataka kufaidika. Ama saa ile wanafanya kitu ambacho hamtakiwi muongee habari yake. That's when they mention, not using it, but mentioning constitution. At constitution yetu, constitution ya Kenya, all that. Like how they say democracy, and we have no democracy. Those words, they come to be useful when they want to cover themselves. That's all. So for Kenyan revolutionaries saying that people have the power, they can decide which way to go. I believe that. That is my way of feeling, because hii Kenya imekuwa kama mchanganyiko maalum. Kila mtu anafanya vile anataka. Now look, this Gen Z have really come and have woken up people. People have come to realize what really was going on. Vichwa vimeanza kufanya kazi. Akili zimechemka na maswali mingi ambayo wengine wanauliza tu maswali, but they are not even together with the movement that is going to do the reselection of our country. So when I look at people when they're asking questions, kusema ati Ruto akiondoka, what is all this? Yes, we can be in a dilemma, but let's be like, ametoka, hatuwezi kufanya kitu. First of all, right now, anatuongoza nini? He's leading nobody. Yeye ametutupanisha, ametufanya mambo mbaya, na bado anaendelea kufanya hiyo mambo mbaya. So where are we? We are not being led by anybody. Ile mambo inaendelea Kenya, we don't have a leader. We have got only ourselves. Na sisi ndio inafanya watu hao Gen Z wapiganie, kwa sababu wanajua hakuna uongozi wowote huko Kenya. Shida tu na mambo mingi. Gen Z wameonyesha watu namna ya vile nchi inaweza simama. And if you listen to them and see what they are talking about, really you can resonate with them. Na utaona kweli kabisa tuko nyuma sana. That is why we have remained that world for this many years. Kwa sababu watu hawataki kwenda next step. Wanasema ati tukisema tutauawa. This is now the moment that people ought to come out and support the movement for the goodness of the country. Gen Z have made people realize their dream. However, we haven't reached there, but the people have seen, oh, really this can work. We can head somewhere. Lakini mambo ya watu kuwa wanasema ati kwani Ruto akiondoka ati tutakuwa wapi? Ruto akiwa hapo si watu wanakufa, wanauawa kiholela holela, mambo machafu yanaendelea kuwa mabaya. So what are we holding him for? Ati akiondoka kutakuwa na shida. Huyo Rigathi, kuna mnyama ambaye watu huwa wanasikia sauti yake, lakini ukisikia hiyo sauti yake unaweza toroka. Lakini ukienda ujifanye tu mtu ambaye ako na ujasiri, uende uangalie huyo mnyama, utakuta ni mnyama kidogo namna hii, hata nikutoroka katatoroka, lakini ile sauti kalikuwa kanatoa, everybody will run away. That is how I'm looking at this picture of people talking about Rigathi. Who is Rigathi? Why should he be not, called for the many things that he has done? We want all those people out. They have done damage in the country, na wametuweka tuwe watumishi wao. We have become slaves in our own country. About military, I'm not for it. But if it happens, nafikiri hata military mkiwaangalia, for me, my own opinion, they might be even the best to take, and then we have those times that are being corresponded that we can have 60 or 90 days and do our election. That's my feeling, and that is my opinion. And I think I may be wrong or right, but hii fear ambayo mna install kwa watu ati Ruto akiondoka sasa mtafanyaje sijui nini, hawa watu wote ambao wamerudi tena kwenda kuungana na yeye, wameungana na yeye kwa nini? Why? What is the issue? What is the problem? Instead of people sitting back, play the movie, the move, join the movement, we fight for our country. Wameikomesha, wamekuja, wameingia katikati, wameingia kwa serikali ile ambayo watu hawaitaki. Now 76% supports the movement, the protest. Hao ni watu wengi sana. Even kumaanisha more than a half of the country supports the movement. That means hawa watu wamehijack your movement, but they did not break it. It is still there, still standing. And that is what we're gonna follow. Kwa hivyo watu wetu, sisi tuangalie namna vile nchi yetu inaweza simama. These people, they are just few people. They may be 1,000 or maybe 2,000, but we are millions of people. Why should we suffer because of those few people? So I urge my people, let's follow the movement. Let's argue on how our country can stand. Not about the leader who is a leader of killing people anyhowly with no mercy. And that is how Kenya is right now. We don't want that. Asanteni kwa kunisikiza. I'm still here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Leo.
Makiadi, yes.
Makiadi aliongea, revolutionary akaongea. I needed to give a response na siku response.
Themba, mimi nilikuwa naongea. Themba was speaking, alafu nikakuwa disconnected. It's black. I got disconnected midway. Midway.
Kama ni black sawa, black alafu niende kwa Makiadi.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that. Nilikuwa naongea then katikati ikakuwa disconnected.
Ni sawa black. Siwache niweke response yangu dakika moja alafu nikuache. Tafadhali black.
Sawa bwana.
Thank you. Now mimi leo hata si response kubwa. Nasema tu hivi Article 146. Unajua we can be emotional and all, but also we need to be factual. The fact of the matter, right now we are still a constitutional democracy. All these people, these vitu wanasema we can do this, we can do this, we can do that. Those are good ideas and good thoughts. But at the end of the day, as at now, the status quo right now is that we are a constitutional democracy and constitution is still supreme. If Ruto is to go, probably if he resigns, like people are saying, Ruto aende na nani aende, that's good to say, but there is a process how. The process is prescribed in the constitution. 146 to resign in writing. That's the worst probably that we can go by right now. In 146 2B, it says when the vacancy occurs in the office of the president, assuming Ruto has gone, A, the deputy president shall assume office as president for the remainder of the term of the president. So the term ni kutoka saizi mpaka the next election 2027. If the deputy president is not able to assume office by any chance, then B comes in. If the office of the deputy president is vacant or the deputy president is unable to assume the office of president, the Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Wetangula, shall act as president, and an election to the office of president shall be held within 60 days after the vacancy arose in the office of the president. That's what the Constitution says. So let's not tell these people, oh, we can do this, people can do this, people can meet, people can do that. Those are good talk. But at the end of the day, we got a Constitution for now. Now, assuming we refuse to follow the Constitution, now that will be a chaotic environment. And what does a chaotic environment means? The Constitution will have been suspended. That is when the military takes over. The military does not consult anyone. Wacha hizi vitu wanasema tio, the military can take, the military can do. The military will suspend the Constitution, take over, and it is the military that will decide when they want to call the Constitution. An election. They can take and say that we are going to call after whichever time. They are not guided with the Constitution anymore. So I think I would want us to, yes, argue and say all these things, but as we are arguing, let us be informing those people that this is the constitutional part. The Constitution will not, you cannot read Constitution halfway. Pick what you want and leave what you don't want. Everything of it applies. Number two, the Gen Zs and all the other ages are part of Kenya. They are part of Kenya. Kenya is not part of them. It is important to let them know that Kenya has more people than even those people who are saying Ruto must go. Ruto has supporters. Ruto has people who voted for him. Ruto has people who think he's the best president. Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. It's not only for those people who hate Ruto and for those people who don't like Ruto. It's for everyone. So as we argue, we are saying, what is it that can make us, when you say only you want those people who don't want Ruto to remain in Kenya, then what are you saying? Where are the others going? You need to be guided by the Constitution, led by the Constitution. And for us, it is upon us to keep informing people that, yes, you may have your feelings about Ruto. Makiadi, by the way, in my argument the other day, I said I don't support the idea of these people joining the government because we'd want Ruto to have his people so that come 2027, we have where to choose. I haven't said about supporting the handshake and all, but I'm giving facts as they are. We don't want to be emotional. We don't want to just, jump into the bandwagon and tell these Gen Zs that this is what is happening. In any case, Makiadi, what have they done so outwardly that has not been done before? Raila has spent his life talking about good governance. Last year, there were demonstrations against, this bill that was very terrorizing Kenyans. And that's where we had NADCO. I mean, you guys are forgetting that. They think that this is the time that things have just happened. People didn't know. These are the same people that were lied to by this government, and they voted for it. So right now, they have realized in Wanyanyasa, now they are coming up with the idea of Gen Z. In my view, there's nothing new they have brought. They have just brought new ways of interacting with the thing, X-Space and stuff like that. But good governance, excuse me, people have been talking about bad governance forever and ever. It is not the first time they're talking about it. Accountability, we have always had that being talked about. Bad leadership. This cabinet was supposed to have gone even before. You remember Mbadi saying that this is a skunk. That was way before Gen Z came. So when they're saying that they have said, one thing that I want to give to them is that at least they have brought to fore the idea that MPs can no longer go into parliament and vote against things because they have been paid. That one, we give it to them. Other than that, the rest are things that have been fought for by different activists over and over. So for now, I think I'll stop there, Leo, and I'll be here listening in. Maybe I'll come in later. I know Makiadi is here. These are very people who argue from facts, so I like. And even revolutionary can come back. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me now get it to Makiadi finally.
You keep skipping me. I don't know what you have issues or what, but
no, I think you're a gentleman. You're the one who allows them.
You don't make sense. Point now here is Themba.
Black, I've not kept you.
Themba,
Just spoken right Themba?
No, I mean,
Black.
I was
Yes.
to speak. I was just being a gentleman. So at least give it back to me.
I think before Themba, it was speaking Black, if I'm not wrong.
It's
Anyway,
fine.
so
Wacha black ongea black ongea. Si tuko hapa.
So Leo kuna issue zake. So now the point is this. Themba, you exactly mentioned what the constitution does and it's supposed to be, and basically umesema tu venye nilisema. So you've already answered yourself when you speak about what next. What next is what you've just said right now and what you've just quoted right now in the constitution. So the question which you asked is the one that you've answered yourself right now. Now, whether I'm advocating for the president to go or not, for me personally, I think I would want to see him take care of those demands that were put across by the Gen Zs, which I believe are issues that cut across every age group. And if addressed, then it would make Kenya great. And I think when they were saying Ruto out, and I said this before, in my view, this is my own view. In my view, I think what they meant is along with those lists that they had mentioned of the demands that they wanted met. If those demands were not met, then at that particular point, Ruto should go. Because like I said before, it won't make any sense for those young kids to put up a list and then at the same time saying Ruto to go. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's like, I mean, why, if you were placed in Ruto's shoes, you are the president, etumambo afanye hizi alafu na utoke, so, kutakuwa na haja gani ndani ya kuzifanya? Afadhali tu utoke tu bila kuzifanya, so in my view, I think trying to decipher or to translate what they were trying to say, it is basically, we have this list, we want you to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and if you don't do this, then you should go. I think that's what they must have been trying to say, our vijana. Now, yes, I agree with the Kenya Maandamano Kamili with her sentiments about the constitution not being followed, because now when you look at even how these people have gathered together to decide who should be the CS and divide these government posts, the cabinet posts. I mean, in the first place, who said or who decided in Kenya that it should be ODM or Azimio and UDA to sit down and decide who should be the cabinet and who should not be in the cabinet? I mean, because what is happening now is the same thing that happened when the NADCO committee was being formed. The NADCO report came about. I see about the same problem. The constitution was not followed then, and it's the same thing being done now. The constitution is not being followed now. Because, leave alone that, constitution aside, just morally speaking, ni nani ambaye amesema that each chama kipewe hivi na hivi na hivi? Who sat down and because this whole issue, as a matter of fact, was brought about by those young boys and girls calling themselves Generation Z, right? I mean, why have they not been involved in this?
I think the role of appointing the CS and is clearly defined in our constitution. If maybe you can help the panelists and the viewers to understand who appoints the cabinet and who approves the cabinet. There is no way you can go and have a public participation. Once they've been appointed and they are in parliament for vetting, that is when they invite the public to go and give information. Or
we know that. But the question is, under what? Leo, I'll ask you a simple question. Under what grounds were the previous cabinet taken out of office? Who initiated that?
No, the president, we can say the pressure made the president maybe to do it, to take them to the office, and which is constitutional. Even Kibaki at some point after the
We know what Kibaki did.
he felt that people lost confidence in his government when people failed to vote for the constitution.
So the people,
when people demonstrated at such, so it was his personal decision, but we cannot force him again to come and ask us, who do you want to be put there? Constitution allows him to do it without involving us.
Now I'm asking, who initiated that process, or who not really initiated, who pushed for that process to happen? Because without the Gen Zs, then he wouldn't have done that, would he?
Maybe he would have done it. We don't know. He's done reshuffle before.
You know, for us to have a proper debate, it's best also we be honest with ourselves. You know, we be honest with ourselves so that we can get to point out the real core issues that we have, so that we can find the proper solutions for our nation. But if we try to act smart, constitution, no, no. As much as he's the appointing authority, but morally, it wouldn't seem right that the very people that were calling him names can now see and start calling him nice names now, having not even consulted the very people or the very generation who are calling themselves Generation Z for their views in anything whatsoever. Now they're even fighting for positions. I mean, the opposition. Where's the morality in that? So I think tayari siasa yetu is rotten, in my view. Siasa yetu is rotten. Now on the issue of having the military rule a country, I'm against that, to be honest. I'm always of the view that wananchi should always decide what is best for themselves, whether they make good decisions in the choices they make in regards to elections, or good or bad decisions in the elections, whether they make them, they ride with it. But at the end of the day, it's their decision that they made. But kuhusu kuanza kufuatana mambo na majeshi na nini, that is a wrong trajectory. I would never ever advocate for that. Never ever. So just to clear that, and to finish up, my view, I hope Themba amenielewa, that the Gen Z, in my view, or rather my opinion, is they only had those demands, and the word Ruto must go was just a pressure, I mean, a form of trying to pressure the government to ensure that those demands were met. But I don't think they really meant to have the president leave. I don't think so. Because it makes sense, like I said, giving him demands and at the same time to go. It's better for him to go without doing those. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I think finally Makiadi's time has reached, and maybe we'll also be able to, I don't know if he will be able to help us understand what the constitution says about the appointment of this cabinet. Should the president be consulting before he does that? The last time that one happened is when we were having a coalition government, whereby they say that the president should consult the prime minister. And in consultation doesn't mean the advice you are given, you have to put it in. Somebody can advise you or can consult you. I want to build a house. I ask you, where is the best place that you tell me build it there? It doesn't necessarily mean I have to obey maybe what you told me to do. But though what we know traditionally, and these things are normally political. People have got some political agreement somewhere else. Like most of the people who've been in that office, they normally have some political agreement. They say, okay, Black, if I get it, I'll make you the cabinet of this. You had Raila saying, promising people like Joe, the CS land. Oparanyas also promised some imaginary position. So maybe that is what they do, but we can't challenge it because the constitution vests that responsibility on the president as the appointing authority. Richie, you can now proceed.
All right, thank you. I'll begin where you stopped, Leo. Let me say this. The consultation that the president does in appointing the cabinet secretary is through parliament. Parliament is the representative of people. So when the CS nominees are passed through parliament vetting process, that is the consultation. So you cannot say that the president has the authority to appoint those people without consultation, because we have people that we have vested our interest in, and that is parliament. So that process alone is consultation. Now, I just want to respond to what Themba said here. Extraordinary times, I think, require extraordinary measures. And when Themba reads the constitution, he forgets there is an article that is called Article 58. Article 58 talks about the state of emergency in a country. And let me read one or two sentences here, where part one, it says, number one, it says that the state of emergency may be declared under Article 132.4d and only when A, the state is threatened by war, invasion, general insurrection, and disorder. Leo, underline that word, disorder. Now, what is the situation when there's disorder and the state of emergency is declared? Part two says, B, it says, for not longer. So the state of a declaration of state of emergency and any legislation enacted or other action taken in consequence of the declaration shall be effective only for not longer than 14 days from the date of the declaration, unless the National Assembly resolves to extend the declaration. Now, that is where I begin. And this one I want to push to Themba, because I think Themba said here that when the military takes over, it's going to decide whether or not, or when it feels there need to be elections, or they need to return the leadership of the country to the civilians. I think that's a misinformation that Themba brought to this panel, this discussion. Now, Leo, there's something here we are overlooking when we debate in this forum. It's good when we say that Kenya is a democracy. I like the way Themba says Kenya is a constitutional democracy. I want to ask you, Leo, when you tell us that Kenya is a constitutional democracy, what constitution allows the police to kidnap people, to hold people incommunicado for days, even months, to shoot people in the streets, take them to the mortuary and register their bodies as having died due to car accidents? Which constitution allows that? I think we should be fair to ourselves, because if we want to agree that Kenya is a democracy, is a constitutional democracy, then the government of the day and the populace should all submit to that constitution. And Black has just told you here, and this is the same thing that we are going to encounter going forward. You cannot use the constitution only when it favors you. This is the situation we had when we brought the NADCO engagement. It was unconstitutionally, the court said so. We had another thing called the BBI. The court said that thing is unconstitutional. And so where we are headed to as a country is the same scenario, whereby two political parties, two politicians will sit down and decide for the people and say, this is the direction where we want to take our country. And I know, and we will have this discussion another day, anything that comes out of the discussions between ODM and UDA will be declared unconstitutional. Take that to the bank. Now, this issue about the handshake, the looming handshake between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, is only meant to embolden dictatorship and impunity. When you're fighting in the streets to kill an enemy, and then your friend joins the enemy, that friend becomes an enemy too. So the Gen Zs have an agenda. And their agenda is a generational change. It is a change of the leadership of our country in terms of how our country has been governed for decades. When you see somebody going to dine with the person that is fighting, dining with the person that you are fighting against, then that person ceases to be your friend. Now, there's this issue about dissolving government. I think, Black, you got my statement wrong. I said here, I did not say that the deputy president can be fired by the president. Mark my words. I did not say that. Those words did not come from my mouth. I simply said, what is a situation where the president dissolves his government? KKA ceases to exist. Do you still want to tell me that the deputy president will hold office? Because from where I stand, or from where I sit, the deputy president is part of the government. He is part of UDA government, or KKA, or whatever they call themselves. So if William Ruto at some point feels like the country is becoming ungovernable, there's chaos, there is disorder, there's an insurrection that is happening in the country, and decides, you know what, I don't think this country is governable anymore in civility, and decides to dissolve his government. Same thing that Gen Z are saying, dissolve your government and go home. So if the president decides to dissolve his government and goes home, he will go home with his deputy president, will go home with his stupid PCS or whatever minister, and then we can start our negotiations from there. Now, I think this, I think Themba is back here. I still want to ask Themba here. Do we really believe that Kenya is a constitutional democracy? I think you've made it very clear here that Kenya is a democracy, constitutional democracy. From your understanding, what is a constitutional democracy? Is a constitutional democracy because Raila Odinga has decided to sit down and discuss with William Ruto? Because we have been in these trenches together for years, and you know very well. Is this democracy, is Kenya only a democracy when we don't get what we want, and then we get an opportunity to get into government with the same government that we criticized a few years ago because of a stolen election? Is the electoral process in Kenya legitimate? Is the way that Kenyans are governed even legitimate? So that when we talk about legitimacy and constitution, do we have a government in place that agrees with what the constitution says? Do they do their things the way the constitution stipulates that they should be doing? As I finish, let me say this. William Ruto has lost mandate. He has lost legitimacy. He has lost, the support that he had, even from his own supporters. I don't follow the polls very well, but I believe there's somebody who did a poll and said 76% of Kenyans right now agree with what the Gen Zs are pushing for. And they say that this government is in office, yes, but it has lost legitimacy. People do not believe in this government anymore. If William Ruto is a person who understands and knows how to read the mood of the country, the best thing that he can do right now to save his face and whatever is remaining of his leadership is to resign and go home. That is only what William Ruto has as an option right now. Anything else that Ruto tries to do, even including bringing the ODM stalwarts and the opposition into his government in terms of appointments of cabinet secretaries, will not give him the legitimacy that he wants to have. It is as simple as that. Kenyans are tired with UDA, Kenyans are tired with William Ruto, and Kenyans cannot stand him anymore. The best thing he can do, go home. Asanteni.
Leo, allow me to respond to Makiadi. Makiadi asked me a question. Can I just respond briefly? One, is Kenya a constitutional democracy? Yes, Kenya is a constitutional democracy. are people constitutional? Because there's a problem with the constitution and constitutionalism. The fact that Makiadi does not follow the constitution does not make Kenya unconstitutional. And I say again, you cannot solve a problem with the same mental state that created it. So if we are saying that the problems that we are having is because the constitution is not being followed, then we are not going to break the constitution to solve that problem. So if you are going to say, for example, even what Makiadi is suggesting, there's no constitutional provision for Ruto to dissolve his government. There's a provision for him to resign, all right? But individually, he can choose that I'm not able to run my government, let me go. But the fact that he's not able to run his government doesn't mean that the constitution is silent on the other part. So the other things kicks in. When he feels there's no constitution, I wish you could be quoting the constitution where he can say that I'm dissolving my government. There's nowhere that it gives that provision. In any case, he's the one who will go. The other parts of the executive will remain. Parliament will still remain. Each, this is the thing. You elect to us the skunks when they're already in power. Removing them is not easy. That's how it is, and that's the constitution. Now, I agree with you. We have not been following the constitution for the longest in our democracy. It's a constitutional democracy, but the idea of following constitution is as it's something that we can argue. Uhuru didn't follow the constitution many times. He broke it. He by sending Miguna, bundling him and sending him away. Those people broke the constitution, and many times over, without a number, Uhuru broke the constitution. He wasn't my favorite president, and I didn't vote for him. I didn't think he was a good president. But you see, he broke the constitution many times. Many people come in. This particular guy, I don't know why we are going around saying, 75% of Kenyans don't follow this regime. This regime was unpopular from the word go, And even if we are to go with the whatever, what's his name? Chebukati's numbers. They were ahead of Azimio by, I think, only, 200,000 votes. That is not a popular, legitimate government, you see? So whatever we are saying is not that it has happened right now. It's something that has always been there. My argument is this. Even as much as do I go for pressure for any government? Yes. I agree any pressure in any regime is important from the citizen for that regime to deliver to them. Black, it is me who argued here for the constitution the way it's supposed to be followed. We can't operate in an unconstitutional state, which someone called Kenya Revolution. He thinks that I need to get something. There's nothing to get. It's either you're reading the constitution, interpreting it, and by the way, the constitution is very interesting. Lawyers will still go to Supreme Court to interpret. They are the same lawyers, they went to the same schools, they are reading the same constitution, but they still go to the Supreme Court to interpret to them what that particular thing means. So here you don't expect us eventually to agree completely. You will have your argument based on what you're reading, and I will have my argument based on what I'm reading. In my understanding, it's not that you are wrong. That is your interpretation of what the constitution says. This is what I'm reading, and this is my interpretation of what is supposed to be. That's the benefit and the good thing about debate. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to convince me, but you have to bring your point. If I choose to agree with it, fine. If I choose not to agree, it's okay. We have so many people listening to what you are saying. Some of them will agree with you, some of them will not. That's why we're having debate. You are not right, you are not wrong. You are not right either. I'm not wrong, I'm not right either. We are just bringing out our opinion on what we think this means. So for me, where I stand, Makiadi, do I agree with the handshake and stuff? I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I said here yesterday, I may not agree with the handshake and all that stuff. I wished we could not have the same drama that we had that led to us having a very difficult moment in voting come 2022 because Uhuru and Raila were in the same boat. Then the other people who are supposed to have been in government were on the other side. So it was difficult. But right now, again, when it's going to happen right now, it's likely going to lead us into that situation where you're going probably to have a coalition that has Raila and some of Ruto people, and then of course Rigathi and others may have another coalition, then provide us with another complicated thing come 2027. But that one will deal with it come 2027. We don't know what will go to happen. A day is too long in politics. For now, we are a constitutional democracy. Yes, Kenya is a constitutional democracy, but do we follow the constitution to the letter? No. Is pressure to the government important? Yes. It is good that young people are getting more involved right now on the table as opposed to being used for certain political gains. But again, in that particular process, several other people might take advantage of the situation. Just remind the Gen Zs, they are not the only ones who are. Kenya is not Gen Z. Gen Zs are part of Kenya, and Kenya is bigger than just the Gen Zs. Let's get everyone involved in the conversation. There are people who don't like Ruto. There are people who like Ruto. There are people who don't like Raila. There are people who like Raila. Let everybody be accommodated in the Kenyan conversation. Nobody should be left out. And that's why it's important to dialogue, not to form a government, but to look at the issues that face all Kenyans and how they can be addressed. Let the government of the day, Kenya Kwanza, continue. There are so many talents in Kenya Kwanza, not necessarily the ones who are in cabinet. Let them be the ones to govern until 2027. Then we make a decision that time if we want to return them or not. I think up to that point, I'll stop at that.
Thank you so much. Let me. Okay, I can see Osam is there. Osam is
very quickly, Leo.
Okay,
Dario.
okay. I'll give you an opportunity. Osam is saying that I'm listening to incitement, but God has saved the country. Don't leave on Raila. I did not see the reason why we need a transitional government. Ruto had accepted all their demands. It was easier to use the occasion to change the country. That is in regard to, I think, the demands that the Gen Zs and not only the Gen Zs, but the Kenyans were demonstrating our giving. So Kenya Revolution, I don't know which point is that you want to make, because I have Dario here.
I'll just do 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Lisa is also in the house, and Dr. William is also in the house. So I'll give you 1 minute.
Leo, I'll spend 30 seconds. Can I let go 30 seconds?
30 seconds, okay.
Okay, just this is one thing I was saying. I'll use this example. The word sovereign, that's why it's important. God is a sovereign being. He can decide to blow up the world and create new creation. The same thing the Constitution say, the people have the sovereign power. Sovereign power. Now, Themba is telling us that we should follow the Constitution. And he thinks that when people are exercising their sovereign power, they are outside the Constitution. No, they are not. All those articles you've read, they are you are highlighting when these institutions, these arms of government are working. People still have confidence in them. You cannot impeach the president using this very parliament that we have, because the people have lost confidence in the parliament. You cannot petition a case for Koome to advise the president to dissolve the parliament in Ninio so that we can have fresh elections, because people don't have faith in the Ninio, in the judiciary. That is the point I was making. So what do we do if everything has failed? The parliament is not working because the executive have bought the parliament and the executive have bought the judiciary. They are not working. All of them are not working. We have to go back to what the Constitution says, Article 1, which reminds us that we, the people, you talk about constitutional democracy. I think maybe you don't get it. Democracy does not mean that we have to have 99% of the 100% of the people agree. It means the majority, ruled by the majority. So we agree upon this democracy. Okay? We agree upon this constitution. So what I'm saying is this. If people say, okay, this judiciary is not working, this parliament is not working, this executive is not working, what do? We withdraw the power that we delegated these arms of government, and we say, we are going to sit down. We are not animals. There'll be no chaos. I can sit down the way I'm sitting down with Leo, Makiadi, Richie, Dario, Themba, and Dr. William. And we say, we are going to choose our transitional government, which can take 3 months or 2 days or whatever the case is, to bring in, so we can go to the next election, so we can have new representative. That is not working outside the constitution. We are exercising our power as a sovereign people directly, because the people we chose have left us up. They're not following the constitution. They're not representing us. That is what I'm saying to Themba. Don't assume that it will just get chaotic and the military will get in. That is just fear-mongering that Raila Odinga is trying to tell us here. So get it straight. It is constitutional when people exercise their power directly. What Gen Zs are doing, and by the way, last point, Gen Zs is just a name that has been given to this movement. There's millennials, there's baby boomers, then Gen X. They're not just Gen Z. It's the young people who go to the streets and get active. But they're not just alone. There are more people other than you. So we are just calling them Gen Zs, but it's not Gen Z. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Kenya Revolutionary. Misa, I think you came before. No. Dario came before you, so I'll give it to Dario. Then I'll get to you is when I get to Dr. Kello. So, Dario?
Yeah, I just joined when, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, I'm in a noisy place. Yeah, I've had those submissions and they're very, very good submissions. I agree with both of them. I think they're saying the same thing, but they are leaving each other at just one point. You know, this gentleman called Raila Odinga, he's a Kenyan who actually has grown men standing in CBD in the middle of the town discussing what he's thinking, because the way he thinks is very different. So first, I agree, we are a country that follows a constitution. But this constitution is being violated, as we are clearly being told here. You know, when an acting IG stands up and says that he has banned people from protesting, which is a constitutional right, I don't know why we close our eyes when a violation of the constitution is mutilated, and we just because we have governance that is mutilating it, we are clapping to it. We cannot, because, you know, even the court is looking at them and wondering, for an IG, which is a very big post, to go and say, now I have decided nobody should come for maandamano, and it's stipulated in the constitution. It is stepping on somebody's right that is actually in a bill that you are asking me to follow. And you know, these countries like Sudan, Ethiopia, Libya, they had a constitution. But when the government was not following the constitution, it broke down. So when the people of Kenya, even I'm not talking about Gen Z, when the people of Kenya decide to behave the way the government is behaving, then there is going to be a problem. Anarchy will not be brought by Gen Z. Anarchy will be brought by a government that is not following the constitution. And that is a very big problem that people are closing their eyes. Now to my point. I follow the politics of this Raila Odinga, and I really like. This development that is happening now, I do not agree with it. But I have sat myself down and asked myself questions. Number one, what position do you think Ruto is in right now? It is very clear, as Makari is saying, he has found himself illegitimate to the people that he convinced most. The people that really believed in the story of William Ruto are the ones who have lost confidence in him 100%. This man was stamping his chest, him and his deputy, when they formed the government, that they would never require help from this one Raila Odinga. I am very shocked that in 2 years, Ruto has no idea how he can deal with this Gen Z, because they are coming to the streets with phones and they are getting killed, and the world is watching, knowing that they are following the constitution to the letter. But they have intimidated people by telling people, you know, they are the ones who will cause anarchy. No, you had that in the constitution for people to express themselves, and now you are then panicking and pushing it back to them that they are the ones who will cause anarchy, because you cannot control them. The people that you claim voted for you then there is a problem there. Now Ruto has gone back to Raila, which I am not sure, but I'm just sticking to. If this is the truth, you know, media sometimes rushes with reports. We have not heard from the man himself. This is speculation that is very right now. If Ruto has taken the route of going to Raila for help, that is very laughable. To me especially. It is very laughable, but then, why would Raila do this? Knowing very well, this is a very unpopular move. Only two reasons. One, this guy is trying to get the chairmanship of AU. Part of your resume as an AU candidate is to be a peacemaker. This is a reason that I would understand if he comes back and tells me this is why. Number two, Kalonzo and Matakarua have the same story where we are right now. When the country was going to anarchy, they went to sleep with the enemy. So today they are wondering again, this man, if he's going to sleep with the enemy, because I'm not calling him enemy in terms of an enemy of war, an enemy in terms of a rival in trying to govern the country. The reason that you would go back to sleep with the enemy like 2007 when kids were being killed and people were losing their lives happened to these two people. So they also have no moral authority to come and tell us that we have decided we are not sleeping with the enemy. If by sleeping with the enemy, it is the only way they can constrain the GNZs. Because to me, the government has run out of ideas. The sitting government has run out of ideas on how to deal with the Gen Zs. Simply because they have gone to express. They have gone to say we want to have a dialogue with you. But these kids, these young people who are taking over the world from us, after us it's them. They have refused to do things the way we used to do. This move by Raila, is it popular? No, it's not. It's very unpopular. What next? We will see if the Gen Zs will insist on still moving on with whatever they have been doing, because whatever they have been doing is still very legitimate. Nobody has tried to turn the government the way we were told on the first press conference, that there were people who looked like terrorists. All the videos and pictures we saw was people with phones and armed with flags. So this is a hard ride for the sitting president. We all want a peaceful country. A peaceful country can only be peaceful if both sides are following the constitution. Don't worry what the Gen Z's end game is. What is your end game to bring peace and control these kids? That is the question. Is it to bring back Raila and the opposition? You have already bought the opposition in parliament. Now you want to buy the opposition that is claiming to represent the people of Kenya, and now you can push whatever you want with that without anything happening to you and say,
Kwani amepotea na vile ameweka point.
Shida ya Black ni nini yake, the microphone is not powered. I don't know. Or maybe that's a strategy. Sorry, not Black. Yeah. Yes, Dario, I can hear you now. Can you proceed? Or you are done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I was under the bridge. So what I was saying is, this is a lose-lose situation. It is not a win-win situation. Raila Odinga as a person, if I speak on Raila Odinga as a man, he is the only Kenyan breathing oxygen today that can make people go to the street without being paid to stop maandamano. Because if his goons say we are also going to do what Baba wants, those Gen Zs will be scared. Ruto knows this. He has paid his goons, but his goons keep insisting, if you pay me tomorrow 200, I'm not going. There is no other Kenyan who can bring a population of about 100,000 people from their houses just to say I'm supporting this man. This is what Ruto is banking on. These people, they will do this. If they are going to sleep together, which me I'm very, very offended with. The goons who don't hear or listen nothing else apart from the language Raila will go and say, Gen Z, you have been told to wait. If you come to town, we will be there. And that is what Ruto is projecting. Because how much can he keep paying if these kids are saying we will be doing Tuesday and Thursday, and after this is not working, we are going to do 5 days? Can he afford to pay people to do this the whole time? It's a challenge for him. And that's why he has brought this man. Hopefully for me, this is just a grapevine. This is not the real news, because at the moment, each one of us here is speaking on media reports that are not substantiated. The man himself has not said, and I'm really hoping it is not the case. But those are the only situations that I would believe he would have to do this. And lastly, unfortunately, even for Ruto himself, he knows very well that even if this Gen Z give me an ultimatum to come up with a professional cabinet secretaries and PSS and whatever, parastatal chiefs, the people who slept with Kenya Kwanza in bed, I'm sorry, but they cannot be matched by the opposition people when it comes to professionalism and the mindset. By that I mean, most of the people that were in the opposition, if it is not going to join the government, the brains are there. So when you sit down and ask yourself, where can Ruto get people that are eligible for this Gen Z to accept that this man thinks like Otiende Amollo, for example? It is going to be a challenge. So this man is really, really challenged. He has been pushed to the corner, and I'm very shocked that Gachagua is not speaking to this, because he was the one who said he will walk away if they incorporate an opposition led by Raila into his government. So if this is true, it is very offensive to us Kenyans, because when you get your vote, you need to convince people that you can do the job. At the moment in Kenya, it shows that the government that is in power cannot do the job. Now they are going to seek for help. There is no way Harambee Stars goes to play Uganda and says they are beating us many goals, give us some of your players. It is so wrong. Grown-ups and even kids are seeing this and are wondering, is this a country? If they succeed with this, may God forbid they just have the last 3 years ever in governance, all of them that are now calling themselves leaders. And I also support the fact that when a president is under siege and he says, I will resign, I even mentioned last week, he should resign with his deputy governor, president, because I don't know if that was an oversight on the constitution, if it is true, but why is it that the president cannot fire the deputy? The deputy says this is a ticket called the presidency. The presidency, which was first enjoyed by Uhuru Kenyatta. Kibaki never enjoyed it. He promulgated the 2010 as a president. But now in Kenya, we don't have a president. We have presidency, which means the ticket has 2 names, like Biden and Kamala Harris. So when we lose confidence in Ruto, we lose confidence in Ruto and Gachagua. When we lose confidence in Raila, we lose confidence in Raila and Martha Karua. It should be a presidency. If they didn't highlight it in that constitution, these Gen Zs should ensure that they get that there. It is very important, and lawyers know it, but they leave these loopholes for amendment. We have a chance to amend that, because there is no way you resign because we have lost confidence in you, and even people are rioting more in Nyeri, where your deputy is coming from, which means both of you really need to go if you need to go. Unfortunately, they sat with the IBC report for over 6 months. For over 6 months. Who does that? Do you know in Kenya we have lost 2 MPs? There are constituencies who have not had an MP representing them because somebody called William Ruto has sat with the IBC there since he was given by that useless NADCO, not passing it. And the country has survived without an IBC. But today we are saying if Ruto goes, the country will go to anarchy. Why? Moi died. We never went to anarchy. The country has to go on. If that IBC can be formed by a day, it needs to. Thank you very much for that, for a chance to make my submission.
for now. Village boy,
Leo, may I
if I
respond?
can, Kelo, before I come back to you, I allow you to get a parking.
Yeah. So,
Thank you so much.
Lakini Leo mbona umeruka black has been waiting here.
Sijaruka Black. Wewe ulihepa wakati Black alikuwa naongea. He knows sijaruka Black.
Leo tunataka kusema kitu moja tu.
These two gentlemen have not spoken. You see, there's an agenda you and Themba is having. Why is he defending you, yet he knows very well you've spoken?
You know, I think it is you who has the agenda, because there are people who say just 30 seconds, 1 minute, and you allow. And when I also invoke the same, this is what you're saying. How many 1 minutes? How many 1 minutes? How many 1 minutes has Kenya Rebel had? How many 30 seconds did Colinius had in between submissions?
Sasa si uongee bana, you're wasting more time.
Yes, my point here is this. My point here is this, bwana Darius. Kuhusu IBC, I think this delay has been brought about by soon after elections, when we had a dispute between Azimio and KKA. The Azimio faction insisted that the formula for selecting the IBC commissions should change. You see, now that pull and push ended up with the NADCO committee, which was illegal. So I think the problem of the IBC is not entirely just by the president, but just by the two functions ambao unaona sasa wameshikana. They are again the people that are going to be part of the solution, you know. So I just wanted to clarify that part. Thank you.
Thank you for being disciplined. Allow me welcome Dr. Kello. Dr. Kello, kindly welcome to this conversation, and maybe you can proceed with your submission. I know you waited for long. These people are so many, and everybody has got something to say. There are some who are disappointed. There are some who are excited. Like you can see Awesome on the comment section there is excited. There are some who are confused, like Goodyear on the Goodyear still doesn't know whether he can support the new marriage or distance himself from the new marriage. He's still on the fence. So karibu sana.
Right. Oh yeah, Leo and everybody else, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to air myself here. First and foremost, this is my very first time to join here. I think Nick invited me before, but I kind of failed the link, and I never got myself into this. Can you all hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Oh yeah. All right. So at this moment here, I was just trying to chip in, and I really don't have anything of substance. But now, what is going on in Kenya, I will just comment. I got in when Kenya Revolutionary was talking, and I would say that I was impressed by most of his arguments. And you see, we are here not to pull each other, and we are not here to push each other. We are here to give, to brainstorm and give ideas on how to help our Kenya. Kenya is a good country, and you know, Kenya is marvelous. But Kenya has been run down by many people that I do call nyangaus. It's not just Ruto. This one here is something that has been going on for years and years and years. Kenya, to me, this is just to me, and I may be wrong thoroughly. To me, Kenya was colonized by the British. We all know that. And during those days, most of the things were meant for the British people. You know, even the education system, the curriculum system was meant to benefit the British people. Now, what was given us to inherit was to help us work for them. So these corruptions and anything that is coming in, that is bringing in this equalization, these ones here were things that were designed by the British people to elevate themselves as they kanyaga us, you know. So to me, I kind of lean on the Kenya revolutionary side that, you know what, that there is the Article 1, which of course sovereignty and the sovereign powers lies with the people of Kenya. So Who owns Kenya? The people of Kenya owns Kenya. Now, anybody else is a representative there, to include the president. It should be our mouthpiece, right? So in other words, to me, I feel that the president should be speaking the People's language. Who are the People's language? The People's language are the language that we speak. So if you're going to be my representative, I can say, hey, Leo, can you go represent me over in such a place? That means I have allowed you to go and represent me the way I am. If I tell you, Leo, don't say this, you should be just like, hey, you just don't say that. To me, I feel like right now the government is using a different form of strategy here. Just like Dano said, this is not a Gen Z movement. It is for everybody. However, Gen Zs are the ones who have gone above the bar. The bar has always been there, but we have never gone above the bar. Raila has tried, and I commend Raila for his all his endeavors the entire period of time. I do agree with Raila for what he's trying to do, but you know what? Again, I pull away from him because in most cases, Raila has been in the limelight for all these years, but has never, ever gone to this point where these boys have gone to, these young boys and girls have gone to. Why? Because at the end of it, he likes to compromise. And why does he compromise? I does not know why he compromised, but it comes at a point when everybody else has lost blood, and that blood goes for free, and nobody is compensated, and no changes are made. Now, there was a time ODM was so many in parliament, and with the IBC's way of behavior and all that kind of stuff, we thought they were going to change the constitution. But once they went in there, everybody was comfortable with what was there and nothing was changed. And then they think about all these things again when people come back to elections. When they lose, then they'll be like, hey, IBC is this and we are going to court and all these kind of things. So to me, I feel like what Kenya Revolutionary is saying, that the people of Kenya can actually take everybody out, is true, and that is how it should be. You know, it is the military is not going to get in. The military will get in when there is chaos. And for right now, as you can see, that Raila has gotten in. It's a rumor that Raila has gotten in with Ruto. Now, to me, I look at it like it was being made irrelevant by these boys and girls. These boys and girls were making him irrelevant. And now he wants to bring in relevancy, because at one point when he was told to keep off, he kept off. But when he kept off, Uhuru came in. So he's trying to speak in through all these people, but people also repelled against Uhuru and told him, hey, mzee, katu uko nyuma. So to me, I think like he's feeling there's something that we all do not know here. So all these people fighting are people who have all along been in this government here. At one point, Martha Karua and Kalonzo were together with Kibaki, and Ruto and Raila were together fighting all these people. Now, these people, you see, they always break the designs and just keep on. It's kind of like a chain, and they know how to manipulate themselves. And I think the Gen Z just took a different turn. And I believe that we should support them, give them ideas if they want to. Me, I don't want any leadership there, but if they want any leadership support, I think they should be supported. The design that old governments used to use is the same design being used here to torture people, kill people, maim people, you know, making people to be scared. And in our generation, people could just leave it alone. 1, 2 people dies, and then people leave it alone. Mkenya was brought in, a tool that was being used to silence people. People kept quiet at one point, and Moi's name could not be used. And this is what is going on, and this is what they want us to go back to. So this Gen Z, I normally listen to I go into their spaces, and I've realized one thing here: they're not going to relent. These people are not going to relent. And if you think that Gen Z is bad, Generation Alpha is also coming up. And all these people are coming up in the age of technology. So I'm asking everybody here, as we design everything, we are not calling for anarchy for the country. These people have all along been very peaceful. It's the government that brings anarchy, because if you're going to walk on the street with a placard and somebody comes and beats you, then there's a reason. Why are they beating you? You know, Article 37 states it very well that these people are supposed to protect you, and it is your right to go onto the street and demand what is yours. That Article 37 is what they're abusing. And whoever is abusing it, somebody who is employed to enforce law. So our police officers are not law enforcers, but they are people who are breaking the law all the time. And I submit to that.
Thank you so much. And we always welcome you to this platform so that we can be able to connect and have some discussions about our beautiful country called Kenya. So let me give it to Mise. Mise, I hope now you can speak while driving. Eh?
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Leo, for this opportunity. It's good to see everyone here, and it's good to have this discussion. Actually, we usually have this discussion that we are not paid to have this discussion. The people that we pay to have this discussion have let us down, and that's why we also have stepped out to come out because of patriotism to speak about our country. But I just wanted to follow up on a few things that when I came in, I found Kenya Revolutionary was talking about. I just wanted to tell Kenya Revolutionary that while Article 1 allows people to talks about the sovereignty of the people and the power to the people, there is also a limitation on that article. So it's not absolute. The same way that Article 37 gives power to picket and demonstrate and present petitions, there is also a limitation to it. So if you go above and beyond that limitation, then your right infringes other people's rights as well. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand that for the interests of the security of the nation, the government can use that as well to as a ground of trying to limit or regulate the picketing and demonstration, you know. So it's not absolute that every law has a limitation. That is something that we need to address ourselves with, that as much as we have the rights, all these rights have a limitation, and we can only enjoy the rights to a certain extent. So that being said, there is something Darius said, that Raila Odinga has come to help William Ruto. Or rather, let me just say it in verbatim the way he said, that William Samoei Ruto is seeking help or wants help from Raila Odinga. I think that is distorted, that is misinformed. I don't think William Ruto needs Raila Odinga. It's only that they only happen to be in the same situation. This war is not about William Ruto. The push and pull that we have in Kenya is not about William Ruto. And Daktari, thank you for saying this, that the problems that we have right now, they have not been generated by William Ruto. They have been there. They have been accumulating since Moi's time, Kibaki, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and now Ruto's time. So this is not only the making of William Samoei Ruto, but the making of the other leaders who were there before. And this is a problem where Kenyans are tired and saying enough is enough. and the fact that there's a technology, the technology is an enabler in fighting and amplifying the concerns of the people in a way that the government cannot gag the people. That is why it's different. So to dream that William Ruto needs Raila Amollo Odinga is not true. William Ruto doesn't need Raila Amollo Odinga for help. The truth is the political elite class is frightened. It's frightened because the people are saying, how was they? How was they? That's what the young people are saying. How was they? Raila Amollo Odinga is mzee as well, is in that category that is bundled as leaders who have not lived to the expectations of the people, as they are using the powers that have been donated to them as per Article 1 of the Constitution. And it is to be understood that now it is the political elite class against the common mwananchi. Now, when people are frightened, they regroup themselves according to their groups. Raila Amollo Odinga is coming because he knows after William Ruto, people will also, there are people who like Raila Amollo Odinga. Equally, there are people who don't like Raila Amollo Odinga, just like people who don't like William Samoei Ruto. And therefore, when it comes that these people are now going up back to their businesses, back to their residences, back to follow their wealth, how they have acquired their wealth and so forth. We know that these people, all of them have acquired wealth in one way or the other that is not genuine. And therefore, that is why you see the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka, the likes of Raila Amollo Odinga, and the so-called core principles coming and speaking one narrative, propelling one narrative that our country is at the crossroad. Our country has been at the crossroad since every other election. Whenever we have we conduct every other election, our country has always been at the crossroad. That is why you see people after every other election, people are going back to the streets fighting. They wouldn't be fighting because if we were not at the crossroads. So therefore, these people like Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila Amollo Odinga, and the likes, Mother Karua, these are opportunistics. They are opportunists who are actually seeking for power and power to influence and manipulate the people and to protect their properties and their interests in the government, within the country and outside the country. So when we come and try to propel a narrative that William Ruto is in need of Raila Amollo Odinga, Raila Amollo Odinga has no, the Gen Zs, if the Gen Zs are saying we don't care about anybody, we care about what the concerns that we are raising, and they did not even invite Raila Amollo Odinga, they invited the President of the Republic of Kenya. How then is Raila Amollo Odinga going to help? What magic Raila Odinga has that is going to help William Ruto from the coercion or the microaggression of the Gen Zs? So I think my brother Darius, Raila Amollo Odinga has no magic to liberate the country. If he did, he would have liberated the country long time ago, other than taking advantage of the country and people losing life and property that we don't talk about, but we are only talking about the loss and life of the loss of property and the loss of life that is happening now. We have seen people going to the demonstrations, people getting killed, property loss as led by one Raila Amollo Odinga, yet no one has ever complained. So both Raila Amollo Odinga, William Samoei Ruto, and every other president who has sat in that seat at the top seat of the country have let the people of Kenya down. Some of us were very optimistic, were very hopeful that with the promises that William Ruto gave, the country would have taken a different trajectory to economic prosperity. But that's not what we are seeing. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to talk with, to host the government spokesperson. And the first question he was asked, what do you think, how did we get ourselves here? What do you think is happening when you see our country in turmoil? And the first thing he said was that these people do not even understand the people who have lost their family members. There are people who have lost their children. There are parents who are now who are mourning their children. And the first thing he said, these people do not understand, meaning that he's looking at Kenyans as people who are not educated, who do not understand what is going on. And yet, they are the people who have driven our country to the drain. Anyways, this narrative of Raila is liberating or is trying to help the country is a narrative personally I do not want to hear, because Raila Odinga is among the people who have led our country in the name of liberation to where it is right now. Thank you.
I think, can you hear me? I think Leo has dropped his, changing his device. I don't know who was going next. Is it?
Yeah, can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can, before I don't know if the moderator is not here, but this is Dario. Maybe I can respond very quickly to the two gentlemen who just spoke, and I heard what they said. I think what I was trying to say might not have been understood to some of you. So one, IEBC, I think it's Themba who was asking. IEBC, the reason Kenya does not have an IEBC, which is a very important body in Kenya, is because of none other than William Ruto. Let me explain. Not William Ruto the man, William Ruto the president, the person who sits on the presidency in Kenya. When there was a controversy in the elections, some of those commissioners did not agree. When the commissioners did not agree, some of the commissioners, the commissioners who agreed with the verdict that Ruto had won the elections, all three of them were remaining with a very few weeks, months to retire. The four who did not agree, for reasons best known to them, which we already passed that, were put into a commission of inquiry, which every living person in Kenya knows that it was construed to kick them out. Rightfully or wrongfully, I cannot say to that. But from day one, even the lawyer, who is one of the biggest lawyers in Kenya, who represented the lady who accepted to face the tribunal, said that already the judge had a verdict on these people. There was no way they were going to survive. Unfortunately, he did this knowing very well, I will kick these people out, and there is a danger of this office being vacant because the three that are there only have a couple of months before they leave. So he put us in this situation. He could have kicked them out after replacing those ones that were retiring. But he did this blindly. I think there we have to blame the advisor, as much as we have always blamed the advisor of the government that is sitting today. Some of the advisors have given very wrong advice. That's why I said, when there was a push and pull about IEBC, the president really listened after a lot of maandamano, and he formed this NADCO, which nobody supports at all. But you go back and ask yourself, when was the NADCO report given back to the president? It has taken the president for kids to die while demonstrating, calling themselves Gen Zs, for him to go with that report to KICC to say, now I'm signing it. What wisdom informed him to sign it now? And he had it for over 6 months after Akina Kalonzo and that useless Ichungwa gave it to him. And I'm sorry to call a human being useless because I might be one. But you ask yourself, Was it really worth it to create a commission to do a job that gives you the results and you sit with it for all that time? And do you know, this thing that the Gen Zs are doing right now, the only problem that they would mess up with the constitution is because there is nobody for elections. Otherwise, a lot of countries have pushed the president out and there is an institution to run an election. Kenya does not have, because of the people that are sitting in that office. They have been in office for over 2 years, almost 2 years now, with no IEBC. And I've even made an example that there is 2 MPs. I remember one was knocked down by a motorbike in South Sea, and I was in Kenya that time. They have not replaced these people. The poor people in the constituency do not have a representative in the parliament. It's bad. It is wrong. Well, we need to be calling wrong. Number 2, and I'm very sorry. I think, Mr. You really need to go to the ground to understand something. When I said Ruto has sought Raila's support, you can do a poll and you will be shocked. Ruto has never needed Raila, and he has not been secretive about it. He has been open. He has come to the microphone a lot of times and said, you need to retire, we don't need you here. So what is informing him now to deal with him? Let me give you a very quick example before I give the mic, because me, I never stay on the mic for long. When there was an issue in the quarry, a lot of the young people had surrounded that place and gave the police a very hard time. Name me 3 politicians that can take themselves there and not face the wrath of those people that are annoyed with the system. It is only one, that man that went there. So what I was saying that you might have mistook me for, Ruto has seen that he has lost relevance with the Kenyan people. A lot of people are calling him a liar. A lot of people are calling him a person who entrusted our lives to better our lives, but you put people that are incompetent. They have refused. Has Ruto tried to reach out 4 weeks after the skirmishes in Kenya? Yes. He has gone down up to the level of joining a Zoom call like this one that we are joining. You are seeing our old Daktari is here on a Zoom call. That is how Daktari William Ruto was in a Zoom call, to try and persuade these kids. Hey, kids, I have listened. Did they still go back to the streets? Yes, they did. What are the options that he has now? Because these kids look like they are not stopping anytime soon. You have to bring somebody who has a cult following. Raila Odinga has a cult following. I'm sorry, you might not be subscribing to Raila Odinga, but he has a cult of people who can tell these Gen Zs, if you come to the streets to try and say something about Baba, we will come there. Has it happened? Yes, it even happened yesterday. Kalonzo Musyoka could not finish a statement just for the fact that he's disagreeing with Baba. They called themselves on TV 3 days ago, Gen Zs, if you want to joke with Baba, you will see Gunzis. They call themselves Gunzis. And that is why I'm telling you, sometimes it takes a fire to fight a fire. Ruto has seen, if I've tried dialogue, if I've gone to Zoom, if I've fired the cabinet, if I've withdrawn the finance bill, and they are not listening, what else can I do? For you to sit there comfortable and say that Ruto does not need Baba, you really need to read your politics again. Ruto needs Baba more than he needed Baba in 2007. This is his make or break moment. This small thing that everybody thought was small has become so big that Ruto himself has realized these kids are not kids anymore. They can cause a revolution. So, like I had said, do I support Baba joining the government? No, I do not, because I need a vibrant opposition. But sometimes we take 2 steps back and say, for civility to prevail, should we do the right thing? Has Raila done it before? Yes. I wanted this thing so bad, but today I put it down and I try to talk to the people. The Gen Zs will not be happy, but this is the only option that Ruto has right now. I don't think, or maybe you did, You heard that Isaac Mwaura, the government spokesman, he made a statement today, a very long statement. Everything that I have said on this forum, I have quoted him. He said very clearly, he said that they really need to get those kids off the streets. Why? They are losing 6 billion a day when they go to the streets. How is the government going to make money? And they have tried for 4 weeks to stop these kids. They have not. He has to change his game plan. And that's why you are hearing that there is a rumor that Raila wants to join the government. Will it help? I don't know. Me, I didn't say it will help. But Ruto has reached out to this gentleman because he could have signed that IEBC bill in State House where he signs all the bills. Why was he going to show the whole country that he's signing it with Raila and he doesn't need him? We have to call a spade a spade. You might not prescribe to his politics, but he has taken a big risk in his political career by joining somebody that is very, very unpopular at this moment as we speak. Because people are really feeling bad, especially on the killings, the incompetence of police, and a lot of things that are not working their way. So if he joins that, he loses a lot of people, including me. But don't ever sit back and think that it is Raila who needs Ruto at this moment. It is Ruto who needs Raila. Thank you.
Hey, Darius, if I may just chip in, I mean, good contribution and analysis. I mean, it was well put. But there's just a few comments that I would want to say there. I think I wouldn't say that any of us here is going wrong or any of us here is giving very false narrative. I personally think Raila's done a lot. I agree with you. Raila's done a lot. There was a time when I was still young, I was a diehard of Raila. I'm still supportive of Raila because there are some times that he comes up, like in this case, he's coming up to help. And he's helping. Remember, he's still bitter also from the last elections for what happened. Now, does he want to come in because he felt like legitimacy was supposed to be in there, or is he coming in to help Ruto, or is it that Ruto that really wants him to come and help? Remember, as I said before, all these people are partnership with this government. All these people, they are always partners when it comes to this politics here. Nobody comes outside their circles, you know. So these people, at the end of the story, they are each other's friends, right? Now, why am I thinking that Raila should keep off on this thing here? The Gen Zs started this thing here. Well, they were the face of these things here, but we don't know who actually started it, who is pushing them to do all these things. But they are the face. So to me, I personally think that they told Raila respectfully. Raila was the very first one. They even mentioned his name and said, Baba, we kaa tu nyumbani, ushafanya hizi vitu for a long time. This time we want to do it. Raila went with that. Recently, Raila went again to KICC and they told Raila, no, please, we don't want dialogue. To me, I feel like Raila needs to come down until the tempo calms down. Let's see what their game plan is. You know, they have a game plan. But the fact that Raila is now has been told and he retracted, and people who are around him, like Sifuna, advised him well. But then again, he's coming in, makes me, somebody who has been a diehard, also believe that maybe, and this could just be what I'm thinking, maybe it still feels like it's becoming irrelevant. And these people wants to put him out there and he doesn't want to. Maybe he wants to just stay there. Or maybe he is one of the stakeholders to this government here in a different way. And he doesn't want to let go because of there's something he stands to lose. So at this moment, we are killing young people, and a country that kills young people is killing its future. If you start being a father who is just interested in killing your own kids, guess what? You're going to die and you're going to be childless. And who is going to take the mantle? Nobody. So to me, I feel like that strategy was used by the Kenyatta. That strategy was used by Moi. That strategy was used by, I don't know, Kibaki Sarah did it, but not enormously. Now, Uhuru did it and killed. We still have Baby Pendo there. We still have Mora there. nobody has ever talked about it. So this strategy, if Ruto, I thought Ruto was going to go out of it, like, hey, let's dialogue, looking at his clips, how he campaigned, all those kind of things. He said, hey, we are not going to have a country where you can just be killing people like that because they are trying to defend their rights. And here is him doing totally different one. Now, I was watching one of the interviews when he was asked about this, and he said police is autonomous, police is totally out of his docket, and therefore what they do is not what he knows. And that is totally wrong. As a father, nobody is going to do something in your house without you not knowing. You have to know. So, Raila, we still like Raila. That's okay. Nobody is fighting here. And let's not fight off something like who needs who and needs who. And the goons that went and did that to Kalonzo, because there was a disagreement between Kalonzo and Raila, to me, I totally say that was a wrong thing, because these people have supported each other and they had plans to take. And now if another one is coming in, somebody's sending goons, and it's going to give Baba a very bad name. You see, that if it's not me, then nobody else. And we don't want to leave this. And that is why these Gen Zs are coming in, because the behavior we have been having, the behavior the old ones have been showing to us all this time is wrong. We can't be just like sponsoring people to come and beat people. Kenya is a country of laws. It's high time we started using our ethical ways to have good governance, not somebody just being bought there. Go and beat Kell there. Go and beat Leo there. Go and beat. No, we can't operate like that. For how long? So let's just sit down and give it a different design. I support you on what you're saying, but to me, I feel like let them give Gen Z a chance to finish airing it out. Let's see if they are going to, because right now, as you just said, the last statement, and I'm about to leave, the last statement that you mentioned there, that this thing is costing the government a lot of money. At this point, the government is almost running out of money just by trying to contain the Gen Zs. Why? Because they are using a different method to contain these people. They're throwing tear gas anyhowly. You see people walking, you're just throwing tear gas. Tear gas is meant to kind of, quell a rowdy crowd that is actually charging towards you. They want to kill you. They're coming for your blood. Then you can do that just to quell them out. But to me, I feel like that is sporadic use of weapon. And this is something that if I was in Ruto's seat right now, I would have said, police, stop. I want you to protect these people. I want you to walk with them. I want you, if it's not passing this side, if the road is here and you don't want them on this other side, you can say, let the police not let them come over this side, but they can demonstrate the other side. Let's just have a country of civility.
But Daktari, you can't talk about a country of civility when no one is talking about what the police is experiencing. We do agree that police have overstayed their mandate sometimes, and they have some have committed heinous crimes, but you also understand that what their work is. We cannot assume that everyone in Kenya is interested with Maandamano. We cannot assume that everyone
I do agree
Kenya,
with you. I do agree with what you just said.
Let me finish. So we cannot make an assumption, because we are reading the Constitution selectively to fit the narrative that we are propelling. We also have to, because if you guys are relying on Article 1 and Article 37, it also says that what the people should do. And when people fail to do what they are supposed to do according to that Article 37, then what would the police do? You as Daktari assume you are the owner of Kencom, right? And you expect the police to protect your property. And people have come destroying the property. How do you want them to strike the balance to make sure that they have protected the people who are not actually obeying the commands of the police, or taking instructions, or following the route that they gave according to their demonstration? So we all have a role to play.
both of us, both the people who are going for demonstration and the police must equally stand above because they are trained. But again, when you have thousands and thousands of people marching to you, who has a gun that has probably I don't know how many risasi ngapi bunduki inakuwa nayo, Makiadi atanisaidia, and they are walking to you, and you have adrenaline running in your body as a human being. We have also to understand the position of the police. But that being said, there is something that you have explained to Darius, and I hope that he understands that. It's just that I don't like Raila Amollo Odinga. I appreciate Amollo Odinga, and I appreciate the effort that he has made. But equally, I do see that he has equally taken advantage of the country to his benefit, his individual benefit. In your submission, Daktari, you said that you and me don't know why he pursues the maandamano after the loss of the shed of blood and Awacha. Okay, we don't know. But the thing is, this problem of Darius, this is what and Dr. you put it very well. The thing here is William Ruto doesn't need Raila Amollo Odinga. Raila Amollo Odinga has no magic to save William Ruto from the GNCs who have decided that they need change. But the thing is, both William Ruto and on the other hand, from another perspective, both Raila needs William Ruto the same way William Ruto needs him, because both of them are political elite class, a group that is now targeted by the people. Okay, so they stand in each other for each other. Darius, I always say wengine wetu tulitafuta kura huko nyumbani, and it's interesting that you say that I should dress myself with the reality on the ground. Some of us I live there every other night, but what I wanted to say is that at the end of the day, wakati tumetukanana, tunakutana jioni, tunakunywa, bwana pale ulinichapa, nani analipa? Mheshimiwa analipa. We all eat from the same plate as politicians. So don't be fooled that Raila Amollo Odinga and William Ruto are enemies. They are not enemies. During the day, in public, they are enemies, but they have a common interest to protect one another, right? To protect one another. And that is something that you cannot deviate. Just when in 2007, when there was post-election violence after the election, people regrouped themselves according to their tribes. Why? Because they had interest. The Luos regrouped themselves with the Luos. Kikuyus regrouped themselves, the Kalenjin. And the same thing right now, the political elite class are regrouping themselves so that they can protect what they have amassed. But what I wanted to ask Darius and my other friends here, what happened to the lifestyle audit? Because the lifestyle audit will help us fight the corruption, because then it is going to help the members of parliament. The misappropriation of funds that we are talking about is well captured on how everything should be handled through the lifestyle audit. That's the follow-up I wanted to make, that I do not personally hate Raila Amollo Odinga, but it's only fair as well not to shy away from where Raila Amollo Odinga has let us down. Not only Raila Amollo Odinga, but William Samoei Ruto has let us down, and many other leaders. It is not only William Ruto who is corrupt. It's not only William Ruto who is a thief in Kenya. There are many thieves in Kenya, but then just because he's the father of the nation, he carries the mantle or carries the responsibility to answer these questions. And that's why all of us are angry. And that's why we're asking these very pertinent questions. Thank you.
I think Mzalendo is here. Mzalendo, you can take over. Sijui kama ni Jeff, Kenya Re. I want to sit here as a panelist also. and contribute to the discussion.
Who is moderating? Who is next?
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, we can hear you, Mzalendo.
Oh, good evening, good morning. If you are in, I don't know whether it's morning in Kenya right now, but yeah, I think it's morning. Guys, it's a pleasure to see you guys again talking about our country, the things that we love most. I'll stand in for Leo. I think he's taking a small break, but I don't know who was next in the sequence.
I can say something brief from Mzalendo if possible.
All right, okay, go ahead, Jeff.
After that, it's Makiadi actually should be.
Oh, okay. After that, Matiadi, you can follow in that sequence. All right. Mburu, the mic is yours. Mburu. We have lost Mburu. Have we lost you? Mburu seems to be at work. Makiadi.
I'll go after Kenyari. Let
Kenya?
Kenyari go first.
Kenyari. Kenya Revolutionary.
Wako tayari. I'm ready and my microphone is working.
I'm ready also. It's just that I thought maybe there was.
Cut me off. I think Kenyari and Black and Mburu and Makiadi. That is the order. But if any of them can hear me and if back, please let me know. I just want to respond to the two things that have been said here. I think me and Daktari, we were saying the same thing, including Mise. I think we are saying the same thing.
Darius, is it okay that you allow Makiadi to speak first? He's been waiting.
Yeah, just allow Makiadi.
No, he had gone off, but I said when he's ready, I'll just let him. Is Makiadi back?
I'm still here. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
We can hear Makiadi.
Makiadi merudi.
Niko hapa Dario, wewe utaki tuongee lakini sawa tu. Let me just speak briefly alafu nitakuachia. Tafadhali, if you can hear me.
Go ahead, Makiadi.
Yeah, I think Dario ni kama microphone yake or something. There's a disconnect between his whatever system na feed. But let me say this, Mise, I like the way you presented, but I want to put it to you this way, that
I can't hear. Only microphone yangu ndio iko na shida.
Yeah, labda Dario atoke alafu arudi.
Daddy just log out and then log in back.
Yeah,
we can hear you, but you can't hear us. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me say this. You know, Misa, you have said that these things that are happening right now did not start with William Ruto. I agree with you, perfectly clear. If you go back to the world of research, there's something called a predictor, there's something called an outcome. In between the two, there's something called a moderator. And the moderator determines the magnitude of the outcome. Unfortunately for William Ruto, it is this government, his government, which magnified the outcome. So the problems that have been facing Kenyans for all those decades were magnified in William Ruto's government and his style of governance. From the way the CSs were behaving, to the way money was being squandered, to the way the government was borrowing and doing nothing. So in some way, he was able to catalyze the revolution that you're seeing right now in our country. And the actual picture is, there is nothing that William Ruto, and I'll repeat again here, there's nothing that William Ruto can do differently, even moving forward, that will salvage his leadership in the Republic of Kenya. Number one. Number two, we go back to the issue that I was discussing here before about a constitutional democracy. and I think Themba, wherever is listening here, I want you to tell me here, why should we support? I know maybe you said you don't support, but I just want to emphasize this. Why should we support an arrangement of marriage between ODM and UDA, while it is the same ODM that was saying they have been ripped off the majority leadership and the majority slots in this parliament unconstitutionally? So when we come here and talk about constitutionality, doing things the constitutional way, we should be able to remember that we are the same people who came to this same forum complaining that the government of the day is using unconstitutional means to allocate themselves positions in the parliament. We said it is using unconstitutional means to influence cases in the judiciary. We said they are using unconstitutional means to run the Republic of Kenya. So when does that change? Does it change because Raila Odinga has said, let's change direction and go talk to William Ruto? I think that is a point that we as Kenyans need to sit down and agree that if the government of the day does not follow the constitution, regardless of whether you are a supporter of Raila Odinga, regardless of whether you are a supporter of William Ruto, we should be able to call out the government and tell them that you need to operate within the Constitution of Kenya. That one is something that I'll never shy away from. Even if I support Raila Odinga, that is something that we need to advocate, because today it is William Ruto who is in power. He might use his own means or his own machinations to do things that will favor his government. Remember, tomorrow it will be you, Mise, or I, and you'd expect me also to use the same means. And people should not be complaining. I think we should be clear. We should draw the line. We should draw the lines as Kenyan and say, enough is enough. If it is the constitution for one, it is constitution for all. This IEBC composition, like Kenyari said here, this issue about a crisis because we do not have the IEBC, we should be asking ourselves, was it by design or default? Because from where I see it, I believe this government had an opportunity, especially William Ruto. He had a humble opportunity to recreate and reappoint or maybe appoint new commissioners. He did not take that opportunity to do that. Why did he do that? We don't know. Him alone can explain to us why he has let the IEBC stay blank, stay open without commissioners for that long. In any case, when we keep on saying here that if William Ruto was to exit office, that we will not have a country. In any case, what if something happened, God forbid, and we had a vacancy in the office of the president, or maybe deputy president, or maybe both? Do we cease to exist as a republic because we do not have an IEBC? So William Ruto should not take this as an excuse, and his supporters also should not take this as an excuse and tell us that if the government decides to go, we do not have an IEBC. I mean, guys, let's be serious. They had an opportunity to appoint an IEBC that is non-partisan. They did not take that opportunity. So this thing about rushing and appointing commissioners because we are in quote unquote in a crisis as a country, I don't think that's a fair judgment from this government. Now, as I finish, so that I can give my fellow panelists an opportunity to speak also. You know, I've had people saying that William Ruto will be in office until 2032. And I ask myself, and I know Penny Nyagaka is here, is one of those people who claims that William Ruto will be in government, will be the president until 2032. My question to you, people who speak in that, you know, that manner or that language, why do we need an election in our country? Why should we be voting every 5 years? I mean, if we already know that somebody is going to be a president, I know, Misa, you are following what is happening, and Mzalendo, you are following what is happening in the US right now. And the current president, hold on, Pen Yagaka, just a minute. You'll be given your time to speak. Just mute your mic. Mute your mic, please. Thank you, sir. You can see how the president is struggling. When he looks at the polls, they do not favor him. He's like a person who is trying to swim in murky waters. He cannot, get himself up. The numbers are not favoring him. He's trying as much as possible to redeem himself, doing every kind of thing so that he can push his numbers. But it is not working for him. And he knows very well that after every 4 years, you have to go back and campaign so that people will vote for you to go back to that office. What is so different about our Republic of Kenya? So that when somebody gets in for the first term, we have the likes of Penny Nyagaka who will be telling us, miaka kumi, alafu miaka kumi ingine ya Rigathi. We should be asking ourselves, are we in a democracy or is Kenya a kingdom? That is something that I think should concern every Kenyan. And that is why you find leaders who are not accountable to the people, because they know very well that people like Penny Nyagaka will let them go for 10 years without an election in between. We should be able to question how these people are able to get into office for the first term, and then in the middle of their tenure, like what is happening to William Ruto, he loses half of his supporters. He loses half of his base, even more than that, and still manages to win the election. That is a question I pose to you, my brothers. As a republic, we should be asking ourselves, why do we need an election after every 5 years? If William Ruto is capable, or any other president is capable to go for 10 years unquestioned at the ballot, then we should better declare our country as a kingdom and not as a democratic country. Thank you.
Well, who's going next?
Hello,
Darius.
Muzalendo. Muzalendo, I've been attacked very much.
I know, Mr. Penn, that you've been really attacked, but I beg to allow somebody who has been waiting, a chance to respond. Darius, then you can go ahead. Darius, are you there? If Darius is not there, then Penn, you can respond. Penny.
Okay, thank you very much, Muzarendo. Very happy to see you guys in the panel. Kinamisi, we come here to listen to you most of the time. I've been listening for the last 2 hours. That is very, very entertaining. It's very nice. Lakini, Mato, very nice to see you and very nice to come on this platform, because ile ingine hata hawanitaki kuniona huko, so I don't even go there. So Mato, wacha nikwambia kwamba when we say 2032, it's not like we want to change Kenya to be a dictatorship. No. In a democracy, in England, they just elected a Labour guy. How long has it been since the Labour gentleman get to power? Very many years. Since Nani changed in 1979, Margaret Thatcher, and until then, it has been a parliamentary democracy, but the Labour has not come that close. Here in America, Mato, from 1952 to 1994, the Republican did not win the House or the Senate. They won the presidency, yes. But they could predict 5 years, 10 years down the road that they will win. When we keep saying, Mato, you directly pointed that to me, that I the one say that Ruto to 2032. It's not like we want Kenya to be a dictatorship. No. We just seen it that now your hero has really joined the Ruto. When we were talking about like that, he had never even joined him. He was going to the AU. He was going everywhere. So it is the numbers, my friend, Mato. It is the numbers that make us say Ruto to 2032. It's not a regressive way to think that we want Kenya to be a dictatorship. Therefore, then we don't have to say that. Kwa sababu saa hii mzalendo, wacha nikwambie, and you guys can tell me otherwise. So as we look at it today, there is nobody who is coming closer to Ruto to beat him. I mean, if 2026 somebody come up and there is like Ibrahim Torre and all this, we will agree with that. But as of right now, as we speak today, there is nobody who is coming close to Mr. Ruto. Hiyo ndio mimi nakwambia tu. We have watched the politics of the world over and over. When we say Ruto 2032 is not, it's not. Ngoja nikwambie, it's not that we want dictatorship. Dictatorship ni kitu mbaya sana. But even in a democracy, there is a way you can change a democracy to be what it is. Now in Israel today, Netanyahu has been there forever, and there's nobody who is beating him. Do we want Israel to be a dictatorship? No. It's a parliamentary democracy, but they have figured the numbers. They have figured how to get the numbers to get Netanyahu can win all the time. Hiyo ndio mimi nasema tu. When you guys never had, I mean, the sorry to mention, but the ODM supporters of Raila Odinga, when they speak, even kwa ile kama ile show ingine yenu Mato, that's a joke because all of you agree 100%. Nobody disagrees or brings any reason. Nini huyu nani area alikuja hapo siku ingine kuzungumza kitu, they will all attack him. If you don't talk everything that praises Ruto, I mean Raila, then you are attacked like you are ignorant, you are whatever. Unaitwa everything in the book. And that, my friend, is not a democracy. That's a dictatorship in the making, and Kenya is a democracy. We decide who we want, and we want who we want. Do we always do right? You can take the, to anywhere. Lakini yangu ni kukuambia Mato, you are more than welcome. Hapa utanipata, hapa utapata wengine, lakini wengine vile ulikuwa unasema, and I keep repeating this to you. When we keep saying 2032 is not like we want Kenya to be a dictatorship, is that we have seen that there is nobody who is closer to Ruto. Now that Raila has joined him, and all the followers of Raila follow him wherever he wants, do whatever he wants to do. And what did Malaysia Mzarendo? The last maandamano ambayo alikuwa Tuesday, you never saw it happen anywhere in Luo Nyanza. Never. Because Raila had said, we are joining this government, or we were talking to this government, or whatever he told them. And they trusted him, and they followed it. So when Ruto brings him in, he knows what numbers he has brought in. You too. Thank you very much, Mzarendo. Hiyo kijana yangu Mato wananiataki, lakini ni mzuri. Wakikuja mahali kama hapa, that's very good. Ile ingine Mato ndio sikuji na hata wanitaki huko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Penny. We like your comments here. You are an elder here. You've got a lot of experiences in our country. You've seen Kenyatta's government all the way up to Raila, up to Ruto's government. Guys in the comment section, asanteni sana for being there. Awesome. And everybody else, we acknowledge you. Put the right question to the panelists, or we'll put it up there, and they will be able to answer. I've got very, very able panelists here. Darius is here, Black is here, Richie Makiadi is here, Dr. William also joining us for the first time. Omboy, karibu sana to Afrique 24. Hillary, if you can have your camera on, that would be very, very, very wonderful. You've been in the Gen Z's conversation for the longest time, Hillary. As a moderator, please have your camera on and tell us what is happening on the other side of X. With that said, let me give a chance to Darius. Darius.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bwana Mzalendo. Yeah, mine is very quick. I think most of the panelists have actually articulated what I was saying. I think I would just like to point a few things about what was said about, especially matters concerning the police. The problem that the people have is not that we are not saying the police are not human. We are not saying that the police also are having a hard job. The police in any country of the world are armed with something that can take somebody's life away. So when they are either ill-trained or do a job that would be regarded as mediocre, it becomes a danger to the other person. A normal maandamano as envisaged in our constitution, we saw a bigger maandamano in South Africa. And the maandamano, all the police needs to tell the people is, don't use Kenyatta Avenue. We shall put a police battalion to ensure there's security for you guys, but follow Mwendwa Street and follow this street, but don't follow this street. And they have a right to barricade if they feel it is a street that needs to do something of service. But the police in Kenya, the way they have handled this year's, I just want to speak on this one that has just happened the past 4 weeks. Every week coming in, it seems that they are more clueless as the day goes. You know, in life, when you make a mistake, you need to go back being better. But they are coming back being worse and worse. The worst now is the last one that happened on Tuesday, where they shot a journalist. I really wished Mr. to highlight stuff like this. When I saw the journalist crying in hospital bed today, surely how do you feel when you see this? It is really wrong. From trying to say they were criminals or they were doing this, now you have gone to journalists. A lady shot by police who was not even amongst the people that were demonstrating. So I don't know if they are trigger happy or there's something wrong with their fingers. But there is a problem. I even said last time, we might need retraining when it comes to this police. So on that, I think we don't need to say that we are not, but the police are our brothers. But when I heard the former police spokesman who is sleeping with the government right now, the Charles Owino, what he said, that they take a battalion of about 30 people and only 2 people have a gun. But up to today, they have not told us who shot Rex. Wasn't he amongst the 2 who only have a gun to bring him up, and so we can just know that at least people are being brought to book? No, it is really wrong. We need to call that out because, you know, these lives that people are losing can never be gotten. We don't know if you get back your life when you lose it. So when I hear somebody here talking about buildings, you know, in a country like America where most of the panelists here are, they have things like hurricanes and tornadoes. Buildings get destroyed and they build tomorrow. But the lives that they lose in those tornadoes don't come back. We can't compare those two. So I just think that we really need to be sensitive about how the police are handling this constitutional right in moving forward, if this thing is going to continue. Secondly, I don't want to dwell on Raila the man. You know, we are losing the point when we speak on Raila the man. My point was very clear, and so that there is no iota of doubt. When somebody tells you that Ruto right now does not need Raila, and this is somebody I really respect because he has been in the ground trying to stand for votes. Really, we are really losing the point. Because there's no way, I've repeated, there's no way Ruto would need Raila to come back and join his government, and he doesn't need him. Raila right now is a retired guy. Nobody knows if he will stand again. He's that age that Makiadi just said now of Biden, where he was struggling even with your own age. I mean, it's a God-given thing. But even these kids, the Gen Zs, the first day they were demonstrating, they went to TikTok calling Raila because they know they are having this right because this guy showed them. And I gave an example when they went to the quarry. Not many leaders can go there. This guy has a cultish following. There's people who follow him like me who can think. Like even now, I'm very disappointed if he's joining the government. But I know there are people who can even slap me if I say he's bad. So there is that. So we just need to. You cannot remove the carrots from the peas when it comes to Raila. And there has to be a way to cool down these Gen Zs right now. And to Ruto's wisdom, he thinks this is the best way. We wish him all the best. But that is just what I was saying. I was not talking about Raila the man. I was just saying on damage control right now, because Ruto is really damaged. He's in a corner right now. He needs help. From whoever he needs, I'm seeing like he needs help from this guy. That's why the proceedings of Kenyan politics is taking this direction right now. We would not be here right now. The things they mentioned, like the post-election violence, the handshake with Uhuru, let's also be realistic. We are grown-ups here. What would happen if Raila did not shake hands with the Kibaki? Maandamano iendelee, watu endelee kuuana. They already lost to 1,500. Was it a good decision? Maybe not. Was it a bad decision? Maybe not. But maybe it was the better decision for people who say we don't want anarchy in Kenya. Same to the handshake. People were ready to go to State House. They even went and swore him in. These are treasonous things. Sometimes, you know, as human beings, when we have a following, we need to take 2 steps back and think, what is the gooder thing for the country? Even this situation of the Gen Zs, the past 4 weeks, when we joined this dialogue here, this is also a dialogue, this platform to discuss, we are asking ourselves every day, what is the end game? What is the end game? Are we waiting for heaven to come and bring us the end game? There has to be an end game. Who can convince us Gen Zs are not going to the streets next week? Is Ruto having any other options? I am thinking he has run out of options. Ameingia mpaka Zoom. That is the lowest the president has done. I mean, these are things we are seeing. It's not like Darius is saying. Lifestyle audit. Somebody mentioned lifestyle audit. Who is most scared in Kenya right now to do a lifestyle audit more than William Ruto? He amassed money from YK92, from selling chicken. You know, we really like to clap for nonsense. When you're ready, you stall. How are you going to ask Mzalendo to declare his well? And you cannot declare yours. So that one was put in kaburi ya kusahau. Hata usiwahi fikiria there will be a lifestyle audit. When the cabinet ministers who have been fired today were being interviewed, did you hear anybody below 2 billion shillings as a wealth? And that is not the correct value. They were reducing it by over 100%. Those are trillionaires. Moving very fast. Our Mzee Penny Nyagaka, who we really respect in this podium, I've met him like thrice. He's saying the truth. But I'm sorry, that is why they call it retrogressive thinking. When you say that you are not insinuating you don't want a monarchy, but somebody will go up to 2032. The problem with that talk, it has been a talk from long time. The problem with that talk is only one, Mzee wangu Nyagaka. That talk has made the previous presidents not to be accountable. Because the Kenyan vote to get to State House is won by the illiterate vote. Moi started, Jomo Kenyatta started it, Moi magnified it, anaenda huko kwa village, he goes to the village, anapatia wamama leso imeandikwa juu KANU inajenga inchi, they are very happy, they have not, the illiterate vote has been leading the country so much. I was listening to a debate yesterday on NTV, and this gentleman is an economist in Kenya. What he said was very, very touching. This guy said, these kids, if they decide to follow up, to wait for that 3 years, they have almost 9 million votes. If they take that voters card, as they say they will, this is a hypothesis. Knowing that Ruto was declared winner of an election where 8 million Kenyans did not vote. So the demographics of even 2032 are so different once the voter registration confirms that these kids have made good their threat And they have confirmed to us they can do stuff because they promised us the finance bill will fall. It has fallen. They promised us they will make sure cabinet secretaries go home. They have gone. So now they also promised this. We are yet to see. But there is that avenue that they might do this. So we really need to watch this space. Right now, Bwana Nyagaka, Ruto is not thinking of 2032. He is struggling to see if he can finish these 3 years. Because these kids are talking like they would have cut it off. The only thing that is saving Ruto that is a president now is because he had sat on that IEBC. There is nobody for elections in Kenya. So when these kids are told there is nobody to go to elections, is when they think, what is the other strategy we can do? That has really helped Ruto, and he knows it. So to me, accountability that is needed right now, these kids feel like the person sitting on the seat is not the person that can do it. Whether they are right or wrong, it is not me to say. It is us to wait and see how it develops. But like I said when I started, but as I finish, I will not be the person to come here and speak of what Raila intends to do or doesn't intend to do. So far, as we discuss here, the media speculation that this thing might happen. But Waswahili walisema, mahali iko moshi, haikosi moto. So that might be the truth or it might not be the truth. So for today, I have just commented based on hearsay. If Raila joins the government or gives some of his people to join the government, it will be a move that he himself as Raila Odinga, a person who has sacrificed a lot to be the person that he is today, popular with very many people and unpopular with very many people. It will be a very unpopular decision to many people who support him and who do not support him. Me as Darius, I would not support that decision. I would be disappointed with him. It might be for the gooder piece of the country, but I was not for it. His wisdom that tells him to do it, I am yet to see. But I will not put my signature to want to see him join this group of people who are beating their chest the past 5 years instead of going to the office to work, saying they can run a country, and they bring a country to its knees within less than 2 years. It is not only disappointing, it is shameful. It is very shameful. You cannot sit here and say Uhuru was not unpopular. He was unpopular, but he was not unpopular to the level of bringing the country to such a situation. This is a first. And it's sad to say that the person who looked so capable of delivering the country to the greater proportions has brought it to its knees right now. Things that have happened have never happened ever before in the country. Even 1982 when we were born, when there was a coup, these were people with military, with guns and stuff. But this one where a president is calling people with phones terrorists and looks very scared, and the way he has been clapped for by people saying that Ruto ni mkali hawezi fanya, and now kids are making him go to his knees, maka anaenda kuita mzee amsaidie. So bad, so wrong. I don't know if this is the guy to deliver us to greater proportions in Kenya. But thank you very much.
Mzelendo.
Yes.
Just to respond on what Darius has said, there is a good sub heading you had put there saying that unity and dialogue, and then in front you said political regrouping. That's the point my brother Darius is missing. I don't know how many times we can emphasize on this. And if there is political regrouping, it means it is not Raila, it's not William Ruto who so badly wants Raila Odinga. Maybe Raila Odinga also wants William Ruto for them to work as a team to redeem themselves. You know, there are a few things that you have mentioned, my brother Darius, about the police. And I don't know why you're reading the Constitution selectively. The Constitution is read alongside the public order. In this case, the public order number 56, that gives the procedure of demonstration, that you cannot have the last demonstration that we saw, people are coming from everywhere. We have seen, I've not heard you talking about the police being stoned by the public. Is that how we should treat the authority that is supposed to maintain law and order and expect them to protect us? You're not answering that part. We must have a balanced, if we are having an honest conversation, we must have a balanced debate whereby we are saying and pointing out and saying things the way they are. I like Makiadi today, the way he said that he's not ashamed to distance himself from certain things that he feels that they are not right. The truth is, both Raila Odinga and William Ruto, they have, in one way or the other, have contributed to the growth of our country significantly or insignificantly. That is indisputable. What is disputable is that at this point is that both of them are in the same soup. Both of them are in a position that they need one another for them. They need coexistence for them to be relevant. And that is what we will we are talking about here. It is true. We are not disputing that the police have killed, have used excessive power or force against the people who were actually exercising their right as they should. But it's also evident that the people who are perceived to have come for demonstration have seen destroying property. So you discrediting, using God's act, which you call tornadoes. In this case, by law, they are called God's act. They are defined as God's act, as tornadoes that brings down buildings and so forth, destroys property. Comparing it with people who willingly plans leaving their homes, going to other people's property to destroy. It also means that those people are infringing the rights of protection by the police, by the same police, to those other people who own those properties. So you cannot discredit it and say that buildings can be rebuilt, property can be regained, but loss of life cannot be regained, cannot be recovered. How do you know that someone who has taken so many loans will survive if they see their buildings brought down or their property destroyed? How about what if they died out of depression? That is also one way of killing that we are not, that is silent, that we are not talking about. But overall, my brother, what we should, as sane people, as people who are saying things from a different perspective, people who have no interest in this government to either fail in one way or the other, we should be also condemning those people who come with the intent to destroy property, necessitating the police to react in a way that sometimes might subject or cause loss of life. That is the argument, and that's the balance that we should strike. Nobody's happy with what the direction the country is taking. It is some of us, Black included, and Mzalendo, we supported William Ruto, but we are disappointed by the people around him and how the government has been led. We wanted to see change. We were very hopeful that one day there will be change in the country, but that has not happened. But what do we see? Why has William Ruto not called you Darius? Why is he calling Raila Odinga? You know, why is he calling the people from the opposition? When you talk about the people, when you will see the people from the opposition getting chances or positions in the current government, that is because they belong to the same class that you and me can never or may not in the near future be. We belong to the class that is oppressed by the existence of the political elite class, political regrouping. They are regrouping because why is all of a sudden Edwin Sifuna is quiet? Yeah, Mzalendo, actually, we were talking that you will be surprised that maybe the Minister for Defense will be Junet Mohammed, and he will be singing the praises of William Ruto, the person who he detested in the past. That is the political conmanship, hypocrisy that we want to root out from our politicians, that they only support it when it fits. And that is the unfortunate situation that we have in our country. So you and me, Darius, when you mentioned about Raila having a cult kind of people who believe in him, who actually believe in everything that he said, are you saying that tomorrow myself and Mzalendo should also work very hard and have a fanatical following, that no matter what or wrong we commit, they will just praise us for whatever that we are doing? These are some of the wrongs that we are pointing out. As much as they are a reality and they are difficult to change, we should not shy away from speaking about them. Thank you.
Hey, Mzalendo, can I speak?
Who's that? That is Themba.
William.
Oh, William. Oh, Willie.
Yeah.
You can go ahead, Dr. Say
Thank you,
something.
Mzalendo, and thanks to this platform here. I mean, the contributions are all good, but I want to talk on two items here. One has been mentioned by Darion. And I think Darion mentioned a very, very important point somewhere there, that we cannot let go by that. And Mice, I think what what Darion here said about the police, and I said it before, the police are there as our law enforcement. Law, the keyword is law enforcement. They're supposed to ensure that the law that is within our constitution is upheld. We are free to go to the streets. Anybody is free to go to the street. Now, as you bring it in, Mice, that we cannot destroy items, and the police has a right to shoot because they're defending themselves when they see people charging. Now, police is a force, and whenever they're being discharged for such kind of duties, they are given rules of engagement. They are told exactly when to discharge that weapon. Now, these kids, I've seen them and I've watched some of them. They go walk in the streets, they yell, they do anything. And what they always say is that we have a bottle of water, we have our ID, and we have placards. Those are our weapons. Please do not kill us. We are just kids who wants to fight for our rights. And they're free to have their rights as stipulated in Article 37. Now, if police, like Darren said, and the government should pull up their pants and say, hey, for some reasons, we are barricading this section here for what is going on. Whoever comes on this side here, you will be trespassing. Then somebody comes there, they will be trespassed, and you should not hit that person. You should pick up that person, lock him in, take him, and arraign him in a court of law. But as it is right now, the police captured, well, they were plainclothes police officers and others were in uniform. So we don't know even if those plainclothes officers, because they don't have any tab on them, they were police or people masquerading as police and have weapons. Remember, there are also goons amongst these Gen Zs that could be sponsored by even the government themselves to just go in and do things that are not within what these guys are planning to do or how they're planning to maneuver, just to create a commotion and also to discredit the confidence that people have had on them. You know, they go kick doors, start looting. I don't think that is what these kids were doing. None of them, even the people that they're leaderless, but we can see them. I've not seen any of them running with a TV or etc., etc. But some of them have been abducted, and some of them have been found killed. None of these things here have been tabled by the government. So what does that tell us? They are a target. They are a target of this kind of foolishness. They are a target of torture. They are target of all these beatings for no reason, to stop them from voicing themselves. That is not the freedom we wanted. William Ruto is age is I think is in his 50s, so he is leaning towards the sides of even millennials. He should have made a change. He should have walked out of this office here with a name that was going to be much, much better than what people in the past have done. But he has chosen the other side. In his 2 years of power, we have seen situations where Ruto does not go with the constitutions. He forces in himself. And as Makiadi said very clearly, that it is a democracy. Democracy here does not mean I have the power and I'm going to dictate you. Democracy here, just as he said it clearly, I think Makiadi said clearly, that the majority have their powers. And if they elect you, please listen to the majority. You see this? Now, all this said and done, I feel very well that we are all in the right situation to help this country here heal. But if we are going to support a wrong just because I am in that party, then I don't think we are doing that country justice. Gen Zs decided for once to be tribeless, for once just to do things in unity, you know? Why do they say we are tribeless? Why do they say we are leaderless? Because they have watched us. They saw that in the past, that if we have a leader, that leader will probably be compromised. You know, he will be given money. Everybody is subject to. I mean, corruption is just with people, but to resist is the problem. So they say we are leaderless. So it's making the government not identify who they can manipulate. Then they say they are tribeless because they've seen our design in the last. Ruto manipulates the Rift Valley people. He goes back in and speak their language so that he can have them behind him. Raila also has the right to come and amass the Luos. President Uhuru also had the right to amass the Kikuyus. So at the end of the day, they throw in that tribalism thing so that they can divide you guys, and then they get what they want. They say, hey, we Kalenjins are ready to merge with you Luos, and then we can beat the Kikus. Or we, the Luos, we can merge with the Kikus and beat the Kalenjins. You know, it is a game that they have been playing for a long time. And this Gen Z said, no, we are going to go tribeless here because we don't want to identify with the tribe. Not that they don't come from any tribe. They all have their tribes. And I'm sure all of them, in a way, could support their tribes. But they have seen how the old generations messed them with these tribe things. So these boys and girls just wants what is better for them. I don't think their intent is to take the government. I don't think their intent was to capture the government, because like Darius said, Ruto lost the confidence. In reality, he has lost it. If it was in a civil way, if he wanted to be really, really respected, if I were him, I would resign. I would just say, look, I resign, because never in the history, as Darren said, never in Africa, out of all those more than 40 states, has a president ever come down to that level where he says, you know what, my cabinet that I've defended for all this time, people have told me these people are incompetent, but I always say, no, they're competent. They're doing this, and I support them. Then all of a sudden, within a week, people force you and you say, you know what, I don't want these people. I let them go. And then you come back and say, you see, I've let them go. Can we talk? No. Your father cannot do that in the house. He will look for a different design. Now, two, these boys here said, hey, we don't want this police officer. I think he's not doing the right thing. He has killed us. He has done this, which were legitimate to the president. Before The president fired the guy. The guy decided to render his resignation because he knew what the president was going to do. Now, by accepting that, the government also accept that they acted ultra-vires. They acted not within the law by killing people. But then, who has been arraigned so far? We have not seen this police chief go to court. We have not seen him being called to tell us where those other kids are missing, where they are buried, all these kind of things. The quarry deaths have been going there since 2022. Now, after it has been found, the police comes in. Even in here, in a situation like that, what would the government do? The government would make that a crime scene. And nobody should ever stop right there. They would seal it and have it guarded, especially with so many bodies found in there, have it guarded 24 hours, you know? But what do we see again? Next day, there's fire. Who is lighting fire on these things? Is it the police, whom we are entrusting to be our law enforcement? Come on, guys. Let's not just support a government because our views lies with their party. At one point, I think we should be partyless. Just like Mr. Penn said very well that, hey, Ruto is there up to 2032. He has a right to say that. That is fine. But what does that tell me, who is an observer? That would tell me, looking at the past, how Kenya has been. During Moi's time, they were calling for free and fair elections, but they put it no longer. Who is going to do a free and fair election when you are being seen? Because they will torture you. There was a Kenya, something they put on you. They say, oh, we came in and found a publication that is criticizing Moi. During Moi's era, you could not even talk about Moi. We could not even do a Zoom like this about the government. They will come for you and they will kill you. See, so we have come from very far. We call ourselves democracies, but we are not a democracy. We are dictatorship. We say things to please the West and call it democracy because the West want us to see that. But in reality, when we go back to our people, we dictate them on what to do. Where utafanya here now utafanya. That is not how democracies work. And then at the same time, we predict their time in the office, not like thinking that people support them. They force themselves in. Where on earth a president of a country, somebody comes to the podium, takes out something from the court and say, "Ata mimi wacha nisaini kitu sahihi." Really? That thing should have come in a folder with a panel already signed by other people who matters, and then read that, hey, President Ruto has been chosen as the president. I saw Chebukati pull out that thing, talking and say, oh, hata sahi niko na hii kitu, wacha ni sign hii kitu sahi ukuwe na president, and then he hands it over. Really, I think it's a mockery. To me, I feel like the Chebukatis and all these people really plunged us into chaos. You know, they plunged us into chaos. And if we were to do this, IBC was one of the things that Ruto should have done right from day one, because this is not what we want. This is what should be guiding the country. So he should have come in and say, hey, first and foremost, we are bringing in the IBC thing. We are going to make sure that it stands even before appointing cabinets, you know? Then when you look at cabinets, the appointments, we Africans, we are still disadvantaged that we speak different languages. And we want to please our people. I mean, if we have 5 different tribes, and then out of these 5 different tribes, I have an office that is like 5 offices. And then all my tribes are 3 people represented in all these 5. So 2 goes to the rest of Kenya. What would you say that is, even if those people did not vote you? You are trying to do a government of inclusivity, right? You're trying to include everybody. What does that tell you? All parastatals. You just see there is cronies with the same name. See, I think in that case, people may not be the one to make that judgment, but anybody will look at it and say, hey, is this really what is going on? So for you to be a good leader, I think you should influence people to start doing the right thing. And leadership, if the cabinet is a reflection of the president. If everybody was fired there as incompetent, then the president was also incompetent and should follow suit. That is just what I think. Because he has allowed to fire them. Why? And he said that, okay, they are incompetent. So I'm the head. If the fish head is, you want to tell me that all these other tails and everything there can be very bad, but the head is good? The head is the one that controls. He has a meeting with all these cabinets every morning, every evening. He has at least some huddle he does with them at the end of the day or at the end of the week and tell them, hey, what is going on in your ministry? What is going on in your ministry? What kind of new thing have you implemented? What kind of, all these kind of things. So if they're all incompetent, they never did anything, then it means he also never did anything. So to me, I think that he should have fired himself also as well. And that's why I'm saying it could have been a very, very good president if he said, you know what, guys, I resign. I think he would have earned more respect than now, because for right now, he has lost the grip. These kids will keep on going and going and going, and you're going to kill them and kill them and kill them, because as it is right now, these people are like about 70% of the population. These kids are the 70% of the population. And if you look at our people die, the life expectancy in Kenya is probably maybe 60. But the Gen Zs are still young. So do you want to kill the people who are still young, who have time to come in and bring in ideas, or do you want to leave the people that are all about to die to keep living? I don't think so. Even in the Zoom that the president was there, the president was kind of like pretending like he cannot even, not pretending, I withdraw that. Maybe he didn't know, but how to even use the system. So
All right.
yeah, so I would leave it at that. But I think, guys, if let's just work in unity and offer what we can offer, support these kids here. I personally think they need to. There are leaders in there. I can see leaders in them. So let's give them a chance.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daktari. I don't know whether it's my. Oh, it's Penny. Thank you very much, Daktari, for that wonderful submission. And now, Kenya is at a crossroads, and let us look at these things objectively and see what we can do as Kenyans without going back to our tribal self. So, yeah. Can you hear me? I need you to put your mic off for just a second. Then I can bring in Black. Then I know you want to react on something, Mr. Penny, but Black is banning to play some video for you guys to see the kind of country that we are in. Having said that, I just want to weigh in maybe with a few words and say, it is time that we have the right conversation. The conversation has never been between Raila Odinga and the people of Kenya. The conversation has been the Gen Zs and what they want done by the government of William Ruto. The Gen Zs have never said that they want to remove Ruto from power. We are confusing a conversation here. The conversation has been the points that the Gen Zs put up that they want. First, they didn't want the finance bill and a raft of other things like the cabinet being dissolved. and things like that. Then the millennials hijacked the conversation. We belong to that group that has hijacked the conversation. The conversation between the Gen Z and the government of Kenya has been one. They need reforms, they need an end to corruption, and they need equity in government. This is a very important juncture in the making. We need not to lose focus and start focusing on personalities. Personally, my opinion is that Raila Odinga again he gets it wrong because Raila advises himself and Raila makes decisions on his own, and his loyal followers, the idol worship of Raila Odinga, they follow him to wherever he's going. This is a moment for him to say that, I am a statesman. This is what we need to have a conversation on. Remember, he came in and he said his supporters have said no to the handshake, and then he went back again to hiding, and then he came back again and said, now, okay, it is time for us to have this national dialogue. It is not about the national dialogue. The conversation is the Gen Zs want some reforms, and these reforms affect me and you directly. If it is the issue of taxes, we all pay taxes. If it is the issue of nepotism, if it is the issue of tribalism in the parastatals, appointments, we have got children who are looking for jobs. This is not politics. This is about us. This is about the future. So we have a moment where we can all reflect positively and say, I belong to ODM, I belong to UDA, but we have a country. We have a country, and we have children that will say that we stood up for what is right. This is not a moment where you need to tell me that I am an ODM supporter or an UDA supporter. I need you to talk about our country, Kenya. Do you want to go the anarchy way? Do you want to solve the problems? Or do you want the political class to remain in the political cabal and be part of it? So that is the right conversation that we need to have. And don't forget, even here in the US, the question why Trump elected JD as his running mate is very, very simple. The young people have got numbers. Tomorrow, when you wake up this week, you will see Biden stepping down, and there will be young people on board because elections are informed by data. They are no longer informed by just hearsays and rhetorics. When I came here and I told you Sifuna was full of satires, people thought that I was joking, or people thought that I didn't like ODM. No, it was satire because your boss is talking to the president, and you are busy keeping your base engaged, thinking that you are on the opposite side. So tomorrow, these politicians will all be saying that Ruto is a good man, and the guy who will be put in the corner is Gashagwa and the Kikuyu community. So we again going to the tribal equation. So, guys, let us be sober. Let us look at the country and where we want the country to go. Black, it is your turn, please. Thank you. Black, Black, you are in your bunker again. Please come out of Israel. Black, you are in Gaza. You are in Gaza. You have a lot of echo. Please come out of Gaza and come back to Kenya. You are in a bunker. You are in a bunker. You are not audible. Have a very serious echo. Can you guys hear Black? Black, say one or two things. Black, we can't hear you. Log in. Oh. Boss, mimi ndio nasikia Black ako na echo. Darius,
No,
can we?
we can't hear him.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Black. Please, you have got a serious echo. Log out and log back. Your video is ready to be played. So when you are ready, Just log in. Yeah, thank you, Black. Again, Tuya, karibu sana to Africa once again. This is where we have the real conversation about our country without any political bias. Even if you have a political bias to any political party, we welcome you. We will listen to your views. We will welcome and accommodate each and everyone's view. The only thing that we in Africa do is we are respectful. We use a very respectful language. We don't want to abuse anyone. But the thought process, the opinion by the panelists and the guys in the comment section is not the opinion for Africa 24. That is their individual opinion. And we do not stand by whatever they believe in or whatever the political ideology that they are trying to put across. Having said that, Black, are you okay? Can you say a word or two?
Hello. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
good. Yeah, good. Now you can go ahead, Black.
I got out of the bank. So anyway, hello again, once again, fellow panelists and viewers at large. My point was more about the unity of ODM and UDA. Okay. Unity is never bad of any kind. It's never bad. Now, what's the purpose of the unity is what matters most when it comes now to politics. You know, when anybody tries to tell me that they are there to salvage the government, I wonder what are they bringing in that the president does not already have. I mean, when it comes to a database, I'm sure if the president could assemble a machinery that won him the presidency, do you think he's incapable of finding someone or people or persons that can hold up the cabinet positions or fill up the cabinet positions which are now currently vacant? I don't think he's unable. He's very much capable. He must be having a huge database of individuals that can well fill those positions. So unless maybe he was pushed onto a corner to do so, you know, maybe by the fact that there was the pressure from the Gen Z and maybe ODM might have pushed him and told him, you know what, hata sisi pengine tutaingia kwa street. Unajua, if that would be the case, then we would not be having a country right now. So maybe he must have been pushed to get to such an agreement, you know, because I know the president is a very smart guy. I mean, to have won that election, it must have required him to be a genius, and which he is, because he managed to form a team, a formidable team that won him the election, won him the seat. So when ODM panelists or panelists that are more leaning towards ODM come here and say that they are going to save Ruto, I find that being laughable. I think it's more like a comedy. Ruto doesn't need them. Ruto is smart enough. He has all the resources he requires to get us a good list of cabinet secretaries. So I don't think he needed them. It's more on the other way around, in my view. Now, what would be the after effect of it? I think we will be lacking oversight. I mean, because we already know that ODM is the second largest party in parliament. So now, if they are part of government, what would happen to the debates in parliament? You know, would we be having any sort of oversight or an opposition that would be pointing out any wrongs in the government? I think that's a question that we need to also ask ourselves. But I believe we already have the answer to that. Now, on the issue of IBC, people saying that he had the opportunity the president had the opportunity to select the IBC commission. I think on that one I can defend him. I mean, just soon after election, and I said that already here. Azimio said that no, if he goes ahead and appoints then watarudi kwa street. So they have to sit down again, waongee maneno ndio NADCO ikatuletea, you know. So it is not his own doing that we not had an IBC ever since. He was held at ransom, you know. And that is why now the NADCO came in, and now we have the NADCO report. So on that one, I could say no. It's the opposition that with their wrangles made the delays. Now, on the other issue, maybe of the video, maybe you can play, is I don't know why we are also not looking at the issue of accountability from other leaders, like governors. Like there was one that I was looking at, and I was wondering, I mean, I was being asked, maybe if you can play that. Bought a crate of soda for 1 million. You can play that, Madam Zale.
What you have come with to confirm that 1 million was spent on sodas. You see, this is forgery.
Chair, I'm Bidia, and from this, the invoice was done in 2019, but as you can see from the invoice was done in 2019, but the
address yourself to the payment voucher.
Yeah, the payment voucher was done during the year 2020.
On which date?
From the record that
on which date? On this piece of paper? On which date?
On this, you can make reference to the PO that was usually done before.
On a payment voucher, you must be able to tell the date on which it was raised. Tell me the date on which this payment voucher was raised.
From 2019, we just took the photocopy.
If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, it is not.
Is there a date on this payment voucher?
The date is not clear in the payment.
Can you make a payment on a payment voucher without a date? Auditor General,
you can't share.
So where is the date on this payment voucher to support 1 million? Even before we go to the receipt, where figures have intentionally been altered. 1,250 ml mineral water and you maybe you take this to.
No, do you agree that the date is not on this voucher?
It's not clear. Maybe the photocopy.
It's not clear. Where is it if it is not clear?
Young man, stand down. You did not take the oath, and that's why you are misleading us.
I think he has to be put on oath.
Telling us lies.
He's lying.
But that's why I'm making reference to page.
You are not making reference anywhere because this is the voucher. It doesn't have a date. Can you agree?
Is 65 the same document?
Yes, it's the same document.
So why don't you say that?
I've actually said the same to the chair.
So the date is clear at page 65?
Yeah, it's very clear actually from the IFMIS. So
at page 65. What is page 65?
Is the PO of the same.
Is a purchase order the same as a payment voucher?
Before you make the payment, before you make the payment,
order, young man, and Sergeant at Arms, you might have a client very soon. Is a payment voucher and a purchase order the same?
No, they are not the same.
Which one precedes the other?
PO, the payment order, yes.
Fine. So what did you want us to do here on the PO?
If you can see from the PO page 65 of the same document.
So that is a PO?
Yes.
The PV?
The PV is on 55.
That's where I am, and you are trying to take me away from there. Let's deal with the PV, not the PO.
Okay, that's why from page 55 all the way to...
Young man, can you focus on the payment voucher? Is there another payment voucher for this 1 million, beside what we are looking at on page 55?
What I'm telling you, Bonachair, is that from payment voucher all the way to the last page of that document is the same thing. Because in procurement, it starts from purchasing...
No, we disagree with you.
We shall proceed this way. And Governor, this guy is taking your time because it is delegated. But I will not accept some kind of ridiculous responses which makes us look like we have never seen a payment voucher in our lives. The question we put to you, is this a proper payment voucher to facilitate payment? EACC, look at this payment voucher. Control of budget, look at this payment voucher. And Auditor General, look at this payment voucher.
A lot of documents too.
Auditor General,
In 1 million shillings.
is this payment voucher proper and complete?
Chair, no, it is not.
EACC, are you looking at the payment voucher on page 55?
Yes, Chair.
Is it a proper and complete accounting record?
No, Chair, and those are some of the issues we raised in the corruption risk assessment report.
Governor, who prepared this? Who prepared this payment voucher?
The officers who are in charge, yeah.
Yeah, that gentleman, what's your name again?
Mbithi. Mbithi.
So Mbithi, can you swear by this payment voucher that it is a proper accounting record?
I can't swear because
so if you cannot swear, then whatever else you're going to say is completely irrelevant and a waste of our time. Auditor General.
Chair, if you look at the stamp, it says Chief Officer in charge of culture and social services. There is a stamp on the PV. And in fact, they have edited out big payment for I of tens. They have cancelled and wrote catering services for 8th edition Desert Will Race 2019. So where is the Chief Officer?
I think, Black, we've had enough of that, yeah?
Now you can imagine
Yeah, we've had
the
enough.
level of unscrupulousness, if I may use that word, in our county government. I mean, a whole leader being given responsibility to take care of county resources and utilize them in a manner that would benefit his people, comes up with a voucher that he purchased 1 crate of soda for 1 million shillings. Can someone speak? I mean, a crate of soda for 1 million shillings. What kind of soda is that? 1 crate of soda for 1 million shillings. And then being put to task to account for that voucher or a receipt that made that payment, the debt is not visible. And the guy who's explaining all that was asked to swear. You know, you always take an oath before speaking so that whatever you say can be taken into context as being the truth, and only to he refused to do so. Now, this does not only is not only applying to just this one county government. This is something that is happening across many other county governments. Now, the question is, what action is usually taken? Is where now the question should be. And maybe perhaps this is one of the few things or the many things that the Gen Z were talking about. I mean, the issue of accountability. So, as much as the Ruto must go chance, I may not be for that, but on the demands which they had put across, I think they had a point, and this is a clear case example of what they were talking about. How many other millions, or how many other millions have been lost in the same manner, you know? And what should we do as a nation to ensure that these people that are charged with, or rather entrusted with Kenyan taxpayers' funds, do not escape with such things? Should we now lean towards tribal cocoons so that we can be defending our own just when they do wrongs? Should we lean towards our political affiliations so that we can be saving our own? I think the answer is no. So I think this is a conversation that we need to open up and have a serious discussion on in trying to resolve, and ask ourselves, are the state agencies doing enough to bring this to an end? So I will leave it at that, and niachie my fellow panelists to ponder more on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard Black, and for that insight. One thing I want to inform you is that Afrique 24 will be giving, will be looking at all the 47 county governors and what they are doing with the billions of shillings that is being taken from the government. So we'll be looking at various counties that have been earmarked for investigation by EACC, what they are doing, and we are also going to look at the successes of devolution. Is it something that we need to review? My opinion is that it is something that we need to check. Is it a waste of our public resources? Again, we need to look at the pros and cons of 47 governors in a small country like Kenya. Let me take this opportunity to greet my sister, Rose, who is here for the first time. Today I'm having my sister and my brother on this panel, Dr. Willie and Rose. Karibuni sana. You'll have your chance to give your submission. What we are talking about today is the unity and dialogue and the political regrouping between one Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Is the talks going to bear any fruit, or are we ignoring this powerful movement called Gen Zs and regrouping politically back to our tribal lines? Let me welcome. I know Mburu, you were here before, but there's one Atuya who was here before you. I need Atuya to give his submission. Then Mburu can come in. Atuya, karibu. Atuya, if you can have your camera on, I would be very, very
Thank
happy.
you.
Yes. Wacha watu wakuone sura bwana. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First and foremost, let me say hello to each and every panelist. I've had the privilege to listen in today for quite a long time. We've had some really good conversations, and I was pleased to be a listener today. The topic is quite intriguing: unity and dialogue, political grouping. Usually, I like beginning the conversations by making it clear that I'm a UDA supporter. I do support, critique, and defend the political party by the name UDA. On today's topic about the unity and dialogue, I've had so many conflicting opinions from individuals, both who support one Raila Odinga and those who don't. I will want to look at it from two perspective corners. One from the political point of view, and then from the constitutionality part of it. If you were to look from the political prism of it, I don't think there was an argument who needs who more. At this juncture, I think William Ruto, me being a supporter of President Ruto, at this time politically, William Ruto needed Raila Odinga. And as a supporter, I will tell you that there is some sense of political stability that Raila Odinga will bring into government, will bring not even into government by being on William Ruto's side. There is some sense of political support that you get from a man who almost controls half of the country that will always be a plus, whether some individuals don't like it or not. Putting in mind that the voting patterns in this country are quite known. So we have a new generations that threatens to change the patterns, the way they are working. But the trusted and the known way of how people vote, having Raila Odinga and William Ruto on one side, politically makes sense for both of them. Raila Odinga at the moment also needs William Ruto. He has a mission outside this country. He wants to be the chief of AU. He will need the political goodwill of his government. He will need William Ruto. He will need the government to sell him out there. So they need each other at this moment. And when it comes to the constitutionality part of it, it is a mongrel kind of an arrangement, as one William Ruto used to call it. I've never seen a government with opposition. Now it is happening to him. So it is a marriage of necessity. You might not see, of course, Raila Odinga will not be in government, but you will see his hand in the soon to be appointed cabinet CSs. You will have to see names associated with him. And with that, it will help one. Somebody was asking what, I think it was Black, what is it that Raila Odinga will bring that one William Ruto didn't have? It is not even about the expertise. At the moment, it is not about the expert. It is about the legitimacy and the political face of it. If you bring Oparanya to the fray, you traditionally trying to bring in the face of the western part of Kenya. If you're bringing in Joho, you traditionally want to embrace the coastal people. If you're gonna appoint Mbadi, as I've heard, you want to appeal to the South Nyanza people. So there is that legitimacy in terms of political view that the group will bring it to William Ruto. And mind you, there's been murmurs behind the scenes that William Ruto has always wanted to reorganize his government. He couldn't do that when they were not speaking from the same mouth with Rigathi Gachagua. If you do a reorganization at that moment, then Rigiji runs to the opposition, then Ruto remains with the very few, remains with a small group of people, and it will have been politically suicidal. But when you have Raila Odinga on your side, now you can go ahead and do a rearrangement and even appoint 2 or 3 cabinet chairs from the mountain, and it will not be detrimental to him politically, because now he's got a new ally in Raila Odinga. So for us, those who support government politically, we see a positive in it. It is a rearrangement. These are people who have worked before. We see Raila Odinga has been a threat for politically for a while. Now we want to use his political expertise, his political experience, his political tranquility to try and tone down whatever is happening in the country and bring forth development. The conversation by the Gen Zs now is at a point where it will face a big test, because when you have a group that is against government and you have an opposition leader out there who low-key supports them, then it becomes dangerous for the government. But when you have now the opposition leader in government and you have a group, they call themselves leaderless, fearless, tribeless, and political, they don't align anywhere. So it's time now for a political movement, for a political cause to bear fruit. It's now time that we will test their resolve. Is it only on Twitter? Is it only on TikTok? Does it have substance now? Will they stand? Will they come out? Will they keep on pushing for the good ideologies that they had? Because, mind you, they had a very big hand of the opposition behind it, like not political support, but the people who supported the opposition was supporting these kids 100%. Now it will be, there might, I've seen people from Jacaranda already making videos saying Baba is in government and mtu usijaribu kuguza Baba. So it's time now we see, and I hope, because I genuinely believe they had a good cause, it's time now they continued to push for good governance in the country. As for William Ruto, I think he's just trying to look for that legitimacy. He's trying to look for that political cover, and he might get it. Raila Odinga is not a joke of a politician. Anybody today will want Raila Odinga is in his corner, like it or not. I think that is it. Maybe I just wanted to respond to something I heard earlier from, I think, Darius. Well, Darius was alluding to that it was an argument about police killings and buildings. Indeed, life is prestigious compared to buildings and property. Our constitution protects life. The same constitution protects property. So as a protester, I need to go and protest, believing that the police will protect me. As a protester, I should protest within the legality boundings of our constitution. I can't go burning people's vehicles in the name the police cannot kill me. Property can be rebuilt, but my life cannot be brought back. So I can't be killed, but I can burn somebody's vehicle because he can buy another one. So you cannot use such a frivolous argument to encourage anarchy. What we should say that let there be peaceful mandamanos like there was in the first and second day. Peaceful mandamanos, I think, are even more dangerous. People are unarmed, singing in their millions. You do nothing to that. So I was just wanted to respond to that you cannot use life against property just because you have a right to live so that you can destroy property. The same constitution actually even the one that gives you the right to live, it also has a limitation as to when that right can be bridged. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful submission, Atuya. And at this juncture, let me introduce Rose to say something. Ladies, Rose, can you say something?
Yes, hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm excellent. I'm glad I'm able to join this forum. I'm very passionate about Kenya, and I always try to contribute whatever for Kenya in any way. However, looking at what's been going on for a while, lots of us who are like in diaspora, we have the talents that Kenya requires. We also, some of us, outsource individuals that can help Kenya. But we have our governors and other political leaders who stop them because then they won't be getting the funds, okay? We've sent to different counties, whether it's somebody that brings something that's related to health that is needed in Kenya. There should be no reason why a Kenyan has to go to India, a Kenyan has to go to the UK for dialysis or cancer treatment. Trust me, we have brought those people to Kenya, but guess what? They shoot them down, the ministers of different departments, because they cannot get the money. They go to different places. If they're from Homa Bay, they go to Kisumu. They have meetings over there, use this ridiculous amount of money. So going forward, one of the things that is the problem, it's not that people don't like Ruto. I personally supported Ruto, okay? But now I'm angry that he let things fall wherever they did. I openly supported Ruto, tested everywhere from the very beginning. I congratulated him when people were protesting. Am I sorry about that? No. But he needs to do his job. He has the opportunity. He's been given the opportunity. The things that he has to put in place, we need a budget oversight committee, okay? The budget oversight committee cannot just be those who are there. Why? Because majority get bought. I know individuals, when they're in debt and somebody gives them 100,000, they're quiet. You give them 1 million, they're quiet. 1 million shillings is not enough. Okay, for most university education is at least 300,000 for some education that's not even worth it. Later on, you don't have a job. The budget, so our budget oversight committee should also has like some people in diaspora that are not part of the ruling party. If it's at a national level, if it's at a county level, there should be those who truly are not close to a governor. When it comes to tenders, they need to be published clearly, and they also publish after somebody gets the offer, who has gotten it and how much. That's how much transparency can help us, because otherwise we'll be at this. Right now we can be happy, oh, I have somebody in the government and they're helping my family. I mean, I've seen this over the years, and I've warned people if they're like either in the government or something, I'm like, look, your children will suffer. I can point out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 individuals that have turned into beggars after being in the position like what we have now, and they've totally abused it. You see, I was raging when I heard of a crate of soda being a million. If that's possible, then let's give the very same tender that can give somebody 1 million for the crate of soda to another person, me, you, or whoever, okay? It should not be known, so it can be published clearly that Rose got a tender to supply this 1 million crate of soda. You cannot pick the money and then you go and have some fake documents. I'm an accountant, okay, by trade. I've started accounting back in Kenya. I did 16 years of accounting in this country, both public and government accounting. So I do understand the process very, very well. I can look at that books, publish it out there. Let's see the books. Let's see where you take the money. Because the monies that are even allocated for travels, that should also be approved. Should it be also only be approved by the governor and whatever the county clerk? No. There should be people who look at it and see that when 5 people go to Uganda, they are spending, I don't know, 10 million, sincerely. 10 million to Uganda for 3 days? That's ridiculous. This is our country. All of us need to be equally enraged, whether we're in government or not. And clearly, as I say, and I've never shied from it, that I supported Ruto. I prayed for Ruto, and I was supporting him for a long time. But I'm against what's going on right now, and things need to turn around. Okay. I had the last brother talk about like the Gen Z and protesters and destruction of properties. I'm against destruction of properties. Equally, I'm against politicians who sponsor individuals to go and act like they were part of the protesters, to disrupt and give protesters who are peaceful bad name. For most of the real protesters, they are very highly educated. Most of them, their families have the money. That's what's sustaining them. No politicians sustain them. If you have your parents as professors and you have things from your hometown and all that, you have the money. You don't need a politician's money. You see, once they were brought in that messed up things, they are very poor. So let's separate that. Going forward, we should know the country has a lot of educated people in wrong places, and trust me, you will not stop these people. Why? They are already depressed. Some are living in the villages with PhDs, engineering, everything. They can do practically everything that is being outsourced. Then there's also something that comes up that we cannot create enough jobs in Kenya. What are they talking about? Have we used everything that we have there that we cannot create jobs? A lie. Kenya can produce parts for vehicles. We can produce agricultural products at a very high level, and a lot of it. Instead, for the politicians to get money, they import practically everything. and then our farmers, business people do not get to do anything. That kind of thing must stop. Because as the anger continues, people start not to care. It's like, let me die if I'm going to die, because I'm dying anyway. If you cannot afford medications, you're going to do something. Hurt people hurt people. Yes, our children have died in the streets. Yes, we've had the tears. But it gets to a time whether, regardless of whether people are dying or not, if somebody does not pay attention and just do the political, I don't know, coalition, whatever it is, that's not enough. You know, they talk amongst themselves. They've excluded the public because they think that that's it. Do the same power sharing things, put the very same thieves from another party. That's not what we're talking about. We don't need to switch thieves. That's all I have to say. And we really, truly need to look at things like this. If not taken seriously, and I have to say kudos to Gen Z, because the things they did, like passports that were stuck forever, after what they did, people were able to get passports in one day. So tell me, what changed? For the last, I think, 2 years, they've been like, we can't print this many page passport. So guys, let's do something for the future, for ourselves and our country. Some of us are better placed, even though I'm here fighting. I am very well placed, sorry to say that. Some people are not, but I'm still going to fight for the country.
Thank you, Rose, for those wonderful remarks and what you've been doing for your country, and especially taking doctors back in Kenya. But lack of political goodwill, because most of the politicians, when you do something like that, they know that their seats are threatened. Again, you brought a very important point where you say, people need to be empowered in business, meaning that the locals need to do a lot of business. Instead of importing goods, we need to start manufacturing. And this can only be done by the business community and money circulating within business. I've always advocated for people who are in the public sector should not do business with the government. It is a law. When you are employed with the government, you are told first, you cannot marry your colleague in the same department when you're employed in government. Two, you cannot do business with the same company that is employing you. But when it comes to the political class, it is different. The rules keep on changing. They are the ones who import arms. And let me tell you, panelists, that war is business. Maandamano is business to the political class and to the government. You have to know that to so many people, because once you run out of tear gas, somebody has to supply uniforms. Somebody has to supply. So it is a lot of business. And when it comes to negotiations, then the political class is called upon. Let me have Mburu come on board, because you've been waiting for long and I know you're at work. Please tell us where you are, and because some of us would want to know, although we know where you are, but some new panelists would want to know where you are, who you are, and why you are in Africa 24. Karibu sana, Mr. Mburu. Unmute, please. Unmute, Mburu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzalendo. I have few minutes, and I just want to go direct to the points. I'm here in St. Louis, Missouri, and yeah, I'm one of those people who are really concerned about our country, Kenya. And I want to start from where Rose stopped. She talked passionately about the corruption that goes on in our country. Corruption is not just whereby people steal money because they pretend they are not corrupt when they are. Our politicians, we pay them money to work for us and to ensure prudent use of our money. But what happens when they go there? They start doing business with the government. They are the ones who import almost everything in our country at inflated prices. And they are the ones who kill the common mwananchi because they have their personal interests. I don't know what we can do to stop that, because you cannot be doing business with the same government that has employed you. When you do that, you are likely not to do your work the way it's supposed to be done because you have your own interests. So they are the people who get most of the traders, those serious traders. They have interest, and they are the ones who they move from one county to the other, getting traders, giving traders to each other. Those are some of the things that we need to stop, and I don't know how. Just like Gen Zs are saying, Ruto must go, but they don't know how he has to go. The same way I'm saying corruption must come to an end, but I don't know how are we gonna end this in our government. Apart from that, there is I was following the discussion, and somebody said that the Gen Zs are the ones who have forced Raila Odinga and William Ruto to come together. And I beg to disagree with that sentiment, because we all know that the dialogue between Raila Odinga and William Ruto started a long time ago. Even NADICO report was not initiated because of Gen Zs. Even the first meeting between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, when they started the negotiations, the Gen Zs were not, movement was not there. So let us not mix issues. The NADICO report discussion was still ongoing. We all knew that Raila Odinga was heading to the government. We all knew that Raila Odinga was working with William Ruto, and that is why William Ruto was supporting him to become the chair of AU. That is why even William Ruto appointed someone in the Odinga's family as an ambassador. We even discussed here, and we said we are expecting very soon that there will be a reshuffle in the cabinet of William Ruto, because we are expecting some members of Azimio to join the government. So let us say it is out of coincidence that when the Gen Zs started their movement was also the time when the discussion of NADICO, or the implementation of NADICO report, was ripe. But let us not overpraise. I am not saying they have not achieved, but we should call a spade as we have been saying. We all knew that William Ruto and Raila Odinga were working together behind the curtain. And we knew very well the person who was making it very hard for them to come open and say they are working together was one Rigathi Gachagua. Maybe we can say by the movement of Gen Zs coming up, it has helped them to work together easily, because they have something now they are fearing. And maybe the movement has also softened the start of Gachagua, because we know very well he did not want Raila Odinga to join the government. Somebody has said that William Ruto has been acting contrary to the law, has not been obeying the constitution, has not been obeying, I don't know, court orders. I want to say that to a greater extent, William Ruto has tried to remain within the parameters of the constitution and the law. And huwa tunasema mugara muue na haki umpe. When you compare the actions of William Ruto versus the action of his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta, you see that there is greater cooperation between the executive and the judiciary, more than what was happening during the time of Uhuru Kenyatta. The judiciary today is not at loggerhead with the executive. And you remember the situation we were in during the time of Uhuru Kenyatta. So William Ruto has really tried to obey the court orders. He has really tried to work within the parameters of law. And therefore, for me, I say instead of criticizing everything, sometimes we be honest and give credit where it is due. I don't want to say so many things. The last point I can give is to analyze whether the dialogue between the opposition and the government is important. There are those people who are saying it is useless. There are those people who are saying they're not supposed to come together. And I have heard many of you that are saying that what will happen is that the government of William Ruto will gain legitimacy. But coming together of Raila Odinga and William Ruto does not give the government legitimacy. The legitimacy of the government is stipulated by the Constitution. Constitutionally, the president is declared by the IEBC. And if there is a dispute, that dispute is taken to the judiciary. And then the determination of the judiciary is able to say whether that government is legitimate or not. Therefore, the government of William Ruto is legitimate with or without Raila Odinga in it. What will happen, or the importance of the dialogue, or the importance of the unity between the opposition and the government is that, and that is what the president is seeking, it will give peace to the country, because it is very hard for anyone to develop a country without peace. And that is what the president has been looking for, that I want this country to grow. I want investors to come and invest, but they will not do that unless they are assured that their properties will not be destroyed, unless they are assured that there is political stability. That is what William Ruto is looking for. He would have said, I am the president, I was declared the winner, and I was vindicated by the judiciary. Therefore, I am going to work without the opposition. But remember, as someone said, Raila Odinga is a very strong politician who is having the support of half the country. Half of Kenya is supporting the president. Half of Kenya is supporting Raila Odinga. Therefore, any wise person would not just ignore such a person. And therefore, when the two comes together, we expect that there will be great level of political stability, which will attract investors, which will also give people confidence to invest their money in the country, and they will have, and the country will start now developing, the economy will start stabilizing, and that is what I think the president has been looking for. Thank you so much, Mr. Mzalendo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mburu. I see the conversation taking another trajectory of economy,
Mzalendo.
Political stability. Yes.
Can I
Themba.
ask Mr. Mburu something before he leaves? Because I know his time is precious and seems like he's going to work. Just one question, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Then
Yeah,
Darius
Mr. Mburu,
can come in.
this is Okello. Nice talk, and I really like the outline that you gave out. But now, question that I totally disagree with you on somewhere there on Constitution, how the president has acted ultra vires on the Constitution. For one, the president has not respected the Constitution at all. He has acted as a one-man kind of dictatorship. Now, one of them is taking the internal security to another country who are fighting for their own grievances in another country. They are not fighting external forces, okay? Say Kenya right now, Gen Zs are fighting, Gen Zs who are citizens are fighting the government. And then Uganda brings in its forces to protect or do whatever they're doing in that country without, one, asking the Congress, the parliament. This is something that must be passed by the entire country. The entire country has to sit down in parliament, go through it and say, yes, you have convinced us that the police, which is our internal security, should go and help the people of Haiti. Do you think that was acting within the Constitution, or was it acting outside the Constitution? That is just the question I wanted to know from you.
I was expecting that question I was expecting that that question. If you read the sentiments or the ruling of the judiciary, they did not say that it is illegal for our soldiers or our police to go to Haiti. They said there should be a reciprocal aspect. What are we gaining by sending our troops to Haiti? Number two, you have said there was no approval of the National Assembly, but I would like you to check that, and you see that the Parliament approved that our police should be sent to Haiti. And also you need to go deep to the history of Haiti. You realize that the conflict of Haiti is not the same as what the Gen Zs are fighting for. It is deeper than that. So I don't see anything wrong with what the president did, because at the end of the day, we may not, and I would like us to make this maybe a subject of deeper discussion so that we know the processes, the legal processes that the government has undertaken before sending the troops, because I don't think the president is so ignorant to give a bright eye to the law and say, I am going to act as myself as the president. He must be covered by law in order to undertake such an action. So the ruling did not just rule out that the president should not. And the president has used the lacuna in law to do that. So let us have that as a subject of discussion where we can go deeper. We see that the parliament approved that, and also we go through the ruling and why the president was able to send the troops regardless of what the judiciary had said.
Thank you very much for that response, Mburu. That's a very wide topic because we will now have to involve the United Nations, the role of the United Nations to the world, and also the conflict in Haiti as regarding to the children who are suffering and the women who do not have water and things like that. Even if we leave them to look for self-rule, as many are looking at. Gangsters in Haiti have taken control of almost everything, and they don't have a government. They don't have a police force that is looking after its own citizens. So, yeah, it is a wide topic that we need to look at on a humanitarian grounds. If Kenya was burning in 2007, we called in for help from the international community. It is something that is there within the United Nations Council. Darius, you've been quiet for some time. Maybe at this juncture, you can come in and weigh in on the various topics that we have touched on. Karibu sana, Dari.
Thank you. I've not been quiet by choice. Your selection system is close to Chebukati. But having said that, because you have jumped me like twice, but like the way I like your show, I can stick here even for 2 hours just listening. So I would just very quickly, because I know Mburu is busy, I would just comment something on what he said very quick. You know me, I normally take about 2 minutes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I think most of the comments that I make here are not my personal comments. I normally try to tie what I see, hear, and evaluate. So neither an opposition fan or a government fan, but I'm like Boniface Mwangi, who is not corrupt. So anyway, first, Mburu is a very, very good contributor to this forum for a long time, and for him to say that the dialogue between the two parties, the opposition and the government, is something that was planned, and it has not been brought about by a situation that is in the country. I know Mburu rarely lies, but he knows deep down this is not the reason they are talking of a dialogue right now. There is a situation and a circumstance that has led to this very tough situation that we are finding ourselves in, where some of us are not even believing that these guys are now going to be bedfellows. I mean, I can remind Mburu that it has been clear before these politicians were banned from churches and burials from speaking, not once or twice, the so-called people in the government categorically repeated that they do not need a dialogue with the opposition. And in opposition, I mean everybody else. I don't want to touch on any name. So there has to be a reason why this dialogue is there. And it's clear as ABC that the president is under siege. And as I had said before, he has tried all his options. He's a very smart guy. He has tried all his options. Nothing is working. This is one of his last straws, the dialogue, which might also fail, because if you come tomorrow and tell me that Junet Mohammed is the Minister for Defense, I'm telling you very early in the morning the Gen Zs will be on the streets. So he's in a very hard situation. And I'm a very good man. I wish him well. Number two, you spoke about the judiciary. Mburu, you're my brother. You cannot actually say that this has been the best sitting government that has treated judiciary with open hands. This is the first government that has slept with the judiciary and did not even mind showing Kenyans that they are doing it. In fact, they invited the whole judiciary team to State House in full glare of the camera, despite people, seasoned politicians and lawyers, saying this is wrong, including the LSK chairman. Myself, I have not done law, but if the LSK chairman can say it's wrong, this was really wrong. And also, Mburu, this is the first government where the president stands on top of a vehicle and insults the judgment of a judiciary official. Not once, not twice, but repeatedly. Even when people said, please stop it, because this is a very dangerous ground you're touching, because nobody talks about judiciary. Even when you go for a court case and you feel like you did not get what you want, we normally respect judiciary because it is the epitome of rule of law. So when the biggest guy who's supposed to be the father of the nation stands and says the judiciary is corrupt, those people are giving declarations against me, I do not think that was right. And I do not think you approved of that. Lastly, because I know you're at work, the legitimacy of the government right now for what we are saying is the legitimacy is in hot water, because if, like I said, if the government is losing 6 billion whenever these kids go to the streets, and they choose to go twice, that's 12 billion. They are talking of going 5 days. That's a lot of money. No government can allow that and still stand on its feet. So in short, what I'm saying, they are capable of bringing down the government, not by even going to State House or doing something dangerous, by making the government broke, not even being able to pay itself. There are people who depend on the government to pay them. So the president at this time and moment has to find a way to cool down the waters. To cool down the waters first and foremost is to ensure that the Gen Zs don't go to the streets again. That has to be the first. Because you know we have a president who is a globetrotter. He has not been on the plane for 4 weeks because he's not even sure if he goes what will happen back. It's true. And I'm not saying in a bad way or a sarcastic way, but that is it. Anyway, another point was made by Black when he was commenting on a topic that I mentioned about IEBC. I really need to bring the podium. I really need to bring these consultations to up to speed to know that what I'm saying is, and these are facts. There was no danger of IEBC having a problem. The problem was the people whose mandate had not expired were pushed out by the sitting president by forming a commission of inquiry to push them out before getting people who can replace them. They could have waited, gotten people, and then kicked them out. In short, this, to a layman's language, it is like quitting your job before you get another job. And you have seen people do that, and you have seen how they suffer. That is where Kenya is now. That's why I was saying the issue of IEBC is kind of a mess that was put by the sitting government right now. It has never happened before. You know the contracts of these people is ending. You have every detail, but you took this route. So some wisdom came to them that after Gen Zs are fighting, now they need to sign this bill. You know, we all look like we are very young people. We need to move away from this kind of stupidity. When these people we call leaders joke with us like this, that was a joke. And you know, one of the people I like in UDA is this guy called Atuya. I liked him the first day I saw him. He's very confident and but how do you like something like that, Atuya? You know, we have to call them out. Anyway, just before I just mention a few things that I wanted to say, Atuya, you mentioned about the police and the illegality. What I was saying was, in any normal maandamano, the police have a right to say, these are the routes that I would wish people to follow. And we could have avoided these deaths that have died, the people that have died. 40 people is so many people, more than one. One death is a lot. So to put over 40 is just too much. Now, when we are seeing bodies being retrieved from the quarry and people missing, we don't know if they were thrown in forest. It's even worse. So it is a situation we could have avoided. You see, it is a situation we could have avoided. That is all I'm saying about the protest. I'm not saying the police deserve to die or the protesters deserve to die. It is a situation that we can avoid if we all from both sides do the right thing. Lastly, on this, on a light note, because we are always very serious. I am a lawyer from Busia, and when my brother Musalia said there's going to be an earthquake, I hope you guys have seen that now he's the minister of every ministry. What an earthquake by that man. Now to my point. Now, we have already seen that the populist president misread the popular mood of the people. He misread it. You know, it happens. Sometimes the clever person just gets beaten on his own game. He misread the popular mood, and he insisted on polishing his international image. That is why he was out there, people saying good things about him, and he forgot to listen to the people on the ground. When you don't listen to the people on the ground, this finance bill, everybody was complaining everywhere, on TV, on the streets, in functions, but they kept saying it's the media who are trying to bring another picture. Even they compared it to their win, which they said the people were saying they would not win the elections. So even this one is not true. But at some point when you are a leader, in a situation like this, the first thing he should do is to fire his advisors. His advisors were wrong, and it has caused a very big damage, a dent that I don't know if we can recover from. Because, as you can see, he had failed to subdue the demonstrations, which led into violence and intimidation, something that we really didn't need to. But walking away from that, because I don't want to talk about these people, we have had enough of them, I would want panelists to educate me on what we would expect on the qualities of the new structure of government that we feel would appease the minds of everybody, including the technical know-how, the competence of the individual to be named in these ministries. How many do you think we need? Do you still feel like we still need a bloated one? Because the Gen Z's demands in this is to have a very lean government, which personally I would say when the president goes to have a dialogue with a lot of people and especially the opposition, which we all know has a problem with something called the old politics of reward my person. If I'm a friend of Mzalendo and I go for the dialogue, I will say reward my friend Mzalendo. So I think Gen Zs are not ready for another cabinet of rewards. So to me, I'm going to sit back when the panelists talk. I see if what is your feeling towards what kind of structure can the president try to get to make all parties happy, because now he's in a very hard predicament where the nominees that he nominates are being audited by all cadres of people in the country. I would not want to be the president even for one day until he's done with this thing that he's going through. Then two, personally, I was thinking that Kenya is very, very, very ready and due for civic education, including all stakeholders, jobless people, young people growing up, government officials, civil servants, private business owners, the country's security. We all need to go back to factory settings. Even if you stay abroad, where some of us are, if you stay abroad for a year and then go back home, you find that the driving is so bad, you cannot even take yourself for a kilometer because you find traffic lights that are working with policemen standing next to them, and the policeman is more right than the traffic light. A roundabout, to negotiate a roundabout, you are on the right lane, but somebody knocks you from the wrong side and says you are the problem. It is a civic education that needs to be very vigorous, very, very vigorous, including educating these young people on the importance of voting for what they want to govern them in future. Because I was watching Jeff Koinange yesterday, was it yesterday on Wednesday, when one of the panelists, I think the bishop, said, one thing the Gen Zs and millennials have learned from this 4 weeks of madness is that watching the local news is a very big weapon. These kids never used to watch TV. Today, they will never miss a news item. So on that, it is a very good civic education that they have learned. That is where you get information on how to build a better future for yourself. The Gen Zs have made a very big step in liberating us from this impunity and corruption. And as I said, I would not support these two main players of the game who are politicians to try and steal away the dream that these kids have fought and lost their lives in trying to achieve. Because I think one of the best interviews that I've seen in Kenya is when this man who was a permanent personal assistant to the late President Daniel Arap Moi, Mr. Lee Njiru, who said in an interview that the politicians in Kenya, it's like a clubhouse. They are all friends who sleep together at night and smoke and drink together and dine together. And in the morning, they will cause friction between you and your friend, thinking they are fighting, but they are all one and the same. Lastly, I want those who are empowered to have access to information online or through podcasts or even on YouTube. Go and look for an interview by one Martin Shikuku. It was a 2010 interview I have never forgotten, and I will quote this guy. This gentleman said, "Change will come in Kenya one day, and it will not be brought by the commoners." By that, he meant the elite. The elite will sit down to get political positions and push their agenda first before your agenda. And when these Gen Zs came, I remembered that interview because I did not know what he meant by commoners. But I now totally believe that he meant people who nobody expected, like the Gen Zs. When they threatened first, we'll go to the streets, they looked like a joke. But here we are today, grown up 6 hours down the line, trying to interview their brain and thinking. Hopefully, Martin Shikuku's statements will come to pass as the truth of the matter, that the situation in Kenya can be salvaged by people that we did not know the name or grouping. Kwa hayo machache, nasema asante sana. It's very nice to meet your sister, Mzalendo. Mzalendo is a very old friend of mine. Asante sana, karibu sana kwa the debate.
All right, Darius, thank you very much. We are joined here by Hilary. Hilary Gondi is one of the host on Gen Z's X platform. I think you have hosted almost all the forums on X. You've hosted Miguna. I didn't know how did it go with Miguna, as you being the main host in most of the forums. Maybe you will give us an insight on how the interviews have been going, and especially for those who have not been in the forums of Gen Z's, this gentleman will give you a thought process of what is being discussed on the X platform. Sometimes we in YouTube don't really go into the discussions because they are going for very long hours, or sometimes we get into the middle of them, and we are not given a chance to speak, so we just listen in. So Hilary, even as I take a break, I know you'll be a very good moderator. I also want to jump into the conversation and give my 50 cents. We take a short break. Mukipumua tu kidogo, we take a short break, alafu tunarudi tu, a 40 seconds break, kunywa kamaji. We are now almost winding up. Hilary will finish with the open mic as we discuss our country. If you have not subscribed to Africa 24, please do so. Share the link to your friends. Tell them about Africa and tell them to join the discussions about our country. This is the only way we can make things happen. This is the only way we will change governance in our country. And as I told you before, you never know who is listening. Maybe the president is sitting up listening to what you are saying. They have always listened to what we say here, and they have made changes, the necessary changes in government. So Darius posed a very good question. And this is something that we will have to discuss. What kind of cabinet do we want to see? And Ruto has done something technically that will enable him pass his choice of cabinet in the shortest time possible. Robbing in Raila Odinga on his side, that means a guarantee of his choice in terms of cabinet and preference. So when they go to parliament, they will definitely be passed. Raila Odinga will whip his side, and Ruto will whip his side, and there'll be no objection in some of those names. So let's take a short break, and then I'll be back. Thank you. Yes, we are back. This is Africa 24. If you have not subscribed, those in the comment section, awesome. Thank you very much for being keeping us company until this particular time. Toa uchafu kwa ulimi, tumetoa hiyo uchafu kwa ulimi. Asante sana kwa kuja Afrika. Tumekufurahia sana. Black, asante sana on the comment section. Thank you very, very much. Awesome. Tumerudia tena. And Gypsy Corner, thank you very much for being part of this discussion. Ochuka, asante sana for being there. And who else? Tanui, karibu sana Afrika. We don't want to see you on the comment section. Kuja hapa kwa mjadala. Karibu sana Hilary.
Asante sana Mzalendo, asante sana Atue Junior, Jeff Mburu, Rose. Naona watu wamemakinika kabisa Mzalendo. Najua mambo ni mengi na mambo ni sasa, kama si sasa ni sasa hivi. We thank God that we are here again to submit our issues pertaining our country, which is very key. And I think that the conversation has been well attended and people have shared their ideas and what is happening. And now I saw the topic saying that they're regrouping the group. Hey, Neke, many. All right. Guru mute.
Tiga wanawe.
Tigawana, okay, the unity and dialogue, political regrouping. I think let us look at this thing wholesomely. Hey, Mburu. Mute Mburu one. All right. So nafikiri kila kitu iko sawa na hii mambo ya kukutana na kuongea na kuona vikundi zinawekwa. Mzalendo, saa zingine ni jambo njema kwa sababu unapoangalia yale ambayo yanatendeka katika nchi yetu kwa sasa, ukweli ni kwamba kuna wale wanakufa ambao wanapoteza maisha yao, na kile ni huzuni sana ni wale vijana wadogo sana ndio wanakufa. It is so painful to see a young person is dying because of the things that is happening in the country. I think dialogue is a good thing. Unity is a good thing. Regrouping of political, it doesn't help us. That is I'm against, because it doesn't help us a lot, because you realize that we just recycle our leaders, the old ones. They are the people meeting. We are agencies when there are these things happening. When we are seeing now Ruto is meeting with Honorable Odinga plus other leaders, where are the Gen Zs? Where are the young people? Because this issue was brought by young people. So unity and dialogue is not bad, but everybody should be involved. And I think that's the crisis. And that's where people are bringing issues. And that's why you see the Gen Zs came out broad and say, because they were not involved. They're just being told what to do, and they don't want that. And this thing, I don't think that is going far, because I'm seeing that it's going to bring more problem. Because if these people are not involved, you'll see even the cabinet that will be appointed, the same names that we know. The same names that we know every time. And now you hear what is happening, it's the same name. So where are the complainers? Because these people are complaining. What is the issue? And this is the problem. Where the problem is. And that's what you see agencies came out, plus everybody was out there to say that this cannot happen, because Ruto promised that ule mtoto wa mama mboga, ule mtoto ambaye hakuwa anajulikana anaweza kuwa kiongozi. What is happening is with this government, we don't see those. We are just seeing lies, and that we are saying that Ruto must go, because when I've been watching all the clips when he was campaigning, 100% what he said, there's nothing implementing even to date. So these are the things that you see that people are coming up from the country and saying a lot of things. And conversation has been so much and advanced on this issue, whereby Ruto should just go and leave the office. And Baba was told, we relax, ka nyumbani kula, ngoja siku zako. Aski, bado hii kitu ni tamu tu. So these are the things that we are saying, Mzalendo, that I know many people need we need our country to have unity. We need our country also to have peace, for the people to live in peace and do their businesses well and doing other things. This thing is beyond even finance bill. It is a matter of how can young people get involved in the leadership, and also how can their issues be addressed. And most of the promise, if you see the promises that these people are giving young people or giving the country, man, it is Ruto has been there 2 years, only 2 years, but he has traveled more than almost 100 times. He has been out of the country. Where does he get the money? What is he doing outside? We don't get the reports and everything. Last time he was in the US, we saw that he was given choppers, he was given money, a lot of things, and where is this money? There's no report at all, you know. So these are the questions that we are asking, and but we are still saying that as much as we are seeing dialogue is taking place, unity want to take place, young people must be get involved, and their issues must be addressed. If not, then we'll not tire to go to the road. We'll not tire to say that Ruto must go and he should lead office. Not only him, but the old regime. We just need a new regime with a new system, because our country has a beauty constitution, but this constitution is not being followed because of corruption, tribalism, and that's why you see this time it was tribeless, leaderless. Everything is less, because we noted that what killing our country, wewe ni kabila gani? Kitu ya kwanza mtu nakutana naye, kwenyu ni wapi? Kwetu ni Nyanza, kwetu ni Western, kwetu ni Central, kwetu ni North Rift. These are the things that is killing us. And if we can run away from these things, then our country will have a beauty country, and our country will be well. And I want to show you this. If Ruto will survive this, by 2027, he is one of the first president in Kenya that will be have one term. He's going home. Plus all the leaders that we are seeing there, they will go. And I'm assuring you that, because young people have decided to vote this time, and also to monitor those votes. Not stealing this time. We'll not say that, oh, tumeibwa, oh, siji nini, siji sava. Sisi tutakuwa na sava this time. Hiyo sava kufunguliwa, hatutaki funguliwe. Kura inahesabiwa from the ward, inatangazwa hapo. Hii mambo ya, because actually, if you look at the constitution, hii Bomas, hii mali inatangazwa kura mzalendo. Where is it in the constitution? It was just something created by the Tumbocrats for them to get there. The kura inafaa itangazwe kwa polling station. But what matters now? We know we need a peaceful country. We need to have dialogue and everything. But if young people are not get involved in this system now, I want to assure you, Ruto must go will never stop until 2027 if he will be there, which I'm not sure. Thank you.
We, huo ni Gen Z mwenyewe. Wewe Gen Z. These are the Gen Zs who have hijacked the conversation from the main Gen Zs. It's acceptable because it's our country. It is what we want to see and what we anticipate to see in our country.
Wale walipigia Ruto kura
anacheka kabisa. So it is an open mic, guys. I want us to talk about anything that you feel that we haven't touched on, something that is happening around you. Personally, I would want to talk about the diaspora being involved in the politics of our country. I think they have been taking a back seat for a long time, and they contribute a lot of money towards the economy of Kenya. I think that is the number one earner right now in terms of revenue in Kenya. So diaspora needs to reorganize themselves in a manner that the government can listen. You need to sit on that table. Now the cabinet is being formed. How many diasporians can join Ruto's cabinet? Because you have got a stake in that government. Just let us not just stick on social media platforms. Be sure that you need to be on that table where they make decisions, and those decisions are about me and you. So it's an open mic. Anybody can go first. Ladies first. Rose, you've been quiet for some time. Karibu.
Yes, I'm back on. I was quiet and listening for a while. My feeling and conviction is that in the coalition or whatever government that they are forming, we need Gen Zs there. Why? Because we can be happy, because I'm so sorry, but for most of the current politicians, it's about money, 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 and themselves, period. All of them. We need the future there. We need Gen Zs there. How can they have Gen Zs, even deputy? Some of the CSs, they need to do that. We cannot just have old brains there that are so tired and so sleepy. You can't blame them. Some of them could be going through dementia and you don't even know. You know? So the government has to figure out how to have Gen Zs involved, and not just to have the political leaders go and pick some random Gen Z, like what was brought out to the press that they were from the technical schools. Bring those who are out there and they are vocal, meaning that they can oppose. We do not need yes, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, because it blows out in the end. What has happened in the other countries is the same yes, ma'am, yes, sir situations. And then when people are overwhelmed, it's like, forget it. Okay, we don't need to get there. Kenya is a beautiful country. Most other countries admire Kenya. Please, Kenyan president, let's involve the Gen Zs. If we have to have them deputy, even some CSS, we need to do that. We cannot just have them in the street and then we ignore them. Some people are saying that they're young. That's a lie. Some of us from teenage age, we had been there helping organize things for the politicians. You're the brain behind and they go and speak. You see, so you cannot really write them out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose, for that comment. We really need to have Gen Zs in the cabinet. They started this discussion. I think that is something that is being thought about. But the problem is that who are you going to negotiate with, or who are you going to talk to when it comes to Gen Zs being appointed? Maybe Hillary, you can answer that. Who is this person who is going to be the contact person when it comes to Gen Z? Is it Miguna?
No, man. Miguna is time is up. So we don't talk about Miguna here. What we you know why we are leaderless? We noticed one thing, that when you call Hillary and you put him on table as an individual, that's where the problem starts, because there's a lot of push here and there. Gen Z need a forum. The issues to be addressed. We don't want this boardroom thing, because that boardroom thing has been problem since 1963 up to now. And it is now high time where the Gen Z is taking out, Alpha is coming. So if you're not belonging in those two teams, you just watch the space. Watch the space. The rest, watch the space. Because we need everybody to get involved. That's why we are triballess, we are leaderless. We need everybody to get involved. We went to school. We paid the school fees. We are being charged by the universities. We pay the money, and we don't have that money to pay back. Now people are joining universities. There's no money. Ruto cut all the money. Is that if you don't have money, you cannot go to university. It means that education is dying. The alphas, we don't know whether we'll go to school or not. So we need everybody to get involved, Mzalendo. We don't need Hillary on board. We need everybody on board to be addressed and these issues to be solved. Because not only Hillary who need a job, not only Hillary who is saying that we must be tribalists, it's not only Hillary who will sit there and finish but all of us. So that forum should be set where all of us is meeting and we have a discussion with those issues. We don't want representative, because we know you. When we choose you today, Mzalendo, hautarudi hata hutahosti kitu. Tunakusikia tu, tutakusikia tu kwa hewa. Wewe unasikia uko New York, sijui uko South Africa, sijui uko Rwanda, sijui unaenda wapi. Those are things that we don't want to hear anymore.
Rose, you want to say something?
Yes,
Remember,
Hillary. At some point, there has to be a leader. There is no way that the Gen Zs can forever be leaderless. Let me not lie to you. Okay? Somaliland has some kind of crazy stuff that has been going on for some time, and it's been very chaotic. Okay?
Rose, let me tell you one thing. We have a leader, but we don't want that leader to go in conversation table. Because in that conversation table, we know it will be changed. That's what we are saying. So all of us, and we are saying that, Rose, you are the one who is going there, lead us. But we don't want to choose you to go in that committee.
Okay, probably you are not listening well. Earlier, when I came on here, I said there has to be oversight committees. It means that when you go in as a leader, you are not the sole person that decides everything. There has to be some kind of oversight where what you do is seen, okay? That makes you so uncomfortable that this being in the government and representation is no longer just being there and presenting yourself instead of representing, okay? Because that's so far what the leaders have done. They present themselves, but they do not represent the people. If there's proper oversight, you become uncomfortable. For now, they do whatever they want. There are no checks and balances. How can you audit yourself? How can you be the one that receives the money and records it and nobody checks behind you? All the way from the bank to whatever. So that has to start, and it is a conversation that is due now. They must think about it while having this coalition or whatever they call it. Because if it's not done now, it is never, and we cannot be in the streets forever. Why? If we choose to be in the streets forever, you know what's going to happen? It will be a point of no return. Man eat man. So we cannot do that. There will be a leader at some point. Who it is, we do not know. But Gen Zs have to be included in the leadership. And there has to be some oversight, accountability. Things need to be posted online to know who's doing what. Once that is done and followed, then there will be no problem with all these things. Right now, people are killing each other.
I think, Rose, you have a point. You have a very valid point. But this is the nonsense of education. Because before education, when they went to the road, they were not having a leader. Until they defeated Mzungu is when they choose a leader. Until we defeat corruption, I want to tell there was no leaders. Junior,
Who was Kimati?
Mau, those people were chosen by that group at the end of the day. But when they start fighting, didn't Kimati, where was it? There many people were killed. But these people were just chosen.
All right, Hillary, you know you are a Gen Z imposter, so watch your mouth.
I need to come in.
Yeah, to come in. Even as you come in, I needed you guys to talk about this gentleman, this young man, Makoure. This guy has been going all over the media, and I need you. Atuya, you've seen him, you've listened to him. What's your opinion, even as you come in, about Makoure? Yeah. I'll give you a chance, Mr. Penny, Elder Penny. Wacha Atuya onge kidogo, then you'll come in. Elder Penny, ama unataka kulala mzee, tukupatie nafasi. Elder.
Okay, that's okay, young man. That's okay.
All right.
So first and foremost, I was very happy when Hillary came in. I felt like finally I could meet one of these guys who are behind all these spaces. But again, I just realized he's not a Gen Z.
Who told you that?
But
now ni shida ya Ruto imeleta hizi shida bwana. Nani yukwambia bwana?
Now this is one of the issues that I have. I think, Mzalendo, have you ever had a real genuine Gen Zs on this platform? Have they ever come to give opinions?
Yes, yes, we have a regular Gen Z here who is a member of Africa. He normally comes. Maybe
All
over
right.
the weekend they will come. Yes, yeah,
Okay.
and
So
yes. Mhm.
I have an issue with them. This issue of saying they are leaderless, they don't want to have a leader. I'm sure even Hillary wants to be their leader, and maybe he is planning to be their leader. But the
He's
problem and the
smiling.
fear, the problem and the fear, the problem and the fear is the moment he will try to bring out his head and say, I'm the leader, he fears the backlash from his fellow Gen Zs. So, and I don't think, I even heard Sifuna asking, there is no problem of having leaders. There's no problem of having people who speak for you. If we chose Hillary today, we are a group of Gen Zs. We told you, Hillary, this is the point agendas, and this is what I want you to present to the president, and this is what we want you to negotiate. Then, after you've gone to the table and negotiated, if we realize that you are diverting from what we sent you to do, then we have the right as the people to remove you from there. But we cannot continue remaining leaderless because we are afraid to speak. And one of the problems I think I have with these Gen Zs, even if you go into these spaces that are normally happening, you'll find out that 70 to 80% of the speakers are not the actual Gen Zs. These are the Gen Zs as is just a name, but the people, the brains behind it are totally not Gen Zs. So when we say that we want to have
Can I correct you on that?
Okay.
The true brains behind it is Gen Zs. We have them, they are our children, and they live in Kenya. They are true Gen Zs. Okay? The other ones are just loud people, period. But there's Gen Zs, and they mean it. And a lot of them, like I say, they do not need anybody's money because their parents have money. So that's the difference. The other louder people are not Gen Zs. They are true Gen Zs. And it's a lot of them. So we have to agree to that.
Yes, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. There are a lot of them. But I'm trying to explain in scenarios where now, when we have the actual individuals with the real facts and the real content, among us, the people who are leading the discussions, they are not actual Gen Zs. I've been in the spaces, I have friends. Majority of these guys, they came into the political space direct from social media euphoria. That's where they came in and joined the bandwagon that we are fighting for ABCD. 70, 80%, 90 even percent. If you got them in town, those few who are protesting, ask them which clause or which article are you against in the whatever. They could not quote. They all, what they knew is reject, do not amend. But if you asked Hillary, he could explain to you article this, we are against it because of this and this. And one of the reasons I always say they are afraid to negotiate, it's because majority of them don't have the actual content. They came into the political space because of euphoria. They never even watch news. I think it was Darius who said that. In the last elections, majority of them were telling us politics doesn't matter, it doesn't involve me, I won't vote. But now they are in the space. One thing I will advocate for is that they need to also have the content. They need to have, like there's a gentleman Mzalendo played, Makoure. The guy is eloquent, speaks, has the knowledge. But wait until the day he will say that he wants to lead these young people. They will cut him into size. They will self-cannibalize. That's the issue with them. Wait, let him just speak that now I'm their leader, and I want us to take this direction. He will be a villain. Watasema amenunuliwa. So I don't think there is any revolution that actually succeeds at the end of the day without having a sense of leader. If it's Hillary, let Hillary lead his troops, have an agenda, have the Gen Z agenda articulated. We have already shown, they have already shown the country that if we want A, we want A. If we want B, we want B. If we have said Hillary go and negotiate that we want Mzalendo as the Minister of Sports, then that's what they want. Mzalendo will be grilled if he fits that bill.
Yes,
So
Penny,
they have to have a leader.
Yes, Penny Nyagaka.
Yeah, I wanted to answer this gentleman. He keep repeating. And the other guys, the Darius before him, and the guy who followed him, they talk the same language. Hakuna ugumu sana. Wacha tuende one by one. I just want to talk on 2 points: politics and the uprising by the GNC in Kenya. Okay, politics is number one. Ni kwamba we have seen this before. The people who were looking for Ruto to get out were in ODM, and they mixed with the GNC, and they made the point. And we understand that there's no big deal. You can talk from here to the next day the same language. Okay, politics takes a long time, Zalendo, to change anything. Politics ndio iliua mtu kama Themba na kujaga hapa, ndio anajua hiyo vitu sana. Ita Socrates or Plato. He was corrupting the children of Greece. Why? Because the argument, this is what he was saying, is that you need a pilot to fly a plane. You need a captain of the ship to take you from here to there. You need a professor to teach your kids. But you need anybody to vote for a president? For that, he was killed. But that's exactly what the GNC is talking about today. About 300-400 years down the road, they are talking the same language. My friend, this is not something that we just made up yesterday. Uko unja nini. This is something that was made in Greece 300 years ago. We are trying to follow. We can't follow. You come to America where you see this guy who is nearly whatever and the other guy who's nearly whatever. They had already predicted this. These two guys, either Plato or Socrates, was killed because of that. That he was corrupting the minds of the people, of the young in Greece. The argument he was making was, you cannot let anybody vote for a president. You should have somebody professional to vote and vote for a MP. Now he was killed because of that. Hiyo ndio history tunajua. This is the story we are going down the road. Na kufika hii ya Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga kwenda kupata na ndugu yake huyu Ruto, wengine were very against it. I was personally, Mzalendo, wacha nikwambie, I was very much against it, the whole thing. But kuona what they are doing na vile the argument hiyo nani Ruto anasema na vile the argument Raila na agree with, then you chill out, you come down, unaskiza, you just listen to what they are talking about, because it is very clear. Mimi nisha kuambia kwa miaka yangu revolutionary ambayo niliona ya mwisho, and I can tell you for a fact, the Iranian revolution, because these guys wengine tulikuwa tunawasaidia na science, political science, na wao walikuwa wanasaidia na math na physical science. Unaona, lakini wakatoroka shule 1979 wakaenda kwao, and they kicked out the Shah of Iran, who ended up in Egypt. And you can look at that. You are a journalist. You are a young person. He ended up in Iran, and he ended up in South Texas, in America. And nowhere he would go where these guys would not. Even the GNC wanafanya nyumbani. The way GNC is doing. But it was somebody who had made the country so mad. Like, yani hukujua vile ya kumwambia. Now, the GNC of today, what they are doing, huyo Ruto, he has compromised everybody. So why are you going to fight somebody who has compromised everybody? Unless you want to waste time. Mzalendo, tuna waste time. Nimechelewa kidogo, lakini I will call you tomorrow on a weekend, Saturday, tutazungumza mengi. Lakini let us not compromise our understanding of what it is so that we can just go along with the program. I don't think I just realized that amedanganya hii watu, where can he drop them off? Wamekataa kuwa dropped off. What does he has to do? Ameenda mpaka huyu mtu huyu mwingine kwa nyumba yake. I don't think I started this in 1998 when aliaja Kibaki na Matiba on the street ya koti ya Nairobi ya Milimani. And he went and made a deal with Moi. He was the Minister of Energy by Friday, and he was a secretary for KANU. Unaona? And this has continued on and on and on. Tumeona hii. Nikiambia watu wengine ambao wanijui, wanasema mimi na yetu Wajaluo. And some of them don't know the best friends I have ni Wajaluo. Lakini when I say the point that huyu mheshimiwa wenu anatudanganya, ile kitu tunaona tunadanganya. Unaona? Wakati alisema hata huyu ametosha, akafukuza nani Nyachae. Nyachae alienda nyumbani akakaa. Akakula nyuka yake mpaka akafariki. So let us understand what we are talking about and talk about it straightforward. Sio kudanganya. Mzalendo, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Okay.
Mzalendo.
I'd really
Yes.
I really need to talk about some.
Yes.
I just had, I believe, is Mr. Nyagaka, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Nyagaka, gonna first of all, because I always like to really come out clear, who I am. I am a supporter of Ruto. I supported Ruto. I am against what's going on. There's a few things that you have said that I want to disagree with. You've been in politics for some time. Things change, okay? You mentioned, if I heard it correctly, that ODM mixed with Gen Z. ODM, up until things had just turned and they woke up and were like, whoa, what is going on? They were not part of Gen Z. They were just as confused as everybody else. So the Gen Z thing has nothing to do with ODM. Trust me, a good majority of it were those kids, our children, that voted for Ruto. They voted for Ruto, loved Ruto, and then when they saw these problems with all these people in cabinet showing off things, yet most of them cannot get jobs. When you try to get your first job, they are telling you that you have to be under 35 to get a job. And then you also need 5 years experience when you've come out of the university. That's what's getting them to the streets. They cannot pay fees. That's what's getting them to the streets. If you look at kids now, or our children, between the ages of 21 to 27, most of them can't even get married. And that's the truth. And they don't want to get married because most of them don't have resources. Thank God for parents. They are feeding from their parents. And then you said something that I believe that going forward, watching the future of Kenya, we have to get to where we look at ourselves as Kenyans, because all of us are suffering in this. If And only if Kenya had everything right, we have no reason to be outside of Kenya. We have no reason to be out of Kenya. We need to be in Kenya. We need to be either doing business in Kenya or working in Kenya. But our government, one after the other, squanders every little resource that they get. So there is no Mheshimiwa Wenyu, Wetu, and whatever. I am a Luo by birth. I have not supported Raila for some time. I was a really ardent Raila supporter. I always disagree with people on ideologies because I care about my country. I'm not a yes ma'am, I'm not a yes sir person. So there's no Mheshimiwa Wenyu, not to dismiss that, but what I'm trying to say is that forever you cannot have an individual that maybe this is a Luo and belongs to that part, or this is a Kikuyu and belongs to the other. Why? Because we can never move on if we are like that. We have to look at it and start looking at ideologies and not look at just the tribe. If we don't, there is no point. People will be stealing and stealing, and our children will be going to the other countries. And as things are now, some people won't make it to those other countries because they are choosing each other to go to those countries.
Very, very true. I had a Gen Z here who was here a while ago, but amekaa kidogo, but he will come in and tell you exactly what they are looking at. Just as you say, they are our children. And that is a very, very important fact. They voted for William Ruto as a popular candidate who they hoped that is going to bring change. But what is happening right now is not what the Gen Zs expected of William Ruto. Instead, we have seen so many youths who are dying. That is not what we expected of him as the president of the Republic of Kenya. He ought to have protected the lives of these young people. And I know maybe by tomorrow we will be seeing. Yeah, I am joined by a Gen Z. Let me give him the platform. Hey, karibu sana, welcome. Melvin, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're giving me the platform without briefing me on what you're.
Oh, all right. Okay. We are just talking about Gen Zs and what you guys are standing for and what you believe in. What do you really want to achieve with this movement, and why are you leaderless? Because everybody is asking that particular question. Why Gen Zs are leaderless? Why? What do you really want to achieve with this movement?
I mean, by now, I don't know why people are still asking the same questions. When people started protesting, they already said we are leaderless, we are tribeless, none of that. So why are we looking for leaders? We just want a government that's functioning. We are not worried about who is the leader, who is doing what. We are all outside. We are trying to change something that's going wrong, something that is a government that's not functioning, for one, and that's what we need. We just need a government that's functioning. You know what I'm saying? There are people going to school, finishing school, they don't get jobs. There are people 60, 65 years old still working, like in the government and in institutions. Like, come on. You know, so we just need things to work as they should work. We are not looking to have any leaders within the Gen Z or any party to represent us. We are not really caring for that. We're just caring for the sake of the nation and for the sake of change. That's all.
Thank you, Melvin. I think you have the point, and Rose, thank you so much. And I want to tell Nyagaka that he's an old guy, but those old minds, that's what we don't want, because when they come to the table, or you're coming from ODM, you're coming from CG, we don't want those talks, man. We are beyond those talks, and that's where we're moving to, and that's why we're saying that these old guys should go home. They should go and because these are the issues now. The Gen Zs came to the road Starting, actually, everybody was cut off when they went to parliament. Then now people are saying, oh, ODM, where is ODM? If Raila now talking about, is Raila is talking
Mzalendo.
about, ngoja mzee, sasa nilikuwa naongea, nilikuwa nimefunga mic. When Raila goes there, he goes as Raila, not as ODM, and that should be clear. We let us not involve people, because that's what Gen Zs need things to be done. We have a right constitution. We need constitution to be implemented. We need things to be done. We don't have such leaders. That's why we're saying that we are tribeless. We are leaderless, in the sense that we don't care about the leadership, but we care about the right things. We care about the things that they're telling us. Why are they not implementing all these things? That's where people are coming here. Oh, sijui Raila Odinga, sijui Dedan Kimathi. Those are nonsense today. Today, we don't need to talk about that. When in Mzalendo, you go to job, we look you as Mzalendo. We don't look you as a Kisi, or as a Luya, or as a Miriam. Those are the things that is killing our country. And actually, that's why you see Gen Zs came out and say that we don't want such things anymore. And now bringing ODM, bringing Azimio, bringing anything, I think we are out of the topic. The topic here is there's unity we want, and that's why we are saying that these young people or these Gen Zs should be involved in this table. We don't see them. Where are we seeing Ruto? Where are we seeing Raila is again going to the table without these people? Why them? We are not saying that the old people, yes, they have wisdom to tell us, but where they are taking us is not the right way to go. Because when you start going to that table, they say, oh, hakuna Mkikuyu hapa, hakuna Mjaluo hapa, hakuna Mluya hapa, hakuna. Those are the talks that we don't want to hear anymore. And that should be clear. And if Ruto could bring those things in those things in the picture, go check the ministry. People are evaluating all those ministries. People are doing the PSS. People are checking all these things. It is not even balanced. If you are talking about the tribe, we are 54 tribes of Kenya. Where are the other tribes? Why are they not looked at? If we are talking about the tribal, we're just looking at the bigger people. Why? That's why we decided as young people. This time we don't want that. And I want to assure you, young people voted for Ruto 100%. And that's why Ruto won the election. And now, when he get to the power, he doesn't support these young people. He's bringing old trucks on the road. Why? These are the questions that we're talking about. That he must involve this. Without that, we will be in the road. Let people talk about revolution. We will be in the road until Ruto get out. If he cannot involve young people, if government cannot work, people will be in the road every day. Thank you, Zalend.
Penny, Nyagaka, or Melvin, do you have anything to add?
Hello.
Yes.
Lazima ni add kwa sababu huyu mheshimiwa ameniataki. Hata nilikuwa namsikiza sana for long time mpaka kasumbusa jina yangu, sikujua ananichua. That's very interesting, young man. Lakini wacha niseme ya kwamba where we are in as far as Kenya's democracy is concerned, we're at 100% better, because once you take Raila's cult, Raila na cult yake unaweka kwa hii mfuko na unachaza na ile wengine walikuwa nao, there's nobody who will beat you. That's Mzalendo. That's why the other gentleman was saying that I support the dictatorship. Nini. No, it is adding the numbers. Okay, Raila's a cult. Vile nilikwambia Mzalendo, wewe unatoka huko Luo Nyanza, there was no Luo Nyanza district or whatever that held a demonstration when Raila said no. No, that's the numbers. You cannot wish them away. They are there. No. So when that guy does something like that, you understand it. When Ruto will do his thing, you understand it. When he got shared or shared, whatever you call him, when he's doing things in the mountain, you don't understand it. No. So it is very, very simple. Hiyo msichana ya Siaya, just Siaya, said very good things about me. and I like that. Unajua, I have the weaknesses with the Luo ladies. Hiyo siwezi kumwambia maneno ingine. Kadwara wajo dharuo duto kodi ya wajo kaka jaluo nikech aja luo. Jagot becha kizi becha jaluo. So what I was telling you, Muzarendo, thank you for the opportunity na tunataka kukuja hapa all the time na tuendelee kuhimiza, to add you whatever you want to add it on. Na my friend, waje niwaambie ya kwamba what Ruto has done to Raila Odinga is an addition, is an economic thinking about, kina huyo Molo wanasema that you can never even add up. You would never even know how he did it, but he has done it. So let us argue from that point of view na tuendelee. Wado mzalendo,
Yeah.
tutamaliza hiyo maneno ingine tulikuwa nasema. Thank you very much.
Hiyo maneno ya Wendy has to go to school. We still remind those who had promised to give their contributions. We are almost winding up on Wendy's story. It's been a wonderful journey for the young girl, and she's excited. Apart from the skirmishes that have been happening, she will join university eventually, and that is what we want here in Africa. We want to support the needy, especially those who are coming from disadvantaged families, to go to school. When you do that, at least you will get your rewards in heaven. Those other doors will all be opened for you. So, just to remind you that we are still talking about Wendy, despite the politics and all that. We are still helping in the community as the Afric family. Let me welcome Brother Ben. Benson Media, karibu sana Wood Kisumo. How have you been?
I'm okay. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm doing great.
Okay, that's good. I'm listening in the background, seeing on how you're contributing to the nation. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we have been, it is an open mic. We have been talking about our country, Kenya. Raila has now joined William Ruto. That was very much anticipated. We anticipated that kind of merger a very long time ago. That he's going to join, although he was refusing that he is not joining, but he really wanted to join. It is not about the Gen Z. It is something that they had started a long time ago. So people should not mistake these facts. Raila was already in government by the time Ruto was having problems with Gachagua. Ruto had to look for allies, another alternative as a backup measure for his government. Remember, the Kikuyu community contributed 46% of the votes to William Ruto. Their exit from that government will really would have really destabilized Ruto's government. But now there's another problem that I have already foreseen. Some people think I'm a prophet, but that's how I look at politics. Raila will come up with his team. Of course, Gachagua will feel that they have been disfranchised with the number of cabinet positions that they ought to get. Remember, right now, the appointments in the security docket, and I think this is part of the negotiation, belongs to one Gachagua. So when Raila comes with the team, people like Moses Kuria are going to be out of the cabinet. And remember, these are very vocal politicians. Alice, Wahome, these are very vocal politicians. These are not your politicians who would just sit there and wait. Aisha Jumwa, these are very mouthy politicians, and those are the people you need in politics. So how is going to balance the act plus what is recommended in the cabinet is that we want a lean cabinet. Lean meaning that the number should be reduced. The number of cabinet secretaries should be reduced. So Ruto has to juggle in between as in ODM. I want to say it's ODM because Eugene Momalo has said that is not part of the deal. Kalonzo Musyoka just the other day, and Hillary, you have been part of ODM for a very long time. You are an ODM member, life member,
That is not true.
running in your veins.
That is not true.
How did you escape the goons in that press conference?
That one was not a ODM ODM platform. So if you call a platform, you don't have security. What do you expect? And now Gen Zs need demands. So Kalonzo must be disrupted because he doesn't know where he's going, and that's why he called here Labalu. He doesn't have stand because he said that he want to don't join to the dialogue, and at the end of the day, he joined.
I feel I have a different opinion about that because
that is fine. That's very fine.
This is what I feel. You see, this is what I feel, and it's annoying to hear somebody like you saying that. Remember how Kalonzo? How many times has Kalonzo rescued Raila Odinga?
No, anytime. I want to say this. I'm giving my opinion. Why are you saying no? I'm giving you opinion. That's why I'm saying that no, anytime. And I'm right on what I'm saying. Because when Raila was supposed to be the president, we saw him going to be watermelon vice president. That time, why didn't he stand with Raila and Kibaki go home? At the end of the day, we saw him coming as vice president to do what? To dismantle Raila. Now, actually, without Raila, Kalonzo will never hear him. Mark my word. Raila is going home. Kalonzo will disappear in the future. You'll never see him. But I want to say this. This thing is not about ODM. This thing is about individuals. It's not about the party. Because you cannot say that when Raila goes there, he's going like alone. It's only Mwamalo is not appearing in the board. The other team, the whole team is appearing on the board. So the Azimio team is there. So it's not about ODM. It's not about
which Azimio team are you talking about?
Kalonzo is there. He's already on board. He's talking. And Kalonzo was the third person after Martha Karua. Right? So if Wamala refused, other people are on and Wamala will just come in. So what I'm trying to say is this. Raila, this Gen Z's thing didn't bring Raila on board. You are very correct. Because we saw Raila coming on board when Obasanjo went to Kenya. And when they talk and everything, Raila was already on board with Ruto and he was supporting Ruto on the same. So the point here is when people talk about ODM, that is wrong. That is very wrong. Like Osa mtu wa Uganda. Unajua afai hata kuongea vitu za Kenya. Inafaa akuje Kenya na nyamaze. What we're trying to say mzalendo here is young people should be get involved.
Umejuaje Osa ni mtu wa Uganda?
Anajua amezaliwa huko. Sasa anaishi tu Kenya. Tunasema kwamba watu vijana waweze kuhusishwa kwenye muungano huu na hii mambo ya kuongea, kwa sababu wasipounganishwa ama wasipoletwa ndani, wacha nikwambie, it's gonna be worse than the way it was. Because why? These people are going to school, they are doing research all the time. We have a lot of them, they are just doing nothing. They are just sitting, or they go to happy and everything. These people have a lot of time, and that's why.
My brother, let me just cut you short, if
yes,
you allow me. Why do you feel like the Gen Z should be on the dialogue, and what are they dialoguing about?
Their demands. There are several things.
Their demands. Yeah, that is true. But on you, if you do assessment of Kenya, we've had so many dialogues, yeah, and we've had, not to mention Kriegler report, we had NADCO, we had BBI that came, we have
regular report,
there are so many reports that we have, and you find that all these reports usually comes when we have a crisis. Even though, as Zalendo said earlier, Baba was in government before even the peaceful protest by the Gen Z. But that report was not there. Yeah.
Correct.
But if you look at what they are asking for, yeah, one of the things that they are asking for is accountability, transparency. They want jobs and all that. Yeah. So how are we going? Yeah, how are we going to discuss about transparency? Because this is about individual. How are we going to discuss about corruption? Yet we have agencies that are in place to deal with corruption. We know people who have squandered money from the public. Their cases are still dragged in court. How can we have discussion about that? Have a dialogue about that?
Thank you so much, Benson. That's why we are saying, and that's why GNC say Ruto must go home because he's one of the cartels. But you see, now the dialogue is going on. Actually, even tomorrow or next week, early next week, you're gonna see the new list for the cabinet, right?
Yeah,
but that's what we are talking about. Because you're just going to see the same names: Benson, Hillary, Mzalendo, and everything.
Yes, so,
these are the things that.
So to me, yeah, to me, I might be wrong in how I look at things. Yeah, the dialogue itself is not people-centered. That is true. It's not people-centered, because if it was people-centered, yeah, if it was people-centered, it could have been like, they don't ask for that dialogue with the people. They let people tell them. Even but as we speak, the people has told them what people want. And if even you look at what the Gen Z are demanding for, Gen Z are not demanding for any leadership. They don't care who is going to be the president. That is what is there. They don't care who is going to be the minister, but they're just asking for accountability and transparency. How are we going to be accountable? You know. So why are we going to dialogue on accountability? Why are we going to dialogue on a corruption? How are we going to dialogue on somebody who has not gone to school? Yes, he's hosting a post. How are we going to dialogue about that? You are going to dialogue about Sakaja, who was in the governor, who, when he was registering or when he was running, his certificate were questioned. How do you want to dialogue about that?
Benson, that's the thing. Let me tell you, these young people who are now saying Ruto must go home, they voted for Ruto.
Yes.
Because of the promise that he made. One of them, mtoto wa mama wa kuku, mtoto wa mama mboga, mtoto wa nini, anaweza kuwa mtu kwa hii nchi ya Kenya. Na vijana wakaona ukweli, kumbe vijana hao watu wanaweza kuwa nini, na wakapatia Ruto kama muuzaji kuku. Hicho ilikuwa uongo. Mimi Ruto hajauza kuku, lakini alianza kuuza wakati alianza kutangaza wakati alikuwa Ministry of Agriculture. So the thing is, so when they voted for Ruto, they knew that Ruto, you see those the things, so the things that you're saying, they knew that Ruto will bring these people on board, you know. But we are seeing the different thing. Ruto is worse than anybody. Aisha Juma ajui hata kuongea, ajui hata seme nini. Mtu kama ajui hata seme nini, kwa hiyo ajui. Hata nashangaa alipewa hiyo ministry aje. Unaelewa? Kuria sijui Kuria is a very bright guy, lakini Kuria hata zile vitu anaongea unashangaa ujamani ile shule mkwenda shule. You know, so these are the things that Gen Z have seen, and I've said that if the same thing is happening, then Ruto must go home, because he was voted with the hope that he's gonna bring on board the corruption issues and they're gonna bring the bright people to work for the people and the promises that he made. And if you follow all well, I was 100% following Ruto's conversation, the promises that he was making all the time to young people. There's no even one Benson, even one is implemented, even one.
But you know what, Mzalendo, sorry for hijacking your show. You know what, Ruto is playing the same playbook that all of them are playing, because I call it, the new name that I've given them is Brotherism. Yeah, Brotherism, they play the same book and different characters, but the book is the same. And one fear is if you attack one of the brother, the other 3 or the other 4 knows very well that we will be attacked. Yeah. And the brotherhood, they drink from the same stream, but different times, but in the same stream. So even if today Baba was elected the president, then there's some of the things that he could have not actualized because they were not realistic, especially when it comes to healthcare. He could not actualize the healthcare. Talk about the Baba care. That one could not happen, you know. And this is because of the systems that we have, you know, what is happening. So I think the best way to happen is I would like to tell Gen Zs one of the things that they should do for them to actualize their dream, they have to have a leader. And if they don't have a leader, they're not going to make it, because I can give you a typical example. In November 2018, we had the yellow vest movement in France. They were advocating for the same thing, high cost of living, fuel. And Macron then gave in to some of their demands. But because they chose to be leaderless, they did not actualize their dream. And that is what is going to happen with the Gen Z. Another thing that Gen Z will have to, they talk about their tribalness. It's okay. But what are they going to take? Or what steps are they going to take to transcend Kenya past Rubicon of tribalism? Because we know we have a tribal constituency. If you listen to even what Mutahi Kahiga is talking about ministers, he's not talking about the real ministers, he's talking about the tribal constituency of Mount Kenya as a Kikuyu. What are we going to get? He's talking about his constituency. So at Masad, they might say it's tribalist, but they also have to navigate and see how are we going to navigate the tribal, because you cannot tell me that somebody who is from Kisumu, can go and vie in Nyeri and they elect me if that tribalist plays the part. Yeah. So it makes them quite much difficult. Another thing also they have to put in consideration is, one, the international influence. You see, all the brothers, they have international influence from outside. How are they going to keep up with it? How are they going also to challenge that? Because the international also have their preference. But they are the people who are coming with the new idea for accountability. But every time you want to do business, they want to do, how are you doing that business? How are they going to stop that? So those are kind of the challenges that they need to start with. Yeah, the dialogue, I agree at some point they will need, because for better talking, 100 people cannot go to sit in a place to dialogue. That will be unorderly. There will not be order. They have to have one person that is going to represent their view. These are our demands. If you cannot fulfill them, we are withdrawing out of the dialogue. That is what I think. I might be wrong in my analysis.
Benson, you're right. Mburu nimekuona. You're very right. But I think you have a key points there. But I want to tell you that Gen Zs, they have a leader. There's somebody that they're calling his name all the time. It's only that when they say that leader, if they say today is Benson, they are coming for you. No, those are the challenges that also we have. When they say that it is Benson, they are looking for you. So they are not trying to keep these people together. They are trying to dismantle them. And that's the problem. That's what the problem is. Actually, Gen Z doesn't care about international. And actually, when they take over, the international will look for them because they have interest. And now you see their interest now they are converging the old people. Now they are on the board themselves. Ngoja next week, you'll hear the names that is the same people. When will these people come on board? So that's why these people are saying that Ruto must go home, because what Ruto promises and what he's doing is contrary. It's just opposite of what he said. And you've said something well, that it's a brotherhood. That's what the Gen Z didn't look at, because they didn't know that what is being said and what is being implemented is totally different. So they didn't check that. But at such a point whereby uongo itaisha, Benson, whoever will come, even Ruto knows today that as much as he will stay there until 2027, where we'll have another election, he knows that uongo lazima ipungue. Ile kwenda kanisa alikuwa analia, kulia ilienda wapi? Kwa nini siku hizi aendi kulia? Kwa nini siku hizi aendi kanisa kulia? Alishadanganywa wa kanisa, anaanza kufunga makanisa. Kina Wanjiru wanalia. Makanisa zinataka kuenda kufungwa zote. So kile tunasema ni ya kwamba Ruto promised people things. He needed time. He was given 2 years doing nothing, just traveling, going outside, blah blah blah. US ilipatia ndege juzi. Hizi ndege ziko wapi? Hata tuambiwi kazi ilifika ama zikufika. Pesa tulisikia iliingia mabilioni, tumeona tu kwa magazeti. Where are these things? And that's what you're talking about. Their accountability. And these are the people that we are asking. We are just being told about that. And yet, when you go outside, we are seeing people giving in money, goodies and grants. Where are these money? Why can't he account for them? It's the same as like these people. And that's why you see people are demanding that Ruto must go home. Now, the person that they were fighting on political arena, and they were saying that the dynasty must go home. You see, Ruto is playing with our mind, because he was saying the dynasty must go home. Now he's on the table with those people. What does he tell us? So this person anakunia na nakula. This is useless person, man.
Sawa. Simba na Taya. Habari ya masiku.
Salama sana, habari yako bwana? Unajua saa zingine.
How have you been?
Ah?
How have you been, my brother?
Salama.
I've not seen you on this
Salama
show for
kabisa.
a while, since the Gen Z uprising. You have kept quiet. Now we have a new political development. I want your opinion on the new political development, and you are one of the supporters of Ruto must go. Naende sasa hivi. I remember you having that kind of conversation. And yeah, what is have you changed your mind, or you are consistent, or you have followed your political leader?
You know, mimi ni mmoja wa wale organic supporters wa baba. Naturally, hakuna kitu yenye nitaoppose. So long as tunasema Ruto must go, we must remember tuko na katiba. Na kama anaenda, let's do it constitutionally in 2027. Yes.
I like the fact that now you are quoting the Constitution, but when you are demonstrating the other time, you were not quoting the Constitution. You wanted Ruto to go almost immediately, and you could not give him time until 2027. But now that Baba is in government, you are looking at the other way. This is the chameleon in politics. This is the game of musical chairs. This is what I'm afraid of. Even when I talk to my friends about politics, you never know. They can stab you on the back anytime. They are not consistent. They don't have a mind of their own. What Baba says is always right. Why it is right, they assume we know. Yeah, but it is just it is a marriage of convenience. This marriage is a marriage of convenience at this particular time. We need stability in the country. Yes, you'd have argued like that. But again, when you go back, Simba, just a few years into Ruto's government, you were talking about the server being opened. You have again forgotten that there was a cause that you were fighting for. Sasa Sava hata mlisahau kitambo sana accountability. Now you have the best opportunity. You are now with with William Ruto. Simuambieni awapatie mfungue Sava.
No, the court dispensed that matter of servers, and it's in the NADCO report. Lazima kwanza tuelewe kwamba we have a country. Even if we support the Generation C, we also have the Njuri Njekes and the Kaya Council of Elders and the rest. Hawa watu finally, hata kama watakuwa wanaitisha any elective seat, they have to go through there. So sijui kama hao wazee tutawaita Generation Z ama tutawaita Njuri Njeke Generation what. So hiyo ndio our arrangement. Everything is behind us. Let us remain focused.
I am telling you,
hii ndio shida tuko nayo. Hii ndio shida sasa. Unaona mali shida iko. Unaona mzalendo nikikwambia. This is the problem. That's why we want to remain tribeless, leaderless, because if sasa baba jo alivotia baba ameenda huku sasa, alikuwa na sasa ati bwana, wacha hizo bwana.
Wewe, you remember this this cult leader wa Bungoma Western, ule aliambia wafuasi wake wauze kila kitu, waingie kwa shimo ama waingie wapi?
Wanyonyi.
Wanyonyi si ni Jesus, Wanyonyi ni Mungu. Kuna mwingine hapa sijui ni Kawangware ama nani. Waluya wanakuaga na hao ma vitu za maajabu ajabu. Darius angetuambia mbona wanakuaga na vitu za maajabu ajabu. Wanatumuungu zingine. Kuna Mungu wa Waluya aliwaambia Yesu anakuja sijui siku gani. Wakauza kila kitu.
Hiyo ni ngumu.
Wakauza kila kitu. Si Jehova Wanyonyi. Wacha si Jehova Wanyonyi. Before Jehova Wanyonyi kulikuwa na
Tongaren.
Huyu ni Yesu wa Tengaren. Huyu ni Yesu wa Tengaren.
Wenyewe Waluya wanakuwa na Yesu.
Yesu wa Tengaren kulikuwa na mwingine.
Mzaredo niseme.
Mburu, sema
Mburu.
Niseme kitu dakika moja, maana ninapotea saa hii naingia job.
Sasa ukipotea tena, sasa ukisema itatusaidia aje? Sawa, lakini endelea.
Sasa kwanza naanzia na wewe. Wewe umesema William Ruto alipeana uongo nyingi sana na hakuna yenye anatimiza.
Sana, na wale walimvotea wote.
Na hiyo sio ukweli. Maana ungetuambia yenye ametimiza na yenye hajatimiza. Na hiyo ni debate ningetaka tuwe na wewe kesho. Maana uongo ingedhihirika wakati tunaweza kusema kwa hii miaka mbili serikali imefanya nini na ni nini serikali haijafanya. Sometimes we give general statements that are very biased. That are very biased. Na kwa sababu sina muda mwingi, ningetaka tu kusema hiyo ni uongo, maana William Ruto bado ako na miaka 3. Baada ya miaka 3 tutaangalia tuseme ametenda haya na haya hajatenda. Hiyo ndio haki. Niseme ya kwamba alisema kutakuwa na affordable housing. Tumeona kazi kubwa ikifanyika, hata kama kumekuwa na sabotage through the judiciary. Watu wanakimbia kule kujaribu kusimamisha asiweze kufanya ile kazi alisema. Akasema kutakuwa na hustler funds. Tumeona billions zimekuwa dispersed by those people to those people who are interested. He talked of subsidizing production rather than consumption. We have seen it, and we have seen even the food production in our country increase, and so many other things. Apart from that, William Ruto has not been enjoying the support of the media. So tunaendelesha vita zenye zimekuwa zikiendelea kwa the mainstream media, na tunafikiria vyenye imekuwa ikisemwa hiyo ndio ukweli. So we need to go deeper and see whether for sure the president was lying. Tumekuwa tukisema amekuwa mtu wa kusafiri, ametumia sijui transport ya pesa ngapi. Hakuna mtu ambaye who is coming to tell people out of the travels that the president has made, how much has the country gained. For instance, when he came to America, how did the country, the nation of Kenya, gained economically? what are the benefits? We are yet to see people being honest and saying that this is what the president has been going out there to do. Lakini tumesema yeye ni mtu wa kukaa kwa hewa, kwa dege, lakini hakuna mtu anasema president amekuwa akienda kufanya nini na ni faida gani nchi inapata. So these are conversations I'd like to have with you, good people. So mimi naamini ya kwamba baada ya hii miaka 3 kazi ya rais itaonekana, maana sabotage itapungua wakianza kufanya kazi, na Raila Odinga atakuwa, hakuna watu wengi wanakimbia kotini kumsabotage, hakuna watu wengi watakuwa wanaenda kuleta fujo na furugu kwa nchi. You see the country going forward. Na niseme ya kwamba Ruto ni mtu ambaye ako na haja sana na nchi ya Kenya, na ako na haja sana na legacy yake, na ninajua ya kwamba kwa hii miaka 3 mtaona ile kazi ambayo itafanyika Kenya, na tujue ya kwamba Gen Z wamefanya kazi nzuri, maana that's a wake up call. Lakini ningewauliza tu kitu moja, wakuwe na kiasi, kiwango, kipimo, let them not overdo. Na la mwisho niseme let them respect the older generation. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiza wakiongea kwa media with a lot of disrespect to the older people, wakisema venye the older people wamefail, wakiongea vibaya. Tumekuwako na wale ambao wametembea katika nchi za Afrika watakuambia Kenya iko mbele sana na imeshikiliwa na hao wenye tunadharau, na experience wakati mwingine ni ya muhimu sana. So kama wanataka kufaulu, waheshimu kila mtu na wajaribu kubeba kila mtu katika movement yao. Hakuna kitu ka generation moja inaweza achieve by disregarding all other generations. Wajue hii Kenya ni yetu sisi zote, wale wazee, wale wa kiwango, wale wakongwe, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Tunataka mabadiliko sisi wote na tunastahili heshima sisi wote. Waheshimu pia viongozi, maana atakuwa kiongozi sio kitu rahisi sana. Asante sana.
Unajua Mburu, hizo vitu unaongea tu tucheke. Wewe tafadhali, asante kwa kupoteza muda wetu hapa. Unaongea vitu zingine hata unajua kwa roho yako. Mungu akifungua roho yako.
Mimi pale sikubaliani sana na Mburu, ni palipa mingi sana. Ya? Kwa sababu
kila kitu si palipa pingi, kila kitu. Mimi anaongea tu tufurahie.
Kwa sababu mimi kitu inanisaidia, sina any allegiance to any political party. I look at a leader and I feel like if this leader can bring change to the country, that is the person that I will go with. Kitu ya kwanza, amesema Ruto akiungana na Raila watafanya kazi mzuri. Hiyo ni uongo mtupu. And it is a playbook. It's the same playbook. I told you here. Every time the political brothers come together, there's somebody who is going to be in casualty. And the sacred cow here is Gachagua. Yeah? Saiziri hao watu wamekuja pamoja. Yeah? Kuna mtu. And kumbuka when the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Uhuru Kenyatta came together, who had it most was William Ruto. Alioneshwa ile madharau ya hali ya juu. Yeah? Na mandugu wawili. And he was the opposition leader then. And this is what is going to happen to Gachagua. These are the scenarios that will happen in the event. One, because ODM is going to work with UDA. Mudavadi does not have a political party. He is partyless right now. Yeah. So we have ODM coming together with UDA. And this one is going to, because Ruto was in hostage from Gachagua. That is what we know. Yeah. So Gachagua also has his troop. Yeah. So what will happen is this. Gachagua atapata ile kiwango ambayo anataka, the shares zenye anataka, and that is what is going to bring problem. So by the time hawa watu wapigane hapa, then loyalty. Tell me, how sure are you that the ministers or the CS that are are very loyal to Raila are going to be loyal to Ruto at the same time. And the ones for Ruto will be very loyal to Raila. To what percentage? Yeah. So hiyo ni kitu iko. So I don't think it's going to be ile tu mzuri kazi inafanya. Itakuwa kama ile ya President Uhuru Kenyatta na Ruto. Somebody hapa, mtu ataumia hapa. Haya, watch the space.
Watu bwana, so namaliza, mpende msipende.
Ni sawa, najua wewe umeanza kulala, lakini ni sawa. Asante sana kwa
nasi. Kulala ndio, lakini show lazima iishe. Kile kuna mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho. Ile kitu naweza waambia tu kwa maoni yangu, na haya maoni muyasikize kwa makini sana. Mimi ni kama nabii wa siasa.
Wewe huwezi kuwa nabii bwana, lakini endelea.
Nakwambia ni nabii wa siasa. Sikiza kabisa. In the politics of the country of Kenya and anywhere in the world, there is an institution that is bigger than the presidency. Ukiona Raila ameenda kwa Ruto, ukae ukijua sio kwa hiari yake, lakini ni kulazimishwa aende. Ukiona Gachagua ametii, akasikiza, akawachana na shareholder topic, ni kuna wale jamaa wanawaambia lazima utatii ama tukusafirishe.
Na wewe unaona atatii?
Lazima utatii. Unajua kwa nini nawaambia hivyo? Wakati wa ile serikali ya muungano kati ya bwana Kibaki na bwana Raila, tuliongozwa na Kibaki ambaye alikuwa na akili punguani kutokana na ile ajali alipata. Mungu aweke roho yake mahali pema peponi. Alikuwa ana akili timamu. Mpaka wa leo hakuna ule jamaa walifanya na katika hiyo serikali ya muungano amewahi tamka hii maneno na kuambia hata Raila mwenyewe hawezi. Ndio nakuambia kuna watu wale wanaambia Raila, wewe fanya hivi. Lazima for the stability of the country, wewe lazima ushikane na bwana Ruto. Upende usipende, na unakuja na watu wako. Wewe utaanza niambia ni nini ligeuka? Raila alienda akajaribu kusalimiana na Ruto, akarudi akaanza kusema hapana, watu wangu wamekataa. Watu wangu wamekataa hii salamu. Hukusikia kitu kama hiyo akisema? Ama mnajifanya amko kwa hii space? Hamkusikia Raila akisema yeye mwenyewe? Ama niwatafutie video saa hii ni kuwekea hapa? Then nini ikaenda ikageuka in 72 hours? Sasa anaweza fanya kazi na bwana William Ruto.
Na mzalendo before
hata wewe sikia, hata ukisikia haya mauaji, hizi mauaji ati watu wanasijua wanauawa nini, Ruto himself does not sanction people to be killed. Hii kabali watu tu ndio wanakuambia this we have to deal with it this way, hii lazima to deal nayo namna hii. That's what I think.
Yeah, but Mzalendo, I don't know whether you can recall, there was a time when President Ruto went, was it in India with Orengo and what? And I told her this watu walianza kuongea mapema and watu walikataa. You remember?
Nani? Orengo.
There was a trip that Orengo went with the president.
Hiyo yote tuliona, hiyo wakienda na hata Gladys Wanga alikuwa kwa ndege hii ya juzi. Hao ndio wandani sana wa William Ruto. Yani kuna mambo mingi na pia lazima watu wajue hii siasa ni biashara.
Sikia Kejriwal anakuambia
naona black
Oh, black huwa amerogo. Huyu yuko kwa
Kenya
banka
Revolution
huko,
pia
ako
ako
kwa
hapo.
banka huko Gaza. Hata hawezi, anakuja hapa na wifi ina nini? Ina stama. Ushaona wifi ina stama. Wifi inajaribu kuingia kwa nini, but it's stammering. Huyu anaga wifi stable bana, yuko kwa banka huko Gaza. Okay, alright. Yuko kwa nini? Yuko kwa banka. Akikuja hapo utasikia wifi yake ni kama ina stama. Anaongea dakika kidogo, amerudi tena chini ya maji.
Okay.
Nani huyo naongeaji yake?
Anaitwa Black, anasumbua watu huko kwa comment section sana.
No, Black wachana na yeye. Black ni kama huu Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel unajua alitoka Uganda. Na ajui ndio anakuja hapa anakuja kusema ni Kenya Rebel.
Kenya Rebel is a Kenyan.
Hakuna. Ufuata yeye.
Unaona hizo marisasi hizo mabunduki ameweka hapo ndio zitatumika kumaliza.
Hiyo nini hiyo huo jamaa originality ni Uganda, lakini sawa. Hiyo ni another story.
Wewe unajua Kenya Rebel ana akili nyingi sana. Nywele ni akili.
Alizaliwa Kenya. Kuzaliwa Kenya maanishi wewe ni Mkenya bwana. Lakini
hizo nywele bwana, hizo nywele ni akili bwana.
Ukimnyoa generation yake ya 4. Atakwambia
can you imagine umenyoa Kenya Rebel hiyo nywele yake mingi hiyo ukanyoa.
Huyo jamaa tunapelekwa kinyozi. Ngoja
Kajalewa huyu akakuwa, unajua hiyo hawa ndio Kenya Rebel ni kama wewe, wale maimposter wa Gen Z. Watu wameng'ang'ana bwana, hao ni Gen Z bwana, na watu si Gen Z.
Nini wewe unajua wewe hujui kwa wakati nilizaliwa. Niulize ulizaliwa lini ndio nikwambie kama
Sasa wewe Hilary, wewe ni Gen Z kweli, tusema tu kweli. Wewe mbona unang'ang'ana tu wewe ni Gen Z? Nyinyi ni maimposter. Imposter Gen Z imbo. Kenya Rebel naye ni Gen Z imbo.
Ukweli ni kwamba mzalendo, ukweli ni kwamba the revolution was started by Gen Zs. But everybody is getting involved because they are Kenyans. Everybody feel pressure. But every situation must have people starting it and other people joining.
First let me tell you what the difference is.
It's not about
in terms of communication, in terms of language that the Gen Z are speaking, you are totally off completely. That is one thing that you have to know.
Why?
Let me tell you. Have you ever? Do you have Gen Zs in your house?
No, miaka yangu ijatosha kukuwa na Gen Zs. Labda Benson.
Bas mimi niko nao wawili. Moja alikuwa hapa, moja ndio huyu anakujaga hapa anaitwa Melvin. Huo ni Gen Z wangu. Mimi niko nao wawili. Ukikuwa nao wawili ndio ujue wana sheria zao. Na the language wanaongea ni tofauti sana. For you, they see you like somebody who doesn't know what he's saying. Hata ukiongelesha namna gani, they see you like somebody who never went to school. If you see Makoure lecturing people and the people are listening to him, I listen to him, but I find, this is my opinion, and God forbid, I find him, he has, first, is not your usual natural speaker. He has mastered that language. He has mastered how he wants to talk to the people. Yeah, he doesn't come to me as somebody who is natural speaking. Akiongea na watu. He has mastered. He knows what to say and he knows when to say it at a particular time. Having said that, Gen Z's akili yao ni tofauti sana. Ana ukiona Anifa, they started something, now they are excited with it. They are playing a game. Hii kitu tunataka kuisukuma mpaka mahali itafika. And that is the only danger that is there. But they have achieved what they want. Now the biggest problem is that now millennials like Hillary, wale have who are contaminating the movement, na Kenya Rebel. They are contaminating this movement. I wish Miguna, hii group yote, they kept away of Gen Z.
Actually, unajua nini? That's where you go wrong. It's not about Miguna. Miguna is not in Gen
When
Z.
Miguna says,
And actually, let me tell you.
you know Hillary Godi, you know when Miguna says.
Wait, I'm the one who hosting Miguna. The Miguna was supporting what Gen Z is doing. And actually, he has been just giving advice. Actually, and he announced it well, that he doesn't need, he's not interested in any leadership. But any advisory, anything that they need to do, of the things that
anything that Miguna does is
no,
just to
because
tell them,
you have personal
move
issue
on.
with Miguna. Look at this thing in a bigger, and this is the problem you have, Zalen, and that's why you can't grow. You'll just vote for Ruto again, because that way you voted Ruto in, and now he's really disturbing us. So the thing is,
Miguna voted for Ruto. Just shut up. He voted for Ruto also.
So me
and him are just the
same.
I know.
How could Miguna, Henry? How could Miguna vote? How could Miguna vote na hakuwa na ID na hakuwa na passport? Alikuwa amenyang'anya.
Ujui watu wa diaspora wanapigaga kura.
Wacha nikwambie Black na
Sikiza, lazima angeenda na passport.
Black ngoja. Kwa nini napenda Miguna ni moja. Miguna doesn't spare anybody. Kama weni mbaya. And that's his consistency has been so unquestionable. Because that's why I like this guy. As much as he has his side effect, or he has lakini one thing I like him, hata kama ni mbaya, he stand with what he believes. How many people stand with that? Mmoja sasa amekuja juu baba ameungana na Ruto, sasa ana support Ruto ana support Ruto akae hapo. Na juzi alikuwa anasema Ruto must go. How many? So when is only a person who cannot listen everybody, then we cannot go anywhere. Mzalendo. Black, go ahead.
To start with, if by calling Muguna, making him sound great, and unaona anaongelea akiwa wapi, hawezi kuongea hivyo akiwa Kenya. I mean, it tells you what kind of a man he is, you know. Why is he claiming to be saying the truth when he's outside?
Kenya, by the way. Tangu muone
Hayuko Kenya.
Ako Kenya.
He's not in, listen. He was asked